Stream Elements says, old mage guy is now live. Streaming just chatting. Shadow mage reporting. No kings.
There we go. Now YouTube's got up. All right, everybody. It's morning. Day of the Kings. No protest. Or no Kings protest. Blah. Say it right. And we're doing an Overwatch because, as usual, I don't have the ability to be there.
Oppo are signing spyware contracts in recent weeks, including iris scanning software, drones to film the protests today, and cell phone hacking technology, doing multi-million-dollar and in some cases $100 million deals with AI companies to facilitate databases on American people. If they refer to you as being an anti-fascist activist, they may try to use that as a pretext to hack into your phone and your emails and your private data. That is a possibility that's taking place. Do not back down, though, to this authoritarian regime. Stand up. They are scared. Get out there and show that we, the people, have the power. Talking about looking scared, Donald Trump's chief propagandist, Caroline Leavitt, last night was like screaming and yelling and just engaged in unhinged behavior on Fox. Watch Caroline Leavitt just yell at Hakeem Jeffries and say, "You need to stop calling me names, Hakeem Jeffries. Seriously? Weren't you the people this whole week calling the American people terrorists or pro-Hamas or pro-Antifa or whatever the hell you were saying if they engage in peaceful protests?" This is why it's great the Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries is pushing back, I think, the way we all wanted to see it take place. Better late than ever. It's happening right now, and I like it. And you see what happens when you go on the offense against these idiots, these weak, pathetic cowards in the Trump regime. They go and they play the victim like Caroline Leavitt. Here, play this clip.
So Hakeem Jeffries.
People that play the victim can't take it when you call them out. This is just psychological fact. Yeah.
Should stop calling me names. He should stop trying to fight my boss, President Trump, and he should go back to doing what he was elected to do.
I'm sorry. Is that supposed to be a grown adult? I just heard a 5-year-old talking shit.
Business of the American people in Congress and encourage Senate Democrats to open the government. And I see Hakeem Jeffries saying House Republicans are out. They're not even here. Yeah, because they did their jobs and they passed a clean continuing resolution at the behest of President Trump to keep the government open. And now Senate Democrats and Chuck Schumer are blocking that to fight Donald Trump. And it's despicable.
Well, it is being blocked. That's not bullshit.
Then she goes on to say over here that Hakeem Jeffries is lashing out because he knows that I'm telling the truth, she says. And then after saying that he should stop the name calling, she then calls Democrats pro-Hamas terrorists. Here, play this clip.
Hakeem Jeffries is simply lashing out because he knows that I am telling the truth about the modern.
That's not how psychology works. That's not how that leads up. I'm sorry. This person does not know psychology enough to be making that statement.
Day Democrat Party. What I said, and it is a fact, is that the Democrat Party caters more to pro-Hamas terrorists, illegal aliens, and violent criminals.
Now, lots of political leaders are speaking in favor of this peaceful protest. You had California Governor Gavin Newsom comparing this act to a declaration of independence, peacefully protesting against this authoritarian regime. Watch Newsom right
and
here,
that's not
encouraging
wrong.
Everybody to go out and make sure you peacefully protest. Peaceful, peaceful, peaceful. Here, play this clip.
No kings. A declaration of independence against the tyranny, against lawlessness in the context that there was no rule of law. It was the rule of king. And I think increasingly people are waking up to the rule of law in this country, increasingly appearing to be the rule of dawn. And I hope it's dawning on people how precious this moment is and what's at stake. And so I hope people put a stake in the ground, take the opportunity and time.
I had to give him the rim shot on that one. I hope it's dawning on people. Well played, Gavin.
To participate this weekend, but again, do so peacefully with a deep realization of the consequences and what the founding fathers were all about.
Similarly, you had Bernie Sanders sending a message yesterday to all of us today who are going out to peacefully protest. Watch the message here from Senator Bernie Sanders. Play this clip.
I'm proud to be speaking tomorrow here in D.C. at the No Kings demonstration. And I want to thank the many millions of people in every state in this country who are coming out tomorrow. My message is going to be pretty simple. People fought and died throughout the history of this country to preserve our democracy, and we're not going to let Trump or anybody else take it away. Right now,
Bernie.
in America, we're going to continue the fight to make sure that Trump and his friends do not throw 15 million
May not be a
people
fan of you,
out
but you're not talking shit.
raise premiums double, triple for 20 million more Americans. And you know what else? In this great country, the wealthiest country in the history of the world, we're going to continue the fight to create a government that works for all and not just wealthy campaign contributors. And we're going to have an economy that doesn't simply make Elon Musk and his billionaire friends richer, but an economy that works for all of us. Look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Take care.
Now, speaking about this authoritarian Trump regime, just think about yesterday what Putin bootlickers looked like. I mean, how embarrassing was yesterday? By the way, on Thursday on the Midas Touch podcast, I predicted exactly what was going to happen on Friday with that Zelensky meeting. I knew that when Putin spoke to Donald Trump, that was not a planned call, at least from Zelensky's perspective, that Donald Trump was going to follow Putin's orders and attack Zelensky. We saw a little bit of that during the public meeting, but behind closed doors, we know that Donald Trump, after promising there would be sanctions against Russia and promising long-range missiles and support of Ukraine, this is what Donald Trump's doing. He intentionally tries to torture and terrorize and create false hope to Ukraine so they can rely on it, and then he pulls the rug. Trump's a rug puller. Pulls that rug from underneath, and he's officially confirmed, we ain't giving you weapons, Ukraine. You ain't getting Tomahawks, you ain't getting long range, and we ain't sanctioning Russia. That's what Donald Trump's message is.
I was afraid that was going to
shouldn't be
happen.
a shock, though, because Trump is a Putin bootlicker. Trump wants Putin to win. Let's be very clear. Trump's a traitor. Let's be very clear of who he is. And take a look at what the Secretary of Defense, who unlawfully refers to himself as the Secretary of War because he's a pathetic little man, Pete Hegseth, just take a look at what he was wearing yesterday to that meeting with Zelensky. A pro-Russian tie. Don't take my word for it. Look at Russia's main propaganda service, TASS. They write, Pentagon chief wears tie in Russian flag colors to Trump-Zelensky meeting. Yep, an interesting tie was spotted with the Pentagon chief, Pete Hegseth. Just take a look right there. And you know they want to play it. Oh, I'm just being patriotic. Nope, those were the Russian colors. You knew exactly what you're doing. You were a pathetic, weak little man masquerading as, this is strong. The whole country knows how pathetic you are. And those unlawful war crimes that you're committing in Venezuela, one day those who are behind it, including you, should be held accountable for those war crimes taking place in the name of the United States. It's absolutely despicable, and the 4-star admiral responsible for that region resigned over the war crimes being committed. We're going to learn a lot more about that, especially now that we know there were 2 survivors of the last strike. So it'll be interesting to see what they have to say. Meanwhile, the front page of the Chicago Sun-Times.
If you could easily run this game, you can get so much more replayability out of it. So yeah, this game does have gacha, which means
echoing the order.
That's a big deal. I am curious to hear from them.
By the 7th Circuit Court of Appeals, Political opposition is not rebellion, was the order from a Trump-appointed judge in Illinois, a George H.W. Bush-appointed judge, and an Obama judge. All three agreed that protests are not rebellion. Protests are not insurrection. You have no right, Donald Trump, to invade cities with the United States military. A powerful order. Donald Trump has appealed that decision to the United States Supreme Court. He's filed a motion, an application to stay the order, saying that he has plenary authority, absolute authority. If he says there's a war, he says that courts can't even question him. No matter what he says goes, and that courts have no ability to scrutinize his labeling something as rebellion or insurrection. We'll be getting an order from the Supreme Court soon, and of course, we'll be keeping you posted every step of the way there. Now, at that meeting with Zelensky yesterday, Donald Trump was asked by one of the reporters, so are you interested in Putin building a tunnel to connect Russia to Alaska? Trump's like, I like that idea. What do you think, Zelensky? And Zelensky's like, yeah, I'm not happy about that idea. What the hell are you talking about? Mind you, at the same time, Donald Trump is pulling away $20 billion from tunnel projects and other infrastructure in New York City and other blue states and blue cities. Oh, by the way, he's giving a $40 billion bailout to Argentina while 20 million Americans stand to lose health care. But sure, he wants to build a bridge or a frickin' tunnel with Russia. Are you frickin' kidding me? Here, play this clip.
Putin-Trump tunnel to connect Russia and Alaska. Are you interested?
I just heard about it. A tunnel from Russia to Alaska. I just heard about that one. That's an interesting one. We'll have to think about that. I hadn't heard that. We just did a nice road in Alaska that's going to get us to a lot of minerals, and we have a piece of it, a good piece of the ownership because of the fact we made it possible. But this came up yesterday, a tunnel from Russia to Alaska. That's an interesting. What do you think of that, Mr. President? Do you have any ideas? How do you like that idea?
Oh, that's it?
I'm not happy with this.
I'm sorry.
I don't think you're going to like it. I don't think you liked it. I don't think you liked it.
And once again, we know that our Congress has taken a vacation. MAGA Mike Johnson ordered the clerk to announce that next week, another week of no work by Congress. So this will be about 90 days where the members of Congress were ordered by MAGA Mike to only work about 12 days. So of the last 90 days, only 12 days Congress was in session. Why? Over the entire summer, they wanted to avoid talking about Epstein, and now they're doing the same thing, and they want to rip away your health care. Here, play this clip as well.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., October 17th, 2025. I hereby designate the period from Monday, October 20th, 2025, through Sunday, October 26th, 2025, as a district work period under Clause 13 of Rule 1. Signed sincerely, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to Clause 13 of Rule 1, the House stands adjourned until 2 p.m. on Tuesday, October 21st, 2025.
As Donald Trump headed out to Mar-a-Lago to go golfing on the taxpayer dime today as well, he once again does Putin's bidding over here. Play this clip.
I met with...
But no. They're not the ones controlling everything. It's all the other team.
President Zelensky, as you know today, and we had a very good meeting, very cordial meeting. In my opinion, they should stop the war immediately. You go by the battle line wherever it is, otherwise it's too complicated. You'll never be able to figure it out. You stop at the battle line, and both sides should go home, go to their families, stop the killing, and that should be it. Stop right now at the battle line. I told that to President Zelensky. I told it to President Putin.
And then Donald Trump continues to lie about the Democrats' position and says, under no circumstances will we ever extend the Affordable Care Act subsidies for Americans. And Donald Trump says, basically permanent government shutdown at this point, brought to you by the Trump regime, literally breaking the entire American economy, taking away your health care, taking away your future, your children's and your grandchildren's future. It's why we need to be out there and peacefully protest. Here, play this clip.
So the shutdown continues. The Republican Party's not going to pay $1.5 trillion to illegal immigrants coming into our country, coming in for a lot of reasons coming in from prisons, from jails, from all over the place.
Oh,
from Venezuela, many countries.
lying
We're not
sack
going to do
of
that.
shit.
So the shutdown continues. It's a Democrat shutdown. It's a Schumer shutdown because his career has failed and it's over.
Well, there you have it, folks. Let me know what you think. Hit subscribe. Let's get to 6 million subscribers. We appreciate you. I'll see you at the No Kings protest. Remember, don't take the bait from the Trump regime. Peaceful protests. Stay peaceful. Stay peaceful. Thanks for watching. Thanks for watching.
And
Be
I
sure
have
add
to
the
agree with that on my side, too. Don't take the bait. Come on. Midas got it live because I'd love to be chilling with Midas for it.
The Sawabona principle. The Sawabona principle means I see you.
Sweet.
And right now, I encourage you, siblings that are gathered here, use your eyes. Use your eyes. Look to your left. You don't have to say a word. Look to your right. Embrace that loved one that's there with your eyes and show them even now as we gather here, I see you. A people, a people who can see each other, can remind each other of our collective sacredness. A people who can see each other, cannot unsee it when our babies are being pulled out of cars on their way to be dropped off at school.
He ain't wrong.
A people who can see each other cannot unsee masked ICE agents pulling up in our city and cities around the country. A people who can see each other cannot unsee wickedness and spiritual wickedness in high places. Somewhere I read that a people who see each other cannot unsee vile hypocrisy in the land. But a people who are determined to see each other will collectively say, we will not bow.
Yo.
And I can see those three boys standing there.
A reminder to anyone watching, this is coming from my anti-religious background. I'm agreeing with this.
Of an unjust ruler. And I can still hear them saying with me, saying with you, saying with people gathered all across this country today, to say that because I see my neighbor, we will not bow. Because I love my neighbor, we will not bow. Because I will protect my neighbor, we will not bow. Because greater is the one that's in me than the one that's in the world. I gotta say one name. That name is Bishop Kenneth Moles. None of you may
That's
know
the name and the title.
who he is. None of you may have never heard his name. But when I was a boy, I was raised in the Baptist church. And every now and then, we also slid down the street to Greater Mount Calvary Holy Church. And that means when folk fall out and folk get happy and folk dance all over the church. And there was a man there named Bishop Kenneth Moles. And he simply said these words. He said, because our God is the greatest power, we will not be defeated. And I'll say it again.
I can't agree with that part, but
I know you may not have been to church in a while. I know we may not have seen you in Sunday school or Sabbath school, or at the mosque or at the temple. But our God is the greatest power. And any kind of religion that is bound up and caught up in fear, any kind of religion that is bound up and caught up in hate. Any kind of religion that is not characterized by love, beloved of God, throw it away. Throw it away. Throw it away. But I'm believing that there are people rising up all over this nation. There are people rising up all over this land, this sacred land. I'm believing that there are people rising up all over this world who will not bow to hatred, who will not bow to corruption, who will not bow to hypocrisy, who will not bow to fear, who will not bow to suspicion, who will not bow to political violence, who will not bow to a kind of religion that wants to be close to power, but won't empower anybody else.
Yep.
We will not bow.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the junior senator from Connecticut, who is leading the fight against Trump's authoritarian power grab in the Senate and understands the only thing with the power to stop would-be despots from converting a democracy to an autocracy is mass mobilization by the people. Welcome, Senator Chris Murphy.
How we doing, Washington, D.C.? You all know where you are, right? You are in the people's capital. I want to bring you greetings from Connecticut, the state that invented the submarine, the helicopter, the hamburger, the wiffle ball, and Pez. On our license plates, though, there's a very simple statement. It says, Connecticut, the Constitution State. We were the first state to adopt our own constitution. In my state, we couldn't wait to be self-governed. We couldn't wait to throw off the yoke of control and censorship from us. Before any other state, before our founding fathers, we wrote down in Connecticut the simple words, no kings. And I'm here today to share with you some unsurprising news. We are not on the verge of an authoritarian takeover. We are in the middle of an authoritarian takeover. But Trump has not won. Our democracy is in peril, but it can be saved. But no one's riding to our rescue, and I just want to be clear with you about that today. No one's riding to our rescue. There aren't establishment responsible Republicans that are riding to our rescue. The mainstream media isn't riding to our rescue. There's no oligarchs riding to our rescue. It is up to us to save us.
Here's my video.
Now, recently, when I gave this warning that we are in the middle of that totalitarian takeover, one of my colleagues said, well, be careful. You don't want to scare people, but you guys can handle the truth.
Okay, if there's one AI site builder you need to meet, it's this dope tech from Wix.
Get your head out of here.
The truth is that Donald Trump is the most corrupt president in the history of the United States of America.
I kill you.
The truth is that he is enacting a detailed step-by-step plan to try to destroy all of the things that protect our democracy, free speech, fair elections, an independent press, the right to peacefully protest. But the truth is also this, he has not won yet. The people still rule in this country. And today, all across America, in numbers that may eclipse any day of protest in our nation's history, Americans are saying loudly and proudly that we are a free people. We are not a people that can be ruled. Our government is not for sale.
No king! No king! No king! No king!
Now, I want to be honest with you about what's going on, and you know it. As we stand here today, the government is shut down, and shutdowns are painful. They hurt people. And frankly, that's why there was not a single government shutdown when Joe Biden was president and Democrats were in charge of Congress. Because we acted like adults, we negotiated with Republicans, we found common ground, we kept the government open. But today, Trump is telling Republicans that they shouldn't even show up in Washington, D.C. The House Republicans have been on an unplanned vacation from D.C. for 5 weeks.
I was going to say, it's awesome.
And there's a couple reasons for that. First, they're trying to cover up for rich billionaire pedophiles. But second, because Trump does think that he's a king, and he thinks that he can act more corruptly when the government is shut down. But he cannot. He doesn't have new powers, extra powers in a shutdown. The President of the United States during a shutdown, or even when the government is open, does not have the power to send masked men into our cities and pull off the streets our peaceful neighbors and throw them into the back of vans and into prisons. He never has that power. Whether it's a shutdown or not, the President of the United States does not have the power to use the FCC and the Department of Justice to censor our speech, to tell us that we cannot speak truth to power when we are protecting our democracy. He never has that power. And let me just say that I'm very proud of my Democratic colleagues who have drawn a line in the sand. And let me just speak for myself for a moment about this shutdown. I will not vote for a budget that throws millions of people off their health care just to pay for a tax cut for billionaires and corporations. And I will not vote for a budget that doesn't put some serious checks on President Trump's destruction of our democracy. In fact, no Democrat has a moral obligation to vote for a budget that just pays the bills for Donald Trump's political witch hunt. So this is a moment for the people who work with me in this Capitol to draw a moral line in the sand. And this is a moment for all of you to stand up and speak up. Listen, President Trump thinks that he can bully us into silence. He thinks that he can intimidate us into sitting this fight out. But judging by the number of people here today, judging by the number of people standing up all across this country, he thinks he can silence us, he thinks he can bully us, but he cannot and he will not. And the last thing I want to say to you is this. It's a simple thing. I get it that when you wake up in the morning, like me, you are filled with anxiousness, with anger about what is happening in this country. But I also want you to feel something else. Because this experiment, 250 years in, this bold, revolutionary experiment of self-governance in a nation that is a melting pot,
There's a Mike small spot.
differences from each other, right? That is a miracle that it has lasted for this long. And every single one of us needs to understand that when we wake up every day, we have an obligation, a duty, a responsibility to fight hard to protect that bold experiment. So I wake up every day filled with that same anger and anxiety. But I feel lucky that I am on earth at a moment where I can stand up on my 2 feet and have something to say about maybe the most defining fight of our lifetime to protect American democracy from ruin. I feel anger and anxiety, but I frankly feel joy that I have something to say and that I can tell my kids and my grandkids that when the moment came, I stood up to protect and save American democracy from ruin.
I didn't mean to smack him.
And so you got a lot of awesome speakers here today. I heard a rumor that a guy named Bernie Sanders is in the house.
I don't need that many shovels, though.
I understand the role that I play. I'm just the opening act for Bernie, all right? But listen, I'm super proud of being here with you. I'm optimistic. I'm bullish about our ability to win this fight, and it's because
Thanks, kitty
400
kitty.
years ago, in the small but mighty state of Connecticut, we wrote down on a piece of paper a really simple idea. In America, the people
Those are
rule.
pants.
In
And died.
America, there are no kings. Thanks, Washington, D.C. Appreciate it. Go out there and fight for our country.
And now, let's give a warm No Kings welcome to Mehdi Hassan, founder and CEO and editor-in-chief of the new media company, Zateo.
Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, friends, my name is Mehdi Hassan. I am a journalist, I am an immigrant, and I am a Muslim.
Okay.
I am everything Donald Trump loves. I am the Trump trifecta. I'm also a bit of a socialist, but shh, don't tell Stephen Miller, he alarms quite quickly. Can I just say, it is so heartwarming to see so many of you out here in D.C. today. D.C., make some noise.
What do you have for sale? Bread?
We need to make sure today that they hear us
It might be worth
in
doing.
the White House and in the Capitol. All week, I've heard Speaker Mike Johnson and Republican members of Congress say that this rally, the No Kings rally, is a hate rally. A hate rally. The people who can't get through a single day without hating on late-night comedians and overweight soldiers and Muslim politicians and Mexican immigrants and Palestinian refugees and black women and transgender kids and peaceful protesters and Mr. Freaking Potato Head, they are lecturing us on hate? Really? I'm not here out of hate. I'm here out of love. I'm here because I love this country. I love America. I love the First Amendment. I love our democracy. I love our diversity. Yes, our diversity. And I am not willing to sit back and watch our glorious American multiracial, multicultural, democratic experiment, our constitutional republic, destroyed by the guy from Home Alone 2. Not gonna do it. Because I did not inherit America. I did not inherit America. I chose America. I wasn't born here. I immigrated here. And we immigrants, we love this country often more than the people who are born here because we chose to move here, live here, swear an oath to the Constitution here, an oath that the guy down the street violates every morning and every night. The great irony is, of course, that Donald Trump is the son of an immigrant, the grandson of an immigrant, and married to an immigrant. In fact, 2 of his 3 wives were immigrants, proving yet again that immigrants will do the jobs that even Americans are not willing to do. I immigrated here from the United Kingdom. You want to talk about no kings? The UK still has a king.
Oui.
King Charles III. But even he has less gold in his palace
Okay.
than Donald Trump has in the Oval Office right now. Even King Charles has more respect for democratic norms and traditions
enough.
than the whiny authoritarian man-child trying to send troops into as many blue cities as he can. This is a president who says he wants to be a dictator, but only for a day. Well, we are now 271 days into his wannabe dictatorship. He just went to see the Egyptian president Sisi, who is a military dictator, runs one of the most repressive regimes on earth. And he went there and he said, I want to praise your fantastic leadership and your low crime rate. This is who he loves. This is the autocratic leader he aspires to be. And of course, he was in Egypt hailing his Gaza peace plan, which is a ceasefire, yes, but not a peace plan. Donald Trump, the man who uses Palestinian as a pejorative, as a slur, has no plan for Palestinian freedom, no plan for Palestinian statehood, no plan for justice for the Palestinians who have been massacred and starved and genocided and ethnically cleansed for the past 2 years, including the past 9 months of his presidency. Meanwhile, Israel for the past week has violated the ceasefire again and again, killing Palestinians with impunity. Yesterday they killed 7 Palestinian children during a ceasefire. There is no peace in the Middle East because, as Dr. King said, peace is not just the absence of violence, it is the presence of justice. So these are dark times. Genocide abroad, fascism at home. Which is why it's so crucial that we gather, we organize, we rally like this. We mobilize, we pluralize, we bring people into the tent. We register voters, we defend voters, we become voters if we're not already. And you know, they say we don't reach out to the other side. We don't reach out to conservatives or Republicans, that we're in an echo chamber. Well, let me say to every Republican and conservative watching, aren't you the ones who said no more big government? No tyranny in America? So, if you believe that, what are you doing defending masked federal agents in unmarked cars, bundling people off of the streets, including American citizens, and disappearing them? How are you okay with that? And if you're not okay with it, then come over to our side. The side of the Democrats. The small d Democrats, not the big D Democrats, not the Democratic Party. Those of us who are from all parties and none. But those of us who care about saving America so that we can get to our 250th birthday and still be free when we reach 250 years. Come over to our side. The side of no crowns, no thrones, no kings. The side of freedom, of liberty, of the Constitution. The First Amendment, the Fourth Amendment, the 14th Amendment, the 22nd Amendment, which says 2 terms means 2 terms. And if you're not worried about Donald Trump trying to stay on for a 3rd term, you should be. He's literally selling merch. So I worry about free and fair elections in 2028. But then I say, why should I worry? I see all of you here today. What is there to worry about? We here today are not spectators. We are citizens. We are not bystanders, we are proud and patriotic Americans. And we Americans, we the people, will not allow our country to be taken over by demagogues and dictators. We will not stand for it. So let me ask you this. I need to hear you. Are you willing? Are you willing? Answer this. Are you willing to sit back and let Trump shred our freedoms? I can't hear you, DC. They need to hear you in the White House. Are you willing to let Trump shred our freedoms? Are you willing to sit back and bend the knee to fascists and white supremacists? Are you willing to be the Americans on whose watch democracy died? Good, because people power is our last line of defense. Remember this, Donald Trump has never, ever, not in 3 elections, won a majority of the vote. Never. And I'll say this to you. Here's the math that they are scared of. There are more of us than there are of them. We are the majority. Say it with me. We are the majority. They're not loud enough today, DC. Come on, louder. We are the majority. Yes, we are. And we have no intention of losing our country, our democracy, our freedoms to that twice impeached convicted criminal and his gang of grifters. No way. We will out-organize them. We will outvote them. We will outlast them. Because when I see you all out here today, in your thousands, in millions across the country, I have hope. I have faith that America can defeat this fascist threat, this authoritarian mania, this MAGA cult, and save our freedoms. And I also have faith and hope that one day soon, the Palestinians will be free. Thank you very much for your time. God bless you all.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a warm Washington, D.C. welcome to Deirdre Schiefling, Chief Political and Advocacy Officer of the American Civil Liberties Union, who leads the ACLU's policy, campaigns, and organizing work to fight for civil rights and liberties nationwide. And Sarah Parker, Executive Director of Voices of Florida.
Hello, everyone. Hello, DC. Woo! You look so beautiful. I wish you could see yourselves from here. You look amazing. You look powerful. I'm Deirdre Schiefling. I'm the Chief Political and Advocacy Officer for the ACLU, the American Civil Liberties Union, and a proud Washingtonian. I'm so thrilled to be here with you, my community, today, doing the most patriotic and American thing that we can do. Peacefully, lawfully protesting the Trump administration's abuses of power and exercising our First Amendment rights. After all, our country has a 250-year-old history of disagreeing in public, and we are not about to stop now. For more than 100 years, the ACLU has defended our country's freedom, especially the First Amendment freedom of speech. It's not just our opinion that everyone is entitled to their beliefs without fear of punishment. It's in our country's Constitution. It's the cornerstone of our democracy. Our basic American freedoms are not something that any president can take away from us. So why is Trump trying? What is he so afraid of?
In a moment, Todd's mom will read her son's internet browsing history.
What?
ExpressVPN apps keep your activity and identity private while you browse, stream, email, or download. To learn more and get 3 extra months of ExpressVPN protection for free, go to expressvpn.com/mom.
Equals a country of due process and laws that apply to everyone. Not a country where masked ICE agents kidnap people out of their beds in the middle of the night, where they zip tie terrified children together. No. Not a country that tells schools and universities to teach ideology instead of facts. And certainly not a country that sends armed troops into our cities to scare us into silence. I refuse to allow that version of our country to take hold, and I know you do too. The courage that we are creating here today across the nation is contagious. It's powerful, and it's exactly what they're afraid of. I want to tell you something I've learned. The best way to protect our freedom is to act free. I was in my hometown of Buffalo, New York, a couple months ago, and I saw a new billboard up from the Buffalo Public Library. It said, "Free people read freely." Free people read freely. 4 words. I was so struck by the simplicity and the power of that statement, and by the fact that
I'm
the
back.
public library felt the need to make it. Free people read freely. They think freely. They protest freely. They act free. The best way to protect our freedom is to act free. Thank you for doing that today. Thank you for your courage. It's powerful and it's
And that's
contagious.
why I'm
We
streaming
live
right
in a
now.
democracy, and we are going to act free. And with that, I'll turn it over to Sarah Parker.
I may not be able to be at the protest, but at least I can spread the news.
Director of Voices of Florida and a national coordinator with 5051. But most importantly, I am a Southern Black woman, a proud Floridian, and a mother. I was taught to speak up for what's right and to stand against injustice.
Yep.
To place my little hands over my heart and to believe liberty and justice for all meant something real.
Yeah.
But what I once believed America was is being crushed under the boot of this administration.
Yep.
I should be at
Agreed.
home with my children, raising them to believe in the promise of this country, not standing here demanding the rights that should never have been up for debate.
Agreed.
I am honored to be here today, but this is not what I dreamed of. I never dreamed I'd be standing on a stage like this while millions of people are forced to march and protest peacefully in the streets because we refuse to stand by while this country slips into the iron grip of authoritarianism. And I ask this administration now, when we say with liberty and justice for all,
We fucking
who is
mean it.
all to this administration? Because this administration has made it painfully clear. It sure as hell ain't the people who need access to abortion care.
Yep.
Damn sure ain't the people and their families being ripped apart by deportation and
Yeah.
kidnapped in the dead of night. It's not our LGBTQ communities and BIPOC communities being criminalized just for existing. And it damn sure ain't the people marching for justice while the National Guard is unleashed on peaceful protesters in their own streets.
Yep.
Contrary to popular belief, the fabric of this country wasn't woven by oligarchs, corporations, or power-hungry politicians.
Agreed.
It was stitched together by workers, by immigrants,
Yep.
by black and brown communities, by women, by queer folk,
Yes.
and by people who refuse to stay quiet in the face of injustice. This movement was made by the people. This movement, No Kings, was named by the people. This movement is the people. And newsflash to this administration and for the people who need it, this country was built on protest.
Yup.
And some of the most important changes in our history happened because everyday Americans just like us. And now, those in power are trying to unravel it thread by thread, taking away rights, stripping away dignity, rewriting what freedom actually means.
Yeah.
They've tried to silence us with fear. They've tried to gaslight us with lies. And politicians have stood in front of the cameras, smugly, I may say, peddling smear after smear. Because it's easier for them to smear the American people than to recognize what they're doing to this country. And
Yep.
where I come from, we call that cowardice.
Yeah, it is.
We refuse. I refuse to let this become our reality. It is our duty. It is our right as Americans to dissent when democracy is under threat. Let me be clear. Democracy dies when we are silent. But democracy is reborn when we speak with courage. And authoritarianism cannot withstand truth. And it crumbles under the power of love and dissent. And as leaders before me have said, courage is not the absence of fear. It is the choice to act despite of it. And for what it's worth, I am proud of each and every courageous leader that is taking the streets today. We are peaceful because we know that's how real change is created. We are fighting because we love our communities and we love our country. We are using our voices because it is our God-given American right.
anyone who says otherwise is not only lying to the American people, they are lying to themselves, and I don't know how they sleep at night. And like we say in the
Right.
South, a hit dog will holler, and I'm hearing a lot of hollering coming from the Capitol building.
Yeah.
The American people are pissed. And I would like to say before I go, I want to thank every last one of you. I want to thank all the organizers with 5051. I want to thank Political Revolution, who's a national partner. But I want to thank our children. I want to thank our teachers. I want to thank your hearts for doing this and being out here in the streets when they tried to make you afraid. The message today will be crystal clear, and they won't be able to ignore it. There will be no kings in America. Not today, not tomorrow, not ever. Thank you.
Please welcome to our stage Oliver Marino from Immigrant Legal Resource Center and member of El Colectivo de Familias Migrantes, and Afeni Evans, community organizer with the Fair Budget Coalition.
Thank you. Good morning. Earlier this year,
Nice.
as the Trump administration began its anti-immigrant attacks from the White House, the Colectivo de Familias Migrantes, a group of DC families and organizers, came together to find community and ways to protect each other. We knew what was coming and why we needed to fight back, organize, and take care of each other. In the last few months, we have witnessed masked ICE agents, National Guard, and DC's own Metropolitan Police Department work together to abduct our community members.
That's right.
People have been detained
Yep.
while going to work, at local parks, in front of schools. Hundreds of people have been separated from their families, their loved ones, and our community. This is still happening. Just a few blocks from here, people have been racially profiled, handcuffed, and put in vehicles and taken. Sometimes, they're transferred to detention centers hundreds of miles away in states like Louisiana, Alabama, and Georgia, away from family and away from legal counsel. And to be clear, here in DC, the anti-immigrant attacks have come not only from the White House, but also from our own mayor, Mayor Bowser.
Yeah. Fucking
Mayor
Bowser.
Bowser tried to repeal DC's Sanctuary Values Act, a local law that limits collaboration between MPD, the local police, and ICE. But while politicians have failed us, it's been DC residents that have stepped up. We have seen our people go out and film ISIS abuses in the streets, share Know Your Rights information, provide mutual support to families.
All right, I'm going to pause this for a second and give you guys an update. The California missile show is over, and there has been no missed shots. Everything's gone good there. Green flags. Good to hear. You didn't hear about Trump firing missiles into Camp Pendleton? Yeah, he fired our own missiles into our own Camp Pendleton this morning. As probably an attempt to try to deter protesters.
Right. Well, you can't really shoot missiles at protesters, but it's kind of goes straight like Korea and all these other fucking
Pop. All they've got to do is have the boom to scare protesters. You ain't got to hit them. Hell, even the announcement about it the other day was enough to start scaring some people.
you fix that?
Hmm.
Don't tell anybody about it. Instead of having red as normal,
Yeah.
blank adapter. Just have them fucking roll into a fucking intersection. Blaze it.
Yup.
60.
Yup.
16. Maybe throw a training smoke grenade, the training regular grenade.
Yep. But all went good on that front, which was good to hear.
That is, some of these protesters that are concealed carries legal are going to fucking pull their weapons and start shooting back. In which case, the soldiers and troops aren't safe.
Right.
Of people detained in 1946. And the republic that we are witnessing right now in France was established in 1958. My fellow Americans, I am here to tell you that the social contract in this country has been broken. Decades of movement work, progress, and struggle have been wiped out by Christian nationalists who seek dominion over every aspect of our lives. Long before I started terrorizing our streets, the police were gunning down black people in their homes, their cars, and in the streets in front of their communities. The construction of cop cities and the strengthening police state have threatened our urban centers for years.
You don't have a job.
This current escalation in state violence is nothing more than an extension that the violence that marginalized communities have been bearing the brunt of. This republic was sold as our American dream. Home of the free, land of the brave. Yet, it has produced the outcome that we are currently experiencing. A system that edifies oligarchs and creates false monarchs. The society that we live in is what got us here. It is what brought us to this fever pitch. But we do not have to stay here. Now, more than ever, we need to reimagine a society that holds all of our humanity to the highest priority. We need a humane economy. We need well-funded public education. We need affordable housing and health care that does not bankrupt families that are just trying to get by. We need strategic youth investment in music, arts, and recreation. Our children need access to full, clean water and fresh food. In this moment, we need community. We need compassion. We need love and radical imagination. And most importantly, we need each other. Because the social contract has been broken, but we, the people, must revive it. We, the people, can be stewards for a land of the free. We, the people, can be brave and make this broken house into a home for all of us. Because we are the source of power in this country. Our labor, our taxes, and our faith keep this system going. So we must have the revolutionary hope that collectively we, the powerful people, have the capacity to create something better. I'm here to tell you that we must be audacious in our pursuit of fulfilling that generational mandate. Because with public sentiment, nothing can fail. And without it, this system cannot succeed.
And now, welcome to the Snow King stage, an American science educator, engineer, comedian, television presenter, inventor, keynote speaker, and author. He is a respected champion of scientific literacy who has challenged opponents of evidence-based education and policy on climate change, evolution, and critical thinking. Please welcome Bill Nye, the Science Guy.
Woo!
Trying to figure out if it's going to be Bill or Neil.
We love that song, Hello, DC! Fellow citizens, it is wonderful to see so many of us out here today. We are here for
Imagine being able to build anything just by thinking about it. Meet Base
Bad
44,
YouTube.
a complete
Interrupting Bill Nye.
We want our government to run without a king. Our government is based on ideas embodied in a constitution. Among other remarkable features, it guarantees our freedom to speak, as we're doing here today. Rather than doing one monarch's bidding, we have agreed to form a democracy, to work together, and to follow the laws that derive from it. No thrones, no crowns, no kings. As many of you know, I am a native Washingtonian. I grew up here within the city boundaries. And when you grow up here, the affairs of the federal government are very much a part of your life. I remember well sitting on my father's shoulders and waving to astronauts as we, as a nation, celebrated their accomplishments back in 1964. In 1964, that was the first year my parents could vote for president as citizens of the District of Columbia. We still do not have voting representation in the district. Someday, perhaps. I remember well Martin Luther King's dream and Resurrection City, the plywood structures on the National Mall erected to house protesters who came to town demanding equal rights and opportunities, barely a month after Dr. King had been assassinated. I remember well the Vietnam War. The mall was shoulder to shoulder, much as it is today. Traffic stopped citywide. The protest movement expanded. There were protests around the country, and the war was ended. We are protesting in the same fashion today.
People from around the world commenting in chat there.
Stakes are higher. Rather than abandoning a war against an elusive, perhaps sometimes imaginary foe, we are confronting the possible end of our republic. We are here to tell our lawmakers that what's going on in our government is wrong.
Yep.
They must stop the abuses of this petulant president and his circle of sycophants. No thrones, no crowns, no kings. This president and his associates cannot tolerate dissent. To them, our free speech is frightening. They are arresting people and denying due process in courts. They tried to silence television hosts. They're trying to fire or indict civil servants, prosecutors, judges, even their own cabinet members. But in this land, these sorts of actions are not new. In 1776, our ancestors had had enough. They declared independence from a king by means of a document stored safely right over there on Constitution Avenue in the National Archives. Although it was conceived 249 years ago, the Declaration of Independence describes a train of abuses connected with an absolute authority, a king with absolute power. No thrones, no crowns, no kings.
As far as different call-ins from around the world so far, I've seen France, Germany, Ukraine, Norway.
Judges depended on his will. They cited the king sending, quote, swarms of officers to harass our people. Their language referred to, quote, cruelty and faithlessness scarcely paralleled in the most barbarous of ages. Their king was trying to, quote, render the military independent and superior to civil power. Our founders even censured King George for cutting off trade with all parts of the world. Do these actions sound familiar?
Yo.
249 years later, no crowns, no thrones, no king. In short, the founders believed their king was, in their words, quote, totally unworthy to be the head of a civilized nation. No thrones, no crowns, no kings. Although the United Nations has been the world's leader, and although the United States has been the world's leader in science for decades, this president and the members of his cabinet even fail to accept
Bill,
scientific
that's not right.
facts. Contrary to Article 1, Section 8 of the Constitution, they do not promote the progress of science.
We've not been the leader in science for a while.
To the detriment of our health, well-being, and international competitiveness. It is a formula for failure. How did we get here? It hasn't been one instance of abuse of the power of executive order by this president. It hasn't been just one twist in a court ruling. Instead, it has been years in the making. Enabled by this president, a group of Confederates has worked together to undo many of our traditions and understandings of fairness.
That's correct, Bill. You got that right.
And they've done this through an odd legal tactic to overwhelm our court system with legal game after legal game, trying to hold or impound money secretly in order to let legal deadlines pass, to pretend that people they don't know, who are from different backgrounds, are somehow not quite citizens and not worthy of respect under the law. No thrones, no crowns, no king. Let us now raise our voices. We are here demanding a return to the rule of law. Let the world know that we will suffer no king. We will put the United States back on a course to lead the world in fair governance. Together, no thrones, no crowns, no kings. Thank you all. Let's change the world.
Ladies and gentlemen, now please welcome Ai-jen Poo, a care advocate and organizer who serves as Executive Director of Caring Across Generations and President
Stream
of the
Elements
National
says,
Domestic
find me in
Workers
other
Alliance
places Discord,
and
Twitter,
Care in
YouTube,
Action,
Steam,
and
Xbox,
Randy
and PlayStation
Weingarten,
Old Mage Guy on
President
TikTok
of
as
the
Mage.
American Federation of Teachers.
Hello, DC! Let me hear you say no kings! I'm so proud to share the stage today with my brilliant friend and sister hero, Randy Weingarten. And I bring greetings from the
Randy female. Interesting. That doesn't happen too often.
And I bring love from the caregivers all over this country, caregivers and workers who guard the safety and well-being of our children and enable the dignity and agency of older people and disabled people in our lives all over this country. We are out marching in cities and towns all over this country today because we see what's happening. Parents unable to afford life-saving medicine for their children. Caregivers losing their health care and their ability to take care of the people they love. Disabled people forced into institutions because their caregivers have been taken by ICE. Mothers violently torn from their children by armed, masked men with no due process. This administration has broken the law, lied, stolen our care, and is attempting to steal our constitutional rights and freedoms. They think that they will get away with it. They will not. There are no kings in America. And you know what else I see? I see parents, caregivers,
teachers working together to make sure that immigrant children can go to school safely. I see unions and families organizing together and winning. In states like Michigan, where 32,000 home care workers just won a union. And in New Mexico, where child care is now free for everyone who needs it. It's the bravery of everyday people coming together to protect each other, to push for a good life for our families in America. We can win. We are the caring majority, and we are greater than the cruelty of wannabe kings. So let's remember the strength of our numbers today. Let's remember that we are not alone. We are the caring majority. And let us continue to be brave. Are you with me? Yes! Are you with me?
Thank you, Washington, D.C. From up here, you cannot see the perimeter. There are so many people who want to fight for our democracy and say no kings. And what I've just been told, that in New York City, there are more people in Times Square than there are on New Year's Eve. I want to thank my colleague and friend and sister, Ijen, for all of her advocacy. And she knows, like I know, you cannot do any of the things that Ijen talked about if we do not have a democracy. And today, we are saying we are fighting for our democracy. We in the labor movement are fighting for a democracy and a voice in it so we can secure a better life for all working people. All of God's children. Better wages, affordable health care and child care, good schools for children, and a secure retirement. Tell me, what is radical about all of that? But today, I speak not only as the proud leader of a 1.8 million member union of people who make a difference in the lives of others, but I speak as a teacher, a high school social studies teacher. Yes, let's hear it for the teachers of America. A teacher who taught students about the Constitution and its underlying principle, we the people. We the people are a country that is governed by the rule of law, not the rule of one man. We are governed by fairness, not fear or favor. Now, this idea, as you've heard before, see, you can go and say, if you're kids right now, this is your homework for the weekend, okay? This idea has been a constant for 249 years, since the Declaration of Independence. And the notion made famous by the Gettysburg Address of a government by, for, and of the people. Say it again. By, for, and of the people. Now, we know the founders were not perfect, but they had one abiding principle, and that is and was that we as a nation should never
independence. Black, brown, white. This 68-year-old Jewish baby boomer. Muslim small business owners. Christian Gen Zers. This is, as iGen said, we are the majority of America. And what do we want? What do we want? We want the promise of America for everyone. We want a voice in our future. We are standing up in peaceful, patriotic protest.
Yep.
Just like our founders called out. No thrones, no crowns, no kings. We are standing up because we don't want our streets militarized. We don't want our neighbors disappeared by masked Asians. We don't want our colleges forced to sign loyalty oaths. We don't want, what? We don't want public officials
get out.
arrested on trumped-up political charges. And, this is a little different, we want our federal government to fix the healthcare crisis that was created by the big ugly bill Republicans passed in July. We want a president who will keep healthcare premiums down,
Understandable.
bring down the cost of groceries and housing, strengthen public schools, make college
That was some good food.
affordable, and embrace workers' rights. Again, what is radical about any of that? Exactly. We want the president to spend his time solving our country's problems, not settling scores with political opponents. We want a future that is based on fairness and justice and the rule of law, not chaos, corruption, or cruelty. So, I'm going to end with a couple of labor slogans here. Because, my friends, we are in an existential fight.
Y'all.
And right now, we all have to organize and be stronger and bolder because no one is going to save us but ourselves. So, we got a lot of sayings in labor, but the first one is, when we fight,
Loaded.com. Get the biggest game releases of the year at the best prices. Enjoy
and the second is, the people united will never be defeated. The people united will never be defeated. The people united will never be defeated or divided. Either one is fine. So, are we united today? Will we fight for our democracy? Will we fight for the promise of America? This is about loving America, right? So we're sending a clear message to the president. Rather than smearing those calling out problems, solve those problems. So today, no kings. Tomorrow, freedom. Today, no kings. Tomorrow, freedom.
Now please welcome the co-founder of the Black Votes Matter Fund and one of the leading voices on voting rights, Cliff Albright. He is joined by 10th grader Zion, a youth student advocate from the Trigger Project.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Zion Stewart. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Zion Stewart, and I'm from Debbie Street Southeast, better known as Chopper City. I grew up around a lot of trauma and violence like many kids in my neighborhood. I got connected to the Trigger Project through one of my mentors. Going through Trigger University, I felt something I never felt before. A safe space, people who believed in me, and a chance to learn the real causes and the disease of gun violence. More police doesn't fix what's really going on. It just adds more confusion and chaos. It doesn't heal our pain. It doesn't give us opportunities
what he expects from me, but that's not what we need. What we need is prevention, support, and spaces where black youth can thrive. If every home had the support it needed, if every community member was emotionally aware and mentally healthy, if schools didn't push us towards the prison pipeline, and if the city invested in me before the first time I was profiled, we wouldn't be here.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Youth are the solution, not the problem. We deserve to be understood, not blamed or preyed upon.
Damn right.
Free DC, we are prevention. Thank you.
Y'all give it up again for Zion. Last time I was here, was speaking at a rally like this, was 2021 for the Freedom Rides, when Black Voters Matter and dozens of other organizations organized for voting rights legislation, like the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act and the For the People Act. I got you, sis, and HR 51 DC statehood. When I say DC, you say statehood. DC. DC. We organized for those voting rights because we knew that we'd be in a moment like this. A moment where we have a wannabe dictator and a do-nothing Congress trying to take away our voting rights, trying to cancel elections and purge voters from the rolls. We knew it was coming.
Mm-hmm.
Just this week, the Supreme Court heard a case that could put the final death blow to the Voting Rights Act. It could eliminate black representation for black communities, and it can create at least 19 seats that are currently protected by the Voting Rights Act would be eliminated by many of these red states. And this is happening at a time when we are seeing mid-decade redistricting in places like Texas and Missouri because we have somebody who wants to be a king. We have somebody who, just like he said to Georgia, go find me 11,700 votes, he's trying to tell these states, go find me 10 extra congressional seats or 15 seats or 20 seats. And this could create a permanent one-party rule at the expense of black voters and black communities. But like so many other issues that are rooted in anti-blackness, that sickness won't just stay within the black community.
No.
It affects this entire country.
Yeah.
And so we join you in saying no kings. But we got to go beyond no kings, because the last time that call was made in 1776, 1/4 of this country's population was enslaved. And so we've got to go beyond no kings. We've got to recognize that they have used divide and conquer ever since that time in 76, or ever since 1619, to keep us divided, to divide those who were enslaved from those who were poor whites, to divide us from those indigenous brothers and sisters. They've been using that divide and conquer tactic, and they're still using it today.
Yes, they are.
To keep us divided, all of our communities. But I've got some good news for you, because what I know is this: if divide and conquer is one of the oldest tricks in the books, then by definition, one of the most revolutionary acts of resistance is simply to be united.
Yep.
For us to stand together, to sing together, to laugh together, to cry together, to fight together. Power to the people, yes, because what I also know is this: their hate cannot beat our love. And when I talk about our love, I'm not talking about a Valentine's Day kind of love. I'm talking about a radical love. I'm talking about you might have to flip over the money changes tables kind of love. I'm talking about a love that is merged with power, because those two things are not opposite, they go together. As Dr. King
Not
told us,
wrong.
power without love is reckless and abusive.
Yes.
Love without power is sentimental and anemic. That's what I'm talking about.
Not bad. Not bad at all.
Power at its best is love implementing the demands of justice. And justice at its best is power correcting everything that stands against love. That's what we need. And when we have that kind of love and power, when
we walk in that kind of love and power that sees all of our communities, from Vermont all the way to Memphis, from LA all the way over to DC, especially Southeast DC. When we walk in that kind of love and power, there ain't nothing that I want to be a small, petty dictator. There ain't nothing that he can do to stop us. Because when we walk in that kind of love and power, there's nothing that we can't do. But we've got to believe. We've got that power. Do y'all believe? Do you believe?
Do you understand?
Let me hear you say, I believe. Let me hear you say it with all your heart from the depths of your soul. Say, I believe. Let me see you put a fist up and say it so loud that the wannabe small man in the White House can hear you say, I believe. And when we believe, then we will truly build the society that we want. And that society will have no kings. Thank y'all.
Now please welcome Jay Brown, Chief of Staff for the Human Rights Campaign, and Sean Skelly, former Assistant Secretary of Defense for Readiness in the Biden administration and co-founder of Out in National Security.
Hello, DC! My name is Jay Brown, and I'm with the Human Rights Campaign, the nation's largest LGBTQ civil rights organization in the country. And I'm here today as a proud transgender American. I'm here to say this is my country too. You know, like so many of you, I came here today with my family and friends. My twin sister is somewhere out there in that crowd of people. And growing up, she fit the mold of what people expected. I broke the mold. But our parents loved us just the same.
Good.
You know, we didn't know anybody transgender. We didn't even know the word. But they gave us the love and the support that we needed to thrive. And now I'm a dad with an amazing family of my own.
Nice. Congratulations. That's awesome.
I gotta tell you, that's what freedom looks like. The freedom to live and to be and to raise our families as we see fit. But this president, he has a darker vision for America. One where our families are told how to parent their children. Where our doctors are forced to forego their oaths to do no harm. Where the government is ripping families apart and hurting our people. They're cutting billions of dollars from HIV prevention and treatment. They're banning our books. They're firing teachers who use a student's nickname. And they're firing gay workers who put a pride flag on their desk. But we're all here because we believe in a better America. We believe in a country where kids can get a quality education free from bullying. Where love is love. Where freedom is afforded to all and not reserved for the wealthy few.
Yeah.
That is America at its greatest. That is our America. And on behalf of HRC's 3.6 million members and supporters, I'm here to say that America does not and will not ever have a king. The truth is, no one rally's going to save us. No court ruling, no single election will save us. We have to save ourselves.
Yeah.
We have to build workplaces that are safe, classrooms that are welcoming, communities where we see each other not as our enemies, but as our neighbors. And we must always resist the temptation to believe only in the worst of this country. That's what he wants. He wants us to be defeated. Are we going to be defeated? He wants us to be silent. Are we going to be silenced? He wants us to be scared. Are we scared? You know, we have the power to build a better tomorrow. LGBTQ plus people, we live in every zip code and are from every background. We were born here and we immigrated here. We come from red families and from blue families. And we are here to say that this is our America too. No one knows that better. No one knows that better than my friend and a tireless public servant who's on stage with me today. A true patriot who knows the cost of freedom. I'm proud to pass the mic to former Assistant Secretary of Defense for Readiness and our HRC board member, Sean Skelly.
Good afternoon, D.C. As Jay said, I'm Sean Skelly, a retired Navy officer, a former Assistant Secretary of Defense, and I serve on the board of the Human Rights Campaign. I'm an out, proud trans woman who loves our country.
Okay.
Who's put my life on the line for our country and our rights. And I will fight for it now using all the rights that the Constitution gives us, and I swore an oath to defend. I was proud to recently serve alongside thousands of transgender service members who have served with honor, skill, and courage. They have protected us while their own Commander-in-Chief and Secretary of Defense have vilified them and denied their right to exist. Anyone who serves in uniform deserves so much better than what this tainted chain of command has to offer.
Golden carrots. Nice.
Targets these brave Americans because of its wanton campaign to drive me and all of my transgender brothers and sisters out of our country, out of our society, out of the protection of our laws, and into some dark, dangerous corner that they are inventing. This wannabe autocrat can't allow transgender Americans to serve honorably and successfully in our military, which is the highest regarded institution in America, when they have chosen all transgender Americans, already some of the most at-risk and vulnerable people in this country, to be their autocratic other. The people they feared, scorned, and blamed because of their shameless lies, hateful lies that they tell about the danger that trans people supposedly bring to our society, and somehow upset the utopia that the dear leader promised us is around every corner. The American people respect those who put on their uniform, who protect them, and serve at the risk of their lives for people we don't even know. We're here today because generations of Americans have bet their lives and their families' future on the promise of a more perfect union. The oath I took 10 times over 35 years of service in uniform and as a civilian means to every person who ever took it in good faith, and I'm going to quote the former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Mark Milley, we don't take an oath to a king or a queen or to a tyrant or dictator. We don't take an oath to a wannabe dictator. We don't take an oath to an individual. We take an oath to the Constitution. And we take an oath to the idea that is America, and we're willing to die to protect it. To put it simply, no kings. We demand justice for our transgender service members. We demand justice and civil rights for every transgender American. We demand justice and democracy for every single American. No kings. Thank you.
And now, please welcome to the stage, Nene Taylor, Executive Director of Harriet's Wildest Dream, and Kaya Chatterjee, Executive Director of Free DC.
Knockback and smite.
I hear y'all say welcome to DC. I'm Nene Taylor. I'm the co-founder and executive director of Harriet's Wildest Dreams, named after our ancestor Harriet Tubman. I am also the co-founder of Free DC. I was born and raised right here in Southeast Washington, D.C. As many of you know, we are in a state of grief for the loss of our freedom fighter, Assata Shakur.
We honor her life, her courage, and her teaching. She told us that we need a revolution of the mind and a revolution of the heart. These words still lead me because this work begins in how we show up for one another, how we care for one another, and how we show up for one another. Washington, D.C. is a black home. We come here to Washington, D.C. That is what you came here to Washington, D.C. That's what you're stepping into. A home built by black hands, held together by black love, guarded by generations who refuse to leave. The people of D.C. have been teaching, protecting, and fighting for this city long before most of you start paying attention.
Say it wrong.
Living and breathing the consequences of racist policies,
Yep.
displacement, and over-policing since post-Civil War. We have been demanding and calling for D.C. to become a state. We need D.C. statehood now. D.C. statehood now. D.C. statehood now. On Monday, our Freedom Watchers were up at the D.C. courts until the cell block closed 2 o'clock in the morning. They were watching hearing after hearing after hearing of our neighbors being kidnapped over the weekend. We also have 300,000 black women who have been fired in the last few months. Most of those are federal workers right here in the district. And we just listened to lawyers argue at the Supreme Court that fixing the system to make it fair for black people somehow harms white people.
Some bullshit.
This is what we up against. This is what we are up against. Black people freedom is being threatened by a felon democracy and have been punched by white fragile supremacy. Here in D.C., we have been organizing, protecting, and building long before cameras arrived. If you want to help, listen to those who have been doing this work before Trump became in office, before all of this came to play. Listen to the ones that's been on the ground ever since 400 years ago. I see all of you right here, and y'all see me. All of the applauses, and yet, when you all call to meet, when I call you to meet impacted black people, where will you be? Ask yourself, where will you be? Will our movements need funding? Where will you be? When you are invited to teach, to share your skills, to support, strategize, and to defend black people in public, where will you be? Solidarity is measured by what you do when you are called forward. Community is responsibility, structure, and work. It's both the noun and the verb. It's the people and it's the people emotion. It is
Hi,
how
Dragon.
we build safety for each other. It's how we keep us safe. Who keep us safe? We keep us safe. Who keep us safe? We keep us safe. Black people have been carrying the moral weight of this world for generations. We have stood in the gap for every fight against oppression, from Palestine to right here in D.C., because we believe everyone deserves to be free. We are not free until
DRX
all of us are
RL
free.
says, "Hello, Mage. Been a while."
It has been. I've had a lot of stuff going on.
Once again, weapons of mass destruction and weapons of mass love. She said it's not enough to change the system. We must change ourselves. That kind of change requires that we hold the line for one another. Protest black people in public and in private. I see you. I see your
DRX
faces,
RL says,
just like you
"Same
see
here.
mine.
Non-positive here though."
Will you tomorrow? Will I see you tomorrow? Will I
Pretty
see you
much what's
next
up
month?
here.
When more of our
Probably
rights are
not
being
as
stripped, and
negative
when more of our black
as for
bodies
you,
are put in cages.
but
Don't
yeah.
watch in the shadows. I charge you.
Couple of positives, but not most of it.
I charge you to fight, and we we will not end with because the day won't end with this stage when the stage come down and the cameras leave and you return home. The fight for our collective liberation is not contained to this presidio of the media attention today. So again, ask yourself, where will you be? My charge is you don't comply.
DRX Gone RL says, my heart problems are back, and as it appears, it's coming from my mind.
And I want you to help
Oh,
us
lovely.
to free the land, to free the people, and free us
That's
all, and
not
free
good.
DC. Free DC. Free DC.
It also means you gotta do what you can to get your stress levels down as much as possible. Oh shit, I'm gonna die.
Thank you so much, Nene. I am with Nene, one of the co-founders of Free DC and the executive director of Free DC, and we are the movement to protect DC home rule and win lasting dignity for the 700,000
DRX
people
Gone
of
RL
DC.
says, panic attacks and depression are so strong that they can control my body and shut it down.
Yes, yes they are. A lot of people don't realize that that can happen.
So DC needs to be free because what we are
had to
doing
deal with
here
it.
today, right now, would not be possible otherwise. This president wants to silence dissent. He wants to silence protest. He wants to do that everywhere, and we saw him try to do that this week. President Trump and his allies lied about this very event that we are attending right now. He tried to get us all to stay away from here.
Yeah.
But did we do that? Our right to protest is important
I need
everywhere.
more coffee.
Really it is. But there is nowhere that it is more important than here in the capital
I
of
don't
the
take you
country.
guys with me though.
We know what authoritarian rulers do. Authoritarians
DRX Gone RL says, I went unconscious when I was at the dock actually.
Oh. Well, at least you were at the dock so that way the dock could see it. It's a lot better than trying to explain it.
Because controlling a capital is a way to control
Alright,
a nation.
I will be unable to hear in a moment.
To prevent the transfer of power. This president is no different from those authoritarians, and we saw that on January 6th, right? We saw that. And this president started attacking DC again the day he took office again. Today, we are in our third month of military occupation by armed forces from multiple other states in DC. There are gangs of federal agents who are attacking our communities. And we've heard from so many people today that they've attacked our unhoused neighbors. They've attacked our immigrant neighbors. They've attacked black and brown neighbors. They've attacked our cultural institutions. They've attacked thousands of people who serve as federal workers. They've tried to take over our local police department. They put
DRX Gone RL says, I will be back later, gonna do some stuff.
Prosecutions. And on top of that, their allies in Congress are trying to pass dozens of bills, more than 24 budget riders that take away basic rights from the people who live in the capital of this country. This president is trying to instill fear among the people here. Exactly. We won't let him. We know better than that. We know better than that. We know what to do, right? We know what to do. The people of DC are joyful. If you could see what I see right now, you would see
DRX Gone RL says, shopping before the store closes takes a bit, now that I don't have a car.
The people of DC are powerful. We are going to use that power. We have what it takes here in DC, not just to resist this tyrant, but to actually take him out of power and win. And I want to say, I'm not just talking about voting. I'm not just talking about attending rallies. I'm talking about organizing now like our lives depend on it. When we act collectively...
Alright, I can hear again.
If you could see the number of people here, plus think of all the people in all the other cities. When we act collectively, we have so much more power than we realize.
Very much so.
Way more power Listen, talk to your coworkers about collective action. We have power as consumers.
Oh, yeah.
We choose to either fuel the companies that are profiting off of our oppression, or we can starve those companies. We have
A little bit of
power
work, I'd
as
like to offer another
jurors.
option
We
that
have
actually
seen
lifts
that
everybody
these
up.
indictments they are trying to get, they are failing, right? Our people understand the assignment. We see that this administration's charges are unjust. We have power as taxpayers. We are all right now collectively funding this regime, and we have the power to slow that down, right?
Geek, you guys with me when we go for my smoke break?
Here in DC, what's it say? That's right. And we have power as community members. We can engage in our sacred duty to protect one another, to support one another in solidarity, and to reject this cruelty agenda that we're seeing unfold. And if those are things that you want to be a part of and you aren't already, come find the Free DC action tents. They're over to the right. I know it's like so crowded you can't even see where I'm waving here. But they're in John Marshall Park over to the right. And you can join the effort and the power it takes to win. We're also at freedcproject.org. What we have seen over the last 10 months is that every single time they attack us, if we respond, we grow stronger. Every time they attack us, we grow more united, we grow our people, and we grow our resolve, and we learn what it takes to take them down. We're building unity, we're building power, and we
Stream Elements says, find me in other places: Discord, Twitter, YouTube, Steam, Xbox, and PlayStation. Old Mage Guy on TikTok as Mage.
Yes, we will be admitted as the 51st state of the United States of America. It is not going to be Canada. It's not going to be Greenland. It's going to be DC. And our entire national democracy will always be at risk until that happens, until we actually protect the capital of this country. And that means that everyone across this country needs a free DC. From Ward 1 to Ward 8. From Los Angeles to Chicago, from Memphis to Portland, we are more united now than we have ever been. We are united against deploying the military against our people. We are united against attacks on our democracy, and we are united against this agenda of cruelty that we are seeing unfold before our eyes. Together, we, the people here today, and all our friends we organize, we're going to bring it to an end. Free DC! Free DC! Free DC! Free DC! Free DC!
Washington, D.C., please welcome to the stage Leah Greenberg and Ezra Levin, co-founders of Indivisible.
Hi, everyone. It's great to be here with you today. I'm Leah.
Hey, I'm Leah's husband.
And we are the co-founders of Indivisible. We support a movement of thousands of local indivisible groups organizing in every state of the country. These are regular people who understand that saving our democracy is too important to be left to the politicians, and it's going to take all of us. Now, I've got a question for you. How many kings do we have in America?
None.
That's right. We are in the middle of a sprint by Donald Trump, Stephen Miller, their MAGA cronies, to consolidate power and bully American society into submission.
Yep.
They've come for corporations and billionaires, for law firms and universities, for media and civil society. They are ripping families apart, and they are shredding our Constitution while they line their pockets in the biggest heist of all time.
Yeah.
And the way they do it is they go on the attack. They make demands. They claim powers they don't have. They bully and they threaten to retaliate, and they see if anyone will push back. And if nobody pushes back, they win. And then they go on to the next attack.
Someone's always pushed back, though.
They can to convince us that they are all powerful, that they are inevitable, that they will win. And I need you to hear me. It's a lie. It's always been a lie. And the greatest danger we face is not
Yeah, Boo's right.
They have spent the last
Fox
week on the
Entertainment.
attack against No Kings, smearing all of us
Yep.
as anti-American. They tried to scare us out of gathering here today. And I've got a question for you. Are we afraid? Did they scare us off? Are we gonna back down now?
Nope.
That's right, because what we are doing here today is as American as apple pie. We are standing up for our rights. We are standing up for our neighbors. We are here because we understand.
She's right.
We are here because we understand that when a tyrant threatens your right to free speech, you call his bluff and you stand up. In every action and every day, we defy the regime. So I've got something to say to Mike Johnson, Speaker Mike Johnson, who spent all week smearing regular Americans. There are nearly a dozen No Kings protests happening across your district today. And since you've not been doing your job for over a month now, I bet you've got time to stop by.
Leah Greenberg, everybody. My God. Look, Leah is my spouse. She's my partner. She's the co-executive director of Indivisible. She's the real strategic brains behind Indivisible. We are indebted to her for her strategic vision. I'm biased, but I think we all agree. Look, I'm just here to tell a story. And I think it's important for us to tell the story of these First Amendment rights that Leah is talking about. And this story I want to tell is about the first No Kings Day. Who here was at the first No Kings Day? Whoa. No, I don't think y'all were there. This was a quarter of a millennia ago. This was 250 years ago, 1775. They called it the Continental Congress. They didn't have the branding we did. But it was the first No Kings Day protest. What they did, they brought themselves together in opposition to this would-be monarchical ruler who was steamrolling the American public. He was occupying and invading American cities. He was terrorizing American communities. He was picking out his favorites and persecuting his political enemies. He didn't believe in democracy at all. Can you imagine? Can you imagine such a ruler over America? It was bleak. It was bleak. So what did our fellow Americans do? They put together a No Kings rally to give us a constitution. That's what they did. That's our history. Whose history? Whose history? Whose history? Look, this is a big experiment in self-government, a government of, by, and for the people. Nobody here is under the illusion that this was a perfect union. That's not what we created. This was a compromise of rich men, of white men, of slave-holding men. But this imperfect union that they put together, it also gave us some fundamental rights to make it more perfect. Who has been using those rights? The abolitionists, the suffragists, the heroes of the civil rights movement, the leaders at Stonewall, the leaders in the Dreamer movement, and all of us here. All of us here. Whose rights? Our rights. Whose rights? Ben Franklin, that lovely Benny, what did he say? Benny told us all, when asked what they had created, he said, a republic if you can keep it. Who's going to keep this? Who's keeping this republic? That's right. We love this country enough to demand more of it. You know who doesn't want us to make any demands? This regime. The tech fascists, the billionaire backers, they want us lazy and pliant and docile. They want us alone and afraid and powerless. Are we powerless? Are we alone? Damn right we're not. As I stand here today, Elon Musk, remember that guy? He's out of the White House. Jimmy Kimmel, back on air. And for the last week, this regime has been quaking in its jackboots at the thought of 200,000 people in D.C. outside the Capitol where Mike Johnson isn't working and hasn't been for the last month. You know what it turns out? It turns out that we're braver than the billionaires. Who's braver than the billionaires? Who's braver than the billionaires? This is my favorite part, folks. I get to name some names. Jeff Bezos, who took a respected pro-democracy institution that had the slogan of democracy dies in the darkness, and he turned the slogan into corruption, capitulation, cowardice, shame. Mark Benioff, y'all see this guy in the news, the head of Salesforce, who is welcoming troops into San Francisco? This guy who is begging to give artificial intelligence to ICE to triple their size? Shame. Daniel Ek, y'all don't know who Daniel Ek is, do you? The CEO of Spotify, which right now is robbing from musicians and running ads to recruit for a secret police force that terrorizes our communities. Mark Zuckerberg, end of story. Need I say more? But we're not just booing, y'all. We're not just booing, we're organizing. This is a movement of everyone in this country who is taking a side. We are taking a side. It is a time to choose that side. Are you on the side of the MAGA forces, of the Nazis, of the billionaires? Hell no. So I ask businesses, universities, churches, which side are you on? We're on the people's side. Which side? Look, nobody on this stage has told you there's no need to have fear. We see what this regime is doing. We see them rattling their sabers. We see them sending troops into communities. We see them zip-tying children and dragging them out of apartments. We see this. This movement, the 200,000 of us here, this movement is not a fearless movement. It's better than that. It's a brave movement. The other side wants to suppress dissent, chill free speech, and come after their opponents. We're not here because we're fearless. We're here because we're better than fear. We're braver than billionaires, and we're bigger than ever before. We're going to win this, y'all, because we believe, as all Americans believe, we don't do kings here. How many kings? How many kings? Now, we had a little bit of extra time in the program, and a guy in Vermont with some ideas about this wanted to come up. So let's have him out.
Alright, I am back on mic. Been having to run to the bathroom quite a bit. Hi, my girl. Yeah, makes sense. Alright, Dragon. I did get to read that.
Washington, D.C., are you ready? Here we go. Please welcome the senior senator from the great state of Vermont, the Honorable Bernie Sanders.
Thank you, Washington. Thank you, Indivisible. Thank you to the millions of Americans from our smallest towns to our largest cities in every state in our country who are gathering today at thousands of rallies. Mike Johnson, the Republican Speaker of the House, called these rallies Hate America events. Boy, does he have it wrong.
No joke.
Millions of Americans are coming out today not because they hate America. We're here because we love America. We're here because we're going to do everything we can to honor the sacrifices of millions of men and
And a major development, there are two people that survived Trump's latest attack on a vessel in the Caribbean. As we know, he has been attacking vessels, saying that they hold drug cartel members and that he is on a war with these cartels. And so he has been striking and killing the people on these boats. Well, two people survived this latest attack, and this is going to create a legal nightmare and may very well bring all of this to a head. My name is Dina Dahl with the Midas Touch Network. Let's break this down. Now, reporting about survivors in this latest attack came out while Trump was in a press conference with Zelensky. And the reporter was asking Trump and Marco Rubio, who was also present at the press conference, what is going to happen now with these people? Again, this is in international waters that the Navy struck and killed. In this case, it was a submarine. 2 people died. 2 other people were rescued by the Navy, and they are right now being held on a Navy warship while the White House evidently determines what to do with them. Take a listen at their answer.
On Venezuela, there are survivors from your latest boat strike. What happens to those survivors?
Well, I'll ask Marco to discuss that possibly.
Yeah, it's well known there's an ongoing narco-terrorist operation the United States has been conducting. As far as details of any recent strikes, we're not prepared here to announce all those details, but you'll get that information here very shortly.
And how are there survivors when these are meant to be lethal attacks?
Yeah, again, I mean, we're undertaking these operations against narco-terrorists.
It's called failing.
Let's be clear. And but as far as the details of any recent operations, when we are prepared to announce those, we will, as the president has consistently done. So you may get something on that later today.
Let me ask you, that was in a submarine, right? We attacked a submarine, and that was a drug-carrying submarine built specifically for the transportation of massive amounts of drugs. Just so you understand, this was not an innocent group of people.
Well, Marco Rubio has absolutely no answer there. Basically, nothing prepared because they have not prepared for this. And as it goes to Trump and his whole assumption that no innocent person owns a submarine. Well, in the United States, that's not actually the threshold. You have to have proof before you go around and kill people. Now, here's the situation. Now that they have survivors, they have to determine what to do with the people. They have a few options, none of them good, which is good for those of us who care about the rule of law and have been deeply disturbed about the fact that they continue to conduct strikes on the vessels in the Caribbean without any apparent evidence, or at least certainly not evidence they're sharing with the rest of us. Now, this was the 6th vessel that they struck. The other 5 were speedboats. This one was, in fact, a submarine. All of these, again, in international waters off the coast of Venezuela. As we know, Trump is trying to have regime change in Venezuela. He also admitted this week that the CIA has a covert operation going on in Venezuela to try to overturn Maduro. So this all seems to be connected to Venezuela because we saw him about 6 weeks ago authorize a large military presence to go down close to the shores of Venezuela. And he declared war on the cartels. The problem, however, is for one, Congress has the right to declare war, not the executive. And two, it is a very strange thing to say we are at war just because somebody is smuggling something, even if it's illegal, into the country. That is not something we have ever said we had to declare war against. We have crimes in criminal laws in this country, and smuggling drugs into this country is a criminal violation, not an act of war. So first, he is describing something that's an act of war that's never before been seen as an act of war. And secondly, he as executive cannot declare something as an act of war. We see a Senate bill being proposed in a bipartisan nature. We see Senator Tim Kaine, Adam Schiff, Rand Paul putting together a bill making it clear that Trump cannot declare war on the drug cartels without congressional approval. Most likely that will not pass, but it will require the Republicans to have a vote on it. And so for their constituents to take them to task on that vote. America First crowd used to be no war crowd. So that is important politically to make sure they are on it. And perhaps this new news may even give more momentum to that bill, because here's the situation. Right now, these two people are on the Navy ship in international waters. But will they keep them there forever? They have to do something now to these people, and they don't have a lot of good options because they didn't go into this in a lawful, legal way. They could either, one, release them to a third-party country and just wipe their hands of the people. Perhaps that is something that they will do or not do, but they would also have to really control what the people said once they got to the third party, et cetera, et cetera. So that is something that Trump probably does not like, the lack of control over what would happen to the people. Secondly, they could try to transfer them to Guantanamo Bay if they say they are in fact war detainees. But if they are war detainees, they have some rights under both domestic and international law. They have a right to be seen by the International Red Cross. We also know that lawyers can contest their detainment under habeas corpus. This happened under Bush when Al-Qaeda members were being detained at Guantanamo Bay. Habeas corpus is a general
If you live in an Oregon zip code and have 0 DUIs in the last 5 years,
litigation that says that basically your detainment is unconstitutional. It doesn't apply to a specific statute, doesn't apply to a criminal law. It just says you are detaining me in an unlawful manner. And we have seen this habeas corpus, of course, recently when we've been talking about immigration detainments. But in this case, they would be saying that the government cannot lawfully keep these two people because we are not at war. And this may finally get in front of the courts whether or not Trump can lawfully declare war on these war cartels. Again, because not only Congress has to do it, but also because it's very odd to say drug cartels are something to actually declare war against and not just apply our criminal laws against. So that could get us in front of the court, that issue of whether or not Trump can legally not only keep these two men, but declare war on the cartels. The third possibility is they could bring them into civil court. They could say that they are violating our criminal laws. This, of course, will have to mean that they have to present evidence. Did they actually have evidence that these vessels were carrying drugs or they were part of the drug cartels? They have certainly not shared any of that with the public, which you think they would have if they had it, but that is an option. Them going into the civil court and using the evidence that they have to try to convict them. That, though, would also require these two men being appointed counsel, because in the United States, we have a right to a public defense. And they would have to notify the person that they had a right to a defense before any interrogation if they wanted any confession to be used in a court of law. So this quagmire, this is why we saw Marco Rubio at a loss for words. This is why we saw Trump go to his usual "just trust me" answer, because they don't have any good solution. They don't have any good option for what to do with these two people that just survived that attack. Just because your neck and arms might be covered this fall doesn't mean you should pretend they don't exist. Covered up doesn't mean forgotten. Your skin still needs love. That's exactly why GoPure created the Neck and Arm Cream Bundle, a powerhouse duo designed to visibly firm, smooth, and restore the look of sagging, creepy skin where it matters most. Super soft and just soaks into your skin. I even use it on my hands. Amazing. So GoPure isn't just about transforming the skin on your neck, though. They have a full line of science-backed skin and body care to tighten, lift, and smooth skin from head to toe. From powerful, targeted body creams to deeply hydrating retinol moisturizers, every product is packed with clean, effective ingredients that deliver real results without the harsh chemicals or hefty price. GoPure, our show. And this is not the only thing we're doing with a country in South America. Our taxpayer money is also now going to prop up Argentina and perhaps interfere with their elections. As we know, Bassinet authorized $20 billion infusion into Argentina, has now just increased that to $40 billion. This most likely helps benefit his rich friends. It also benefits the right-wing leader there that Trump and Elon Musk like so much, because the voters are very unhappy with him and the Argentinian currency was going down. Well, this infusion has helped increase their currency, and the election is just around the corner. Of course, this infusion has no transparency either. American taxpayers are paying $40 billion into a country and have no idea what they're getting back. They have no idea if there are any promises in return. Or is this just another big gamble? Scott Bassinet is evidently widely known for his big currency gambles before that he has done for his billionaire clients. Here he's treating America like his own client and playing with hard-earned taxpayer money, because the fact is the International Monetary Fund, which does go and help various countries around the world when their currencies go down, has had to pay out Argentina so much that Argentina payouts are 30% of all of the fund's payouts. This is not just a risky investment. It is historically a bad investment. Bassinet's use of the Exchange Stabilization Fund is unusual. Usually the United States helps any country out through the International Monetary Fund because it spreads risk around. Not only that, but the Exchange Stabilization Fund, although its purpose is to help the U.S. currency, is also sometimes used to help the U.S. economy. In 2008, it was used to help industries that were just decimated from the financial crisis. It was also used to help during the COVID crisis. The fact is, when Bassinet draws down almost all of the ESF in order to help Argentina, there's less there to help the United States if we need it in a time of a crisis, which seems to be looming around the corner between the tariff wars and all of the layoffs. And let's just talk about during this government shutdown, when people aren't getting paid, him giving our money to Argentina, and also around healthcare. New reports are showing because Obamacare premiums are basically renewed in November 1st, a lot of the pricing is coming online. And so we have the receipts for how much Americans' cost of healthcare is going to be going up. Kentucky evidently opened up its marketplace, and a typical 60-year-old couple making $85,000 is facing a $23,700 increase in premiums. Yes, that sounds like a fake number, but is not a fake number. This is the devastation of what will happen if Republicans are allowed to let the Obama tax credits expire. So during the time that money could be used to help Americans pay for their health care, instead it's being sent to Argentina in this gamble risk that Bassett and Trump are trying to do. Between that and the legal quagmire he's getting us into with these strikes in the Caribbean, Trump is showing us that he just doesn't care about Americans, the rule of law, or how we will survive the economic fallout of what he is creating. My name is Dina Dahl. This is the Midas Touch Network, and this is also the Mistrial Podcast. If you haven't yet, follow us on Spotify or wherever else you listen to the podcast, and be sure to free subscribe here if you haven't already.
Love this video? Support independent media and unlock exclusive content, ad-free videos, and custom emojis by becoming a paid member of our YouTube channel today. You can also gift memberships to others. Let's keep growing together.
What if you can create your own website by saying, "This is what I want"? With Wix, you can. First up, let's talk about AI color themes. You can get any combos you want, bold and bright, minimalist and sleek, or something you didn't even think of. Just describe the vibe you want, or even use the colors of your logo, and let AI do its thing. Beautiful. Next up is the AI section creator. This is great for those website essentials, like a contact section or a place to subscribe. Now, I'm running a sale, so I punch in some details, and just like that, I have a promo section. Functional and beautiful. I love it. Now, for the AI text creator. I got some products that need description, so I type in some keywords, and there it is. I've got copy that lands. Now, let's see what the AI image creator can do. Sometimes you just want to spice up your visual game. Type your idea and watch it turn into a
damn commercials anyhow
in seconds. You can have some real fun with this. If you need to tweak something, just brush it over, write what
That right there was the No Kings protest taking place in Washington, D.C. right now. The protests are beginning to form and start in earnest across the United States right now. 2,600 events taking place. Let me show you what's going on in New York right now. Let's show you Times Square. Let's play this clip right here. Next, I want to show you another clip from Washington, D.C. You'll see right here some of the protesters getting very creative. You'll see Donald Trump with a kava bag of the $50,000 that Tom Homan took as a bribe. Here, play this clip.
Money, yeah, I don't need more of that.
Here you go.
There you go.
There you go. Come on, Donald, take it. Take it. Take it, Donald. Take it.
The feed bag, Donald.
Take it, Donald. It's for you.
Some more great protester creativity right here. See them dressing up in prison outfits as Kristi Noem, Donald Trump, J.D. Vance, and Stephen Miller. War criminals, of course.
Right.
Here, play this clip.
I know.
Now let me bring you into what's going on in North Carolina right now. Let's play this clip.
Saturday, today. But again, this is a live look back here at home. A live look at First
You
Ward Park.
finished it already?
Speakers, several speakers.
I
And
know
we,
the feeling though.
and
That's
after the
Sam
speeches
Sugar
wrapped
really
up,
good
we
right now.
actually, there was a song as folks got ready to hit the streets to march. Any moment now, we are expecting folks to
to march.
I'm not going to support you getting in
there
trouble because I don't know
through,
exactly what that entails.
uptown.
And again, we're going to be covering all of the protests across the country. Of course, we have the live stream set up here on the Midas Touch Network. Donald Trump's absolutely terrified
Mom's other
of
half
these
of the
No
sandwich.
Kings protests. As the Midas Touch Network broke the exclusive earlier this week, and then everyone was like, "Oh, you're being sensational and you're rage baiting." It has
No, it
indeed
might
been
be good for her to
confirmed
have
that
for
the Trump
lunch.
regime is shooting missiles over the I-5 highway in California. The California Highway Patrol had to shut down the highway because live munitions, howitzers, are being shot in the direction of Camp Pendleton. I mean, our reporting and our sourcing couldn't have been more accurate this weekend when we said that Navy ships off the coast of San Diego in the Pacific Ocean would be shooting live ammunitions over the highway, and it would force a highway closure, we said, because it's very dangerous to be driving when missiles are being shot over your head. And so a major section of the I-5, like 70 miles or so, is going to have to be shut down for 4 to 5 hours. It's a commuter disaster. We said this was going to happen, and then there were so many people out there, who were like, what a rage bait title. And I've said to people before, I said, I wish it was rage bait. I wish it was rage bait when we warned you that Donald Trump was going to send the military to invade cities. I wish it was rage bait a few years back when we said that Roe v. Wade was going to be overturned. I wish it was rage bait when we said that Project 2025 was real and it was going to dismantle the government.
Agreed, Ben.
I said, I wish it was rage bait when Donald Trump said he was going to do these things, mass deportation, send ICE agents to disappear people to concentration camps.
I wish it was rage bait when I was saying all that
and
shit
it wasn't
too.
true, but we've been following the facts. We've been meticulously sourcing, and we've been warning and saying what is going to happen all of the time. And it's important, especially with No Kings protest today, that we go out there and make our voices heard. And we have to be very clear and always speak with moral clarity about what's happening, because there is fascism in the United States. There is a dictatorship in the United States. We weren't rage baiting when we were reporting what was going to be happening in California with Trump shooting missiles. I was telling you the facts with the sourcing. It's true. Here's what we know about that today, just to give you a little more data. White House will be firing, this is from the governor's website. White House will be firing explosive artillery over major roadways in Southern California. The I-5 will be temporarily shut down on Saturday due to life safety risks. The president is putting his ego over responsibility with his disregard for public safety. Firing live rounds over a busy highway isn't just wrong, it's dangerous. Using our military to intimidate people you disagree with isn't strength, it's reckless, it's disrespectful, and it's beneath the office he holds. Law and order, this is chaos and confusion. And it was Governor Newsom's statement. He goes on to say, we're proud to honor our military, we're proud to...
And yes, it does say that 100%. I read it over myself.
Honor their sacrifice. This is not how you go about, as the United States government, doing that by firing missiles into a state. Let's be very clear about that. Meanwhile, you have Donald Trump sending bizarre emails early this morning, like this one right here. The subject line, this isn't like you. Ben, I know you usually respond right away. That's why I was surprised to see to not see your October MAGA survey yet. Maybe you overlooked question number 2. Question number 2 is the only required question because it's critical. So if you're low on time, can you at least answer question number 2 when you click the link? Guess what it asks you for?
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44.
Money. Yes.
Now, I can't say too much. The Democrats are doing that same damn thing. That's not, that little bit right there is not a one-sided thing. That's how campaigning is done for generating grass funds, roots, and all that shit. That's how that works. So, Trump is no different by doing so. To point it out as different is not right. That is one thing that, once again, as I've said before, I will hold to facts. That was being not factual by omitting facts.
You to give Donald Trump money Again, the New York Times confirming that the military plans to fire artillery over California today during No Kings, as we said that they were going to do. It's the M777 howitzers being fired from Red Beach east over Interstate 5. They've already been firing them Friday night over vehicular traffic, and they're going to be doing that more today. Yeah, 155 millimeter artillery shells over the Southern California
That
I-5
is not a missile.
freeway right now. And they say it's to celebrate the 250th anniversary.
An artillery shell is not a missile. It's an artillery shell. Mm-hmm. Yeah. A missile. Yeah. From the sounds of things, it didn't missile anybody's toe. I don't know. Considering it's an artillery round? Because if it missiled your toe, well, how you doing, Casper?
Stream Elements says, find me in other places: Discord, Twitter, YouTube, Steam, Xbox, and PlayStation. Old Mage Guy on TikTok as Mage.
So, as I've said before, I don't like to promote lies on my channel. So, yeah, I called that out intentionally. That's fundraising in politics. I get emails from Democrats, not just the Democrat group, but different Democrats that are running. Yeah, each time you gotta throw some money in. That's not gonna get that's how you get the people with means having say, not the people. So let's continue on.
Anniversary of the Marines. Today's not the anniversary of the Marines, okay? It's November 10th. They picked today because of No Kings. Let's not be stupid. Let's exercise moral clarity and common sense and call out what the hell is happening, okay? And by the way, there was, I want to call them out here briefly too, Snoops or Snopes or whatever that website is, because they were like, but the Trump administration said that they're not going to do this. I don't know if the Midas Touch reporting was accurate. We may need to fact check. Okay, well, you were wrong. Because why do you keep...
Oh, might help.
Keep buying what the Trump administration says about everything.
All right. Yeah. Some people don't know how to take a joke. Or a statement, for that matter. The unfiltered's the part that can get you in trouble. Not so much the different part. That's a choice. It's like, I'm not saying it's a bad choice, but it's a choice. That old unfiltered bit's also a good reason why a lot of people like him. And that's why it's like, it's not a bad choice.
They lie about everything. They lie about every single thing. And maybe you want to focus those fact checks, like when Donald Trump says he's reducing prescription drug prices by 1,600%, which is a fake number, or that he's brought in $17 trillion and $20 trillion. It seems that the right type of energy would go to the biggest Ponzi scheme economy in the history of the United States that's in the process of crashing right now, or the fascist takeover of the United States as Trump and all of these sycophants in his regime and his cabinet literally lie about everything. We're going to be doing a lot of reporting today also on additional information about Donald Trump's attempt to cover up his dark past connected with Jeffrey Epstein. I'm just going to quote Thomas Massie here from this weekend, Republican Thomas Massie, who is one of the only kind of courageous Republicans to go and push forward this discharge petition. Massie says, so first the British ambassador lost his job due to his connections with Epstein. Now Prince Andrew lost his titles. Prince Andrew has been kicked out of the royal family, losing all of his titles. So don't tell us there's nothing in the Epstein files. The truth is coming out and we will not give up. Repost this and tag Speaker Johnson if you want him to quit delaying the vote. Because they're not allowing Adelita Grijalva to be sworn in right now. The Congresswoman-elect from Arizona's 7th congressional district, because she'll be the 118th signature on the discharge petition. Let her be sworn in. Caroline Levitt right here talking about attacking Hakeem Jeffries. This is why we're out here peacefully protesting, because you've got vile people in the regime like this, and you can tell how scared they are. Here, play this clip of Caroline. Let's play it.
So Hakeem Jeffries should stop calling me names. He should stop trying to fight my boss, President Trump, and he should go back to doing what he was elected to do, the business of the American people.
I haven't seen you in a minute. What's up, bro?
Encourage Senate Democrats to open the government. And I see Hakeem Jeffries saying House Republicans are out. They're not even here. Yeah, because they did their jobs. And they passed a clean continuing resolution at the behest of President Trump to keep the government open. And now Senate Democrats and Chuck Schumer are blocking that to fight Donald Trump. And it's despicable.
And here Caroline is again.
I sure would, Sean. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to do so. Look, Hakeem Jeffries is simply lashing out because he knows that I am telling the truth about the modern-day Democrat Party. What I said, and it is a fact, is that the Democrat Party caters more to pro-Hamas terrorists, illegal aliens, and violent criminals. And
shout out over here to
when you don't know what a fact is.
Gavin Newsom. Here's what he's got to say.
No kings. A declaration of independence against the tyranny, against lawlessness in the context that there was no rule of law. It was the rule of king. And I think increasingly people are waking up to the rule of law in this country, increasingly appearing to be the rule of Don. And I hope it's dawning on people how precious this moment is and what's at stake. And so I hope people put a stake in the ground, take the opportunity and time to participate this weekend, but again, do so peacefully with a deep realization of the consequences and what the founding fathers were all about.
And then finally, here's what Hakeem Jeffries says about Caroline Levitt. Let's play it.
It's a matter of deep concern. We've already seen a rise in political violence and hatred in America. And then you've got swastikas apparently appearing in the offices of Republican members of Congress. You've got young Republicans engaging in the most anti-Semitic and racist speech possible. Like, this is apparently who many of these people are. They are ripping the sheets off in plain view of the American people. Their words, their actions, revealing themselves in so many different ways. And then you got Caroline Levitt, who's sick. She's out of control. And I'm not sure whether she's just demented, ignorant, a stone-cold liar, or all of the above. But the notion that an official White House spokesperson would say that the Democratic Party consists of terrorists, violent criminals, and undocumented immigrants, this makes no
Well, that was interesting. Guessing I probably have an update. Get back to live until we can. No, bastard. Come on. Come on, Windows. Hurry up. We're all waiting on you. I think Dad's been a little disturbed by the report today. As a Trump supporter, it kind of does rock his world. Especially with the fact that he admits that I'm more intelligent than he is. And he feels like he's an idiot in comparison. It's like, one, you're not an idiot. Yeah, I may be smart as shit, but you're not an idiot. I've met a few idiots, and I could show you what they look like. You've just been brainwashed is all. Your basics are still there.
Facility. You may see there at the front right there as the car was trying to run over these peaceful protesters is Kat Abugazale. She's running for Congress in Illinois. She's been beat multiple times by ICE as she's been peacefully protesting. By my counting, it's at least 4 to 5 times where she's been brutally beaten by ICE. Here were just 3 of those instances that she talked about as played by Democracy Now! And now this impact. Here, play this clip.
This was, as I said, the 3rd time that ICE has done this to me. It's probably the most violent occasion of throwing me to the ground. But essentially, a car was about to run over a fellow protester. And so I went to check on that person. And that was all the justification an officer needed to pick me up and throw me to the ground, despite being half his size.
Just so you can see, again, she's been peacefully protesting. She's been just a strong voice for democracy. And take a look at what went down here as she got tossed to the floor by an ICE agent. Let's play it.
Yeah, so we are out here peacefully protesting. I and some others were sitting on the street on public property, and ICE officers came out. They picked us up, and as for me, they threw me on the ground. They had no identification. There was no detainment, which, you know, most people don't want to be detained, but it's even scarier to know that there's no process here. And they're in full tactical gear.
Now, on Friday, this was the latest where she was hit in the face by a baton from these ICE agents and injured. Here, play this clip.
Live res. Okay. Drafting. Empty ethics.
Pass.
just as a reminder, she's running for Congress in Illinois. And when she made the announcement, I loved her announcement. It was so great. Here, play this clip.
Donald Trump and Elon Musk are dismantling our country piece by piece. And so many Democrats seem content to just sit back and let them. So I say it's time to drop the excuses and grow a fucking spine. I'm Kat Abou-Ghazaleh, and I'm running for Congress in Illinois' 9th District.
Well, we have Kat Abou-Ghazaleh on my favorite show on the Midas Touch Network, the Alien Super Show. Then you can discuss what's going on there and so much more.
Good watch.
Take it away, aliens, and you're going to want to see this full interview right here. Let's play it.
Okay, what another fantastic week of news. We need someone who actually knows what's going on the ground and trying to make things better, Let's just get a little bit of hope going on here.
What about someone who is hopeful but also has as much encyclopedic knowledge of right-wing hosts as we do?
Someone who also knows the darkness of having to monitor hours of footage, especially Tucker Carlson.
Someone who's broken.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Someone who's now heeding the call for an even greater punishment, running for Congress.
Would such a person like that exist?
Calling Kat Abou-Ghazaleh.
Greetings, Glebe, Zotox, Spornak.
Welcome aboard.
I really appreciate you guys calling me. I don't know if you know this, but my brain is just a horrible melange of information about right-wing personalities and characters.
Okay, who's your favorite?
Is this favorite as I would get a drink with them?
No.
Okay, awesome. Because the answer is Happy Hour with Janine Pirro.
How's the race going?
I didn't know that y'all knew about that in outer space.
Oh yeah, we're very in the know.
We're really plugged in.
Yeah, you're really plugged into the 9th Congressional District of Illinois.
Evanston.
No, it's going great. We have 17 candidates right now.
Dang.
And I am polling second.
Nice.
I was the long shot candidate in March, and we are the progressive grassroots campaign of this race. We've raised over $1.5 million, and our average donation is still $32. And we have been using our resources to materially improve the lives of people.
What a crazy concept.
I just looked this up. I just had a hunch about this. The exact cost of a large deep dish pizza at Lou Malnati's, $32.
This is not a coincidence.
All right, Kat, let's ease into things by watching yourself on camera.
You said that J.B. Pritzker and Brandon Johnson need a history lesson. I'd like to give you one.
Gulp.
When masked men are deployed by an executive figure into our streets, when they are kidnapping people, entire families, naked, zip tying their hands and throwing them into U-Haul trucks, they're usually not the good guys.
No, because
the law requires that we are allowed to, that elected officials can inspect these facilities, but ICE hasn't let them do that. Why?
Yes.
Why not?
Yes,
If
they
they're
have.
following the law, no, they have not.
Yes, they have.
Yes, they have.
Yes, they have.
Yes, they have.
I know you are, but what am I?
Don't
He's
tell
Saigon.
me. You can say yes, they have, but it doesn't make you right.
Not even a pretense, by the way, of even being a journalist, just being like, no, that's not it. That's what I say.
The entire thing is him just being like, but no, that's not real. And I've learned since launching the campaign, especially men will just talk over you. Just keep talking.
What's happening? Know that things that we're being tear gassed, that people are being taken from their homes. ICE agents repelled from Black Hawk helicopters and arrested naked children in the middle of the night.
No, they didn't.
Zip
That's
tied
been
their
completely debunked.
That's
been completely debunked.
Literally has not.
No, it
I have
doesn't.
watched a little
It was
girl
proven
be detained.
truthful.
I watched the Mythbusters episode about this.
It's like that, and double dipping actually doesn't spread germs.
Chicago. I used to live there. I love the city. I met my wife there.
I love Chicago. I got my first blowjob in Chicago, so I know what I'm talking about when it comes to Chicago.
I have a friend from Chicago. They said I can call it a war-torn city.
Burning hellhole.
I watched a group of people praying, and then ICE shot them with pepper balls. They were literally praying on the sidewalk.
Because there was already a riot there.
No, and there has never been a riot. You can just say no. This is what I've experienced. So to the people watching right now, he can say whatever he wants. I have been there. Look, I live in Chicago. You don't. I can tell you when conservatives.
His face when I say he doesn't live in Chicago, he's like as if he's like, well, that's not true. I'm in D.C. right now. It's the same thing.
Politico has a story where somehow they got their hands on something like 28,000 messages in some group chat of, I think, 12 people that nobody's ever heard of, but
nobody's ever heard of.
Random people who have no affiliation to any party whatsoever.
This story is very close to him because he was the guy that was fired from Tucker Carlson. He was the writer.
Oh, that's the guy?
It's Blake Neff, who was posting racist shit under an anonymous username.
Wow, great recall.
The reality is that kids do stupid things, especially young boys. They tell edgy, offensive jokes. Like, that's what kids do.
Just boys being racist boys.
Look, sometimes little tiny boys, like men that are general counsel, make mistakes. You really gotta let them grow.
And I really don't want us to grow up in a country where a kid telling a stupid joke, telling a very offensive stupid joke, is cause to ruin their lives.
But we should make 15-year-old girls deliver full babies.
Yeah.
It's a consequence that you must live with for the rest of
I also like it because in this, they're like continually like, oh, wow, we would be so f***ed if someone saw this group chat. Like, you're fully aware what you're doing is wrong.
We're not doing this. We're not canceling kids because they do something stupid in a group chat.
I will cancel kids for saying I love Hitler when they're not children, they're adults. As your congressman, I promise that I will cancel full adults that say they love Hitler.
By the way, if they were left-wing kids telling stupid left-wing jokes, I would also not want their lives to be ruined.
You literally have at airports, you have people being detained for having a meme of your face.
Yes.
Like, that is what the left-wing jokes are. And you're like, no, 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 no.
For you on what's acceptable conduct in federal law enforcement, and when is it incumbent on Congress to step up and demand oversight?
To demand oversight on federal law enforcement? Well, I've not seen them cross the line yet. And
I have. Many times.
In fact, he hasn't even seen a line.
He loves edging.
Well, shooting unarmed clergy with pepper balls is actually part of their training.
Mike Johnson needs to be there to witness this, otherwise it didn't happen.
Most recently, the most threatening thing I've seen yet was the naked bicyclers in Portland who were protesting.
I did see that.
God, all these people are such f***ing losers.
I know.
They're such losers.
He makes a point to see that naked bike ride every.
I'm sorry. The most threatening thing you saw was the Portland naked bicycle ride? Man, if that was the most threatening thing you've seen recently, I'm sorry about your manhood. You seriously need to get out more.
Every night on his phone to unwind.
They have attacked, physically assaulted officers. People have been arrested. Okay.
Yes, people have been arrested. I watched as someone with a cane was arrested, and their cane was just left on the ground.
Well, it was a weapon.
That guy was arrested.
No.
Yeah, sorry. No, never mind.
That's been debunked. That's been wholly debunked.
These were implanted in my eyes by the vaccine. Joe Biden is operating this, just putting images of random unarmed people being arrested in my eyes.
Valiant, brave, patriotic Americans who step up to serve deserve our respect.
The few, the proud.
The masked.
The ones that took the $50,000 sign-on bonus.
How disillusioning is it to someone like you?
So wait, are they just blurring the entire screen of the naked bike ride?
Everything is naked. The sky is naked. The street is naked.
To see all of a sudden you're being vilified, not just vilified, but at this capacity, the capacity to call you Nazis because you're just implementing basic immigration law.
Rob, I've been doing this for 3 decades now.
I've been doing this Nazi shit for 3 decades.
You know, if you don't want to be called a Nazi, maybe you shouldn't dress like the one from Raiders.
Central casting.
It's not even the screenshot from the movie, it's the action figure. You could not find a screenshot of the Nazi from Indiana Jones.
They're all close-up shots. I needed the jacket.
That's insane. I love the idea of, like, I can't believe that they're saying we're like Nazis as we're just trying to advocate for racial purity in this country, tearing families apart, putting them in concentration camps.
What I'm seeing now is a rather small percentage of the American population that's resorting to extremism.
Oh, Greg Bovino, he was there. He was literally at our press conference, just on the roof with drones, and also there was a stationary gun. They just like keep escalating each week, which is really cool. But they had all these drones for a little photo op.
Oh yeah, they got to make their propaganda videos.
I love Chicago. Chicago can be a great city again, and very quickly.
You don't live here.
I met Leland Vitter's wife there.
I groped Leland's wife there.
But when you mentioned insurrection, I mean, you were the one that mentioned, one of you mentioned, insurrection.
You said it, not me.
You're the president now.
Stop volunteering this information.
You incepted it into my brain.
I need a suggestion from the audience.
ICE also faces a deadline to remove the fence surrounding the Broadview processing facility because it blocks a roadway and emergency vehicles.
Okay, here's the thing. Why have we moved to this idea that it is everyone else's responsibility to protect men with guns as civilians? These poor, weak ICE agents with all of their military gear, what will happen when we take down this fence? Like, the same thing that happened when the fence was up. None of them are going to get hurt. They're just going to hurt a lot of people.
And
Yeah.
There's plenty of video of them walking around downtown Chicago amongst people.
They're just hanging out.
They're just hanging out and realizing that they can't get laid. Not that that changes in Chicago. Like, they're just completely repulsive people.
They're in ICE 4 and a Chicago 4 still. It's the same.
The No Kings protest, Maria, really frustrating. I mean, this is part of Antifa, paid protesters. It begs the question, who's funding it?
Not the correct use of begs the question. Thank you so much.
How much are you getting paid, by the way, Kat, from Antifa?
Do they Venmo?
I should be getting paid a lot more.
Is it a bi-weekly check?
I actually have to pay dues, so it's more like a total year. Because I am broke, y'all. I am so broke. It's insane. And a lot of that is just Antifa dues, and then also rent.
Wait, is Soros the Antifa? Like, is it one check from Soros and one check
So he's
from...
like the head of the board, and so like the money comes through him. But
got it.
I think like,
But it's like he has a shell company.
right. And if anyone knows anything about leftists, progressives, they're really good at like super organized, militant.
Very business-minded.
They always pay freelancers on time.
Did you say you have to go, Kat?
I do have to go.
Okay.
It is 7:01 here.
Okay.
But could I plug my campaign?
Yeah, of course.
Tell us what's going on.
So yeah, I'm running for Congress in the 9th District of Illinois. If you want to support my campaign, the best way you can do that is donating at catforillinois.com. I'm a grassroots campaign, so no billionaire money, no corporate PAC money, no Republican-funded PAC money, including APAC, which is fundraising for one of my opponents and called me a dangerous detractor. So catforillinois.com, and if you want to volunteer for us, you can join our Discord server at discord.gg/catforillinois.
Now, Kat, question. Let's say I am a billionaire and I want to donate. Could I donate a small amount of money? Would you accept that?
No.
Okay, great. Good to know. It was hypothetical.
Well, thank you so much.
Thanks for joining us, Kat.
Thanks so much, y'all.
All right. Sadly, the monitoring must go on.
I encourage you to watch. We call it the Hate America rally that'll happen Saturday. Let's see who shows up for that. I bet you see pro-Hamas supporters. I bet you see Antifa types.
I love my Antifa types.
Not Antifa, because Antifa doesn't quite exist.
The greatest trick Antifa ever pulled.
I like big boys, itty-bitty boys, Antifa boys.
Marxism is on the rise. Hey, this is not your father's Democratic Party, everybody, okay?
Actually, it is, and that's the problem, is that the exact same people who people's fathers elected are still in office.
In fact, they are waiting for this No Kings protest. You know, no kings means no paychecks. No paychecks and no government.
No kings means no paychecks is like literally what the founding fathers were fighting against.
This crazy No Kings rally this weekend, which is going to be the farthest left, the hardest core, the most unhinged in the Democratic Party.
Sounds awesome.
Sick.
Saturday, the hardest core protests and people expressing their feelings.
Come on down, bring your side.
Too hot for TV.
You're gonna get rhythmic chants.
You know, no kings equal no paychecks. You know, no kings equal no paychecks.
Have I gone viral for my No Kings, No Paychecks line yet?
The White House border czar Tom Homan was recorded on an FBI surveillance tape accepting $50,000 in cash. Did he keep that money or give it back?
George, I'd like to use a lifeline.
George, you've covered the story ad nauseum. Tom Homan did not take a bribe.
You said he didn't take a bribe, but I'm not sure you answered the question. Are you saying that he did not accept the $50,000?
It's fungible.
Did he accept $50,000? I'm sure that in the course of Tom Homan's life, he has been paid more than $50,000 for services.
That was an awesome, purposeful misunderstanding.
Honestly, that is one of the best lines I've ever heard.
When you get down to it, isn't every single paycheck a bribe in some way?
What is a bribe if not giving someone money to do something?
I'm asking you, did he accept the $50,000 that was caught on the surveillance tape? Did he accept that $50,000 or not?
George, I don't know what you're talking about. Did he accept $50,000 for what?
George, I used a Men in Black memory eraser between this question and the last one.
Did he keep that money?
Accepting $50,000 for doing what, George? I'm not even sure I understand the question.
He's using the Lucille Bluth tactic. I don't understand the question, and I won't respond to it.
This isn't even a straw man argument. I don't know what this is.
What was caught on the tape, you're saying right now you don't know whether or not he kept that money.
I don't know what tape you're referring to, George. I saw media reports that...
George, I grew up in the...
What it is ego trying to avoid accountability. Fun little stuff.
In the digital age, I don't even know what tapes are.
Like Scotch tape, George? That doesn't make any sense to me, George.
You going down some weird left-wing rabbit hole where the facts clearly show that Tom Homan didn't engage in any criminal wrongdoing.
It's not a weird left-wing rabbit hole. I didn't insinuate anything. I asked you whether Tom Homan accepted $50,000, as was heard on an audio tape recorded by the FBI in September 2024, and you did not answer the question. Thank you for your time this morning.
No, George, I said that I don't.
Up next, we'll be right back.
Yes, yes.
What do I do? I don't exist without you, George.
Where am I?
No.
George, it's very cold and dark here.
Do I look over the hill, George? Are we going to live off the fat of the land, George?
Things are lining up. I mean, think about the fact that this book came out on Charlie Kirk's birthday, on the same day as we have peace in the Middle East.
Those are three things you could not find a similarity among.
The planets are aligned.
Yeah, it's like when Mercury is aligned with my bagel and a person walking across the street.
You couldn't have scripted this. You could not, the wildest author could not have scripted.
I mean, we did, but...
You could have written this, unlike my book, which I wrote and is available now.
My ghostwriter could not have written this.
And the trials and tribulations and twists and turns to get to where we are today.
It's a taut thriller.
And look how much better humanity and our world is. We're saving Christianity. We're saving God. We're saving
God.
Needs our help so bad. He's saying, Eric Trump, write a book and save me.
I know I have this whole omnipotent power thing, but rescue me.
It's a beautiful time, and he will go to heaven for all of that.
I have God's word on that after saving him.
And when I pulled God out of that raging river...
I said on one condition, God, my father goes to heaven.
God absolutely guided this journey in ways that... You know, you'll learn in Under Siege. I mean, it's a big part of
the greatest story ever told.
The foreword by God says it's an excellent read.
Forward by God, epilogue by Jesus. I don't even know if they're the same person. My agent told me they were different.
What's this?
Donald Trump is moving closer to either pardoning Ghislaine Maxwell or giving her a commutation and releasing her from prison, and he seems that he may be using the government shutdown as cover to engage in his most heinous acts, including potentially pardoning Ghislaine Maxwell or commuting her sentence. There have been a number of events just over the past week that raise major red flags here about what's really going on. You put it all together, and I think you can come to the same conclusion that I have. Let's just put all of this together. On Friday, Donald Trump pardoned George Santos, who was sentenced to 87 months in prison for wire fraud and aggravated theft. Just to remind you, Santos pled guilty to filing fraudulent FEC reports, embezzling funds from campaign donors, stealing identities, and then swiping people's credit cards or charging those credit cards without authorization and consent, obtaining unemployment benefits through fraud, and lying on reports to the U.S. House of Representatives. Donald Trump put out a social media post saying that as long as you support me and always vote Republican, you can get a pardon or a commutation, and that Santos will be released immediately. Why am I talking about George Santos? Because Donald Trump is trying to prime the public, prepare the public to get used to this flurry of pardons and commutations that are going to take place. As I put in a social media post, Santos is the appetizer, just getting ready for the ultimate pardon of Ghislaine Maxwell. I think in many ways the point of pardoning Santos, more than anything, in addition to just giving another FU to our justice system, is to start moving in the direction of that pardon of Ghislaine Maxwell. Let me remind you of some other events that went down this week. The yacht once owned by Ghislaine Maxwell's father caught fire and was largely destroyed in Washington, D.C. It was called the Lady Ghislaine, and this was owned by Robert Maxwell, who died on the boat in 1991. If you want to see the shady connections here as well, that boat was then subsequently purchased by Rupert Murdoch's ex-wife, Anna Murdoch Mann, and who the Murdochs owned that boat. The death, by the way, of Ghislaine Maxwell's father, Robert, in 1991 was under very suspicious circumstances. He was allegedly peeing naked off the side of the boat and then fell over, I guess was the official story. It was then determined that he engaged in a massive fraud and embezzlement scheme of his companies, quite literally stealing from his employees. He then, and the Maxwell name was then tainted in utter disgrace. That's when Ghislaine tried to reinvent herself with Jeffrey Epstein. And actually, Donald Trump, one of the first times he met Ghislaine was on that boat of Robert Maxwell. So the story and reporting is this yacht that was built in 1986 caught on fire mysteriously this week. The firefighters discovered an electrical fire in the upper deck, and this boat was docked in Washington, D.C., very suspiciously as well. Firefighters were dispatched and put out the fire on that boat named Lady Ghislaine. Also, what other data points did we learn this week? Well, not just in addition to Lady Ghislaine Maxwell, remember, she was moved from that Tallahassee maximum security prison because she was convicted of child sex trafficking, where she's supposed to rot in prison for 20 years for being one of the ringleaders of this massive sex child trafficking ring. She was moved to Camp Bryan, this minimum security facility in Texas. Donald Trump gave the sex trafficker an exemption from the Bureau of Prisons because she's not allowed to be in a minimum security facility in Camp Bryan for crimes that are usually more financial in nature or smaller crimes. She was moved there, as we all know. It's right by the Texas A&M University as well. But over the past week, we've seen that mysterious visitors have been going into Ghislaine Maxwell's prison to meet with Ghislaine, which then would cause the entire prison to go into lockdown mode.
Oh boy.
The inmates who thought they were going to a minimum security facility, they're complaining that she's getting preferential treatment within the minimum security facility. They're like, this is a minimum security facility. You've already moved in a child sex trafficker here. We don't want to bring our children around her. This is supposed to be a family-friendly minimum security facility. We work with students at Texas A&M and the criminal justice system for restorative justice programs. Why the hell are you bringing a convicted sex trafficker in the first place into this minimum security facility? Then beyond that, mysterious guests had Wall Street Journal first reported it. They would shut down the prison so she can have these secret meetings with secret people. Nobody knows who these secret people are that are meeting with her. She's obviously preparing for something right here. And another observer said that she's being treated like a guest in a 5-star hotel. They're treating her like some VIP in a VIP hotel, prison experts have been saying.
We have got to the point where literally anybody can build a fully working app without knowing how to code. This is Base 40.
Ever have one of those days where you're juggling 1,000 things, and by the time the sun goes down, the last thing you want is a hangover the next morning? BAS.
So who's she meeting with? Why is her yacht catching on fire? Remember, this follows the United States Supreme Court rejecting her final appeal to the Supreme Court on her case. So to me, the Trump regime is treating her like a VIP superstar. She's controlling what happens next because she obviously knows what Donald Trump was up to. She obviously knows about his dark past. They were close friends, as close as can be. She's on emails that Bloomberg discovered, 19,000 emails, where she talks about a very shady real estate transaction that Donald Trump, this was part of the falling out between Trump and Jeffrey Epstein in 2004, 2005. This healthcare executive guy in West Palm Beach was supposed to, in a foreclosure, set it up so that Epstein was going to buy the house for like 30 million, 35 million. Then Trump and the guy set it up so Trump bought it for $45 million. Then about 3 or 4 years later, Trump sold that same property for like $90 million to a Russian oligarch who then basically destroyed the home after buying it. There were some who suspected, I don't know, I'm just saying, I don't know. There were some who suspected, could it be a money laundering scheme? What the hell could have happened? No one ever got to the bottom of it. But there are emails between Ghislaine and Jeffrey Epstein that were discovered, which totally also shows that Ghislaine was lying when she met with the DOJ, Donald Trump's former criminal defense lawyer turned number 2 at the DOJ, Todd Blanche. She's like, I don't know much about it. You were talking about Trump like in 2007, 2008 emails about that real estate transaction. That real estate transaction pissed Jeffrey Epstein off because Epstein thought he was going to buy it for $35 million. And then Epstein started threatening Trump over that transaction. And then many people believe, or some people believe, was it then that Donald Trump basically became, was he an informant, or did he tip off the FBI and let them, or the local police authorities, to let them know what he knew about Epstein? Because he and Epstein hung out. He said he was a great guy. Epstein sex trafficked from Mar-a-Lago girls like Virginia Giuffre, and in like a bad way was Trump like then telling on Epstein to help himself because Epstein knew about the transaction over that real
Stream
estate
Elements
deal.
says,
In any
find
event,
me in other places,
a lot
Discord,
of developments
Twitter,
this week,
YouTube,
and may I
Steam,
remind you
Xbox,
that a few
and
weeks
PlayStation
back,
Old Mage Guy on
when
TikTok as
Donald
Mage.
Trump's press secretary, chief propagandist Caroline Leavitt, was asked about clemency for Ghislaine Maxwell, she didn't deny that this is what Donald Trump was thinking about. Here, play this clip.
Today, the Supreme Court declined to hear Ghislaine Maxwell's appeal. Will Trump rule out granting her clemency? Is that something the White House is considering?
It's not something I've heard discussed, and we don't comment on clemency requests that may or may not have been made, but I'm certainly not tracking that one at this point in time.
I would also like to remind you that we're in this government shutdown. One of the reasons is because Donald Trump does not want Congress to go back into session. He's ordered, MAGA Mike, do not speak to Democrats, yet alone negotiate with Democrats, because if Congress goes back into session, then Adelita Grijalva, the Congresswoman-elect from Arizona's 7th Congressional District, would be sworn in as a member of Congress. She would become the 218th signature on that discharge petition to release the Epstein files, all of it. Trump and MAGA Mike are terrified of it. So in addition to wanting to rip away your health care, 20 million Americans losing health care while Argentina is getting a $40 billion bailout, part of this also is Trump wanting to cover up the Epstein files and not ever swear in Adelita Grijalva. Watch what goes down here as Ro Khanna explains the real reason for this government shutdown. Play this clip.
Look, the speaker was asked this morning by a mother almost in tears, a Republican mother, saying the troops are not being paid. Can we at least get Congress in to pay the troops? And they don't want to have Congress in to pay the troops because they're afraid of swearing in Adelita Grijalva, because they're afraid of a vote on the Epstein files. It is just so rotten, and it really raises the question, what is there to hide?
And may I also remind you that when Donald Trump was asked in the past few weeks about, are you pardoning Ghislaine Maxwell after the Supreme Court rejected Ghislaine's appeal, Trump said he would look into it. Here, play this clip.
The Supreme Court is back, and they rejected today an appeal by Ghislaine Maxwell to overturn her conviction. That means her only chance of getting out of prison is a pardon from you. Is that something you're...
Who are we talking about?
Ghislaine Maxwell.
You know, I haven't heard the name in so long. I can say this, that I'd have to take a look at it. I would have to take a look. Did they reject that?
She wanted to appeal her conviction.
And what happened?
They said that they were not going to hear her appeal.
I see. Well, I'll take a look at it. I will speak to the DOJ. I wouldn't consider it or not consider it. I don't know anything about it. So, but I will speak to the DOJ.
Why would she be a candidate for clemency?
I don't know. I mean, I'd have to speak to the DOJ. I'll look at it. I have a lot of people have asked me for pardons. I call him Puff Daddy has asked me for a pardon.
But she was convicted of child sex trafficking.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to have to take a look at it. I have to ask DOJ. I didn't know they rejected it. I didn't know she was even asking for it, frankly.
So I think when you tie this all together, some shady stuff is
Smells like
taking place.
knives.
The destruction of the yacht, mysterious guests going in and meeting with Ghislaine, the pardon of George Santos right there, the government shutdown taking place, the discovery of new emails, right? As the walls are closing in, I think you see the plan developing, and I hope you see the way I've showed you all those data points, because to me it paints a very compelling picture. I'm giving you my opinion. Opinion. Come to your own opinion. But I think if you use the data, maybe you come to my opinion. Hit subscribe. Let's get to 6 million subscribers. Thank you so much for watching.
Love this video? Support independent media and unlock exclusive content, ad-free videos, and custom emojis by becoming a paid member of our YouTube channel today. You can also gift memberships to others. Let's keep growing together.
Proved that the Democrat Party's main constituency are made up of Hamas terrorists, illegal aliens, and violent criminals. That is who the Democrat Party is catering to, not the Trump administration and not the White House and not the Republican Party, who is standing up for law-abiding Americans, not just across the country, but around the world. And that's
Caroline Levitt. The Democrat Party, the smile, the twang, she's just so proud of her hate. She hates us. She hates Americans. She hates people who disagree with Trump. It's hate. And look, you and I both know it, okay? Let's not couch this. It's classic reflection. It's classic, no introspection whatsoever. They smile and giggle about hating our guts. They hate what we stand for. They hate that we're fighting for our freedom. They hate that we are allowed to use our voices. That's the key, that we are allowed to use our voices. And we're on the eve of No King's Day, which I'm excited about. I was an organizer for the last one here in St. Louis, where I live. We will be out there. My team and I will be out all over the region tomorrow, visiting some of the rallies, seeing some of my friends out there, hoping many turn out peacefully and patriotically. But look at this. Look, this is the Speaker of the House, one of the three most powerful people in America. This is what he thinks of peaceful protesters in America.
Now, tomorrow, the Democrat leaders are going to join for a big party out on the National Mall. They're going to descend on our Capitol for their much-anticipated so-called No Kings rally. We refer to it by its more accurate description, the Hate America rally, okay? And I'm not sure how anybody can refute that. If you think about what's going to happen here tomorrow, you're going to bring together the Marxists, the socialists, the Antifa advocates, the anarchists, and the pro-Hamas wing of the far-left Democrat Party. That is the modern Democratic Party. That's where they've gone. And the Hate America rally is the common theme among all those groups. Listen to the language they use themselves. Many of them don't like living in America. They hate capitalism. They hate our free enterprise system. They hate our principles. They hate the ideas that we come in to work every day to fight for, to preserve.
You were
in the greatest
so
nation
brain
in the history
dead.
of the world. They hate the idea of individual freedom and limited government. They hate the idea of the rule of law. They fight against it all the time. They hate.
Those are all fucking lies.
Yeah. Every last bit
They're
of it.
lies. We love this country. A lot of my veteran friends are going to be out there. We love America. Don't like you, Mike.
No
don't
shit.
like Donald Trump.
Yep.
We don't like what you stand for.
Yep.
Freedom of choice. These are people that have been obsessively hunting down anyone who dared criticize Charlie Kirk after his death, a private citizen. They got hundreds of people fired. People in the military were punished for saying a negative thing about a private citizen. That's not freedom of speech.
No, it's not.
That's hate.
Yes, it is.
Antifa, Marxist. That's not who's gathering. My God, we had the Sisters of Mercy. We got freaking nuns out there.
Yeah.
They know that. They're trying to frame it because they know they're in trouble. Look at their faces during that clip. Look at the hatred on their faces. They despise average Americans who dare criticize them. And all that comes in the same week that the stories came out about the group chat of the young Nazi group, young Republicans, who aren't young. He's a state senator in his 30s, 27 or 20. Those are same age as my kids, who are grown-ass adults and are responsible for their
about
actions.
my age.
And J.D. Vance tried to write it off. That's the same week we find out they're laughing about gas chambers and
Yeah.
killing people in their group text on Telegram. The same week, a staffer of a Republican congressman was seen with an American flag adjusted to have a swastika in the stripes that he proudly displayed in his cubicle in the United States Capitol complex. The same week, they have the audacity to go on TV and smear us, who are going to outline our hopes for the country, or go out and protest the attacks on our economy, farmers losing their well-being, government shutdown, firing government employees for no reason than because Donald Trump thought their department was a Democrat department. That's not freedom, folks. Their
No, it's
version of
not.
freedom is that we shut up and take their shit every day.
Yep.
I'm glad to see Democrats standing up. Shut the government down is a very extreme measure. But you know what? If we don't fight, we lose. And I'm not here to lose, folks. So,
None of us are.
here's Keem Jeffries standing up to him. I'm kind of happy to see it.
A matter of deep concern. Like, we've already seen a rise in political violence and hatred in America.
Damn commercials. That'll do. Yeah.
And then you've got swastikas apparently appearing in the offices of Republican members of Congress. You've got young Republicans engaging in the most anti-Semitic and racist speech possible. Like, this is apparently who many of these people are. They are ripping the sheets off in plain view of the American people. Their words, their actions, revealing themselves in so many different ways. And then you got Caroline Leavitt, who's sick. She's out of control. And I'm not sure whether she's just demented, ignorant, a stone cold liar, or all of the above. But the notion that an official White House spokesperson would say that the Democratic Party consists of terrorists, violent criminals, and undocumented immigrants, this makes no sense.
No.
That this is what the American people are getting from the Trump administration in the middle of a shutdown. So their actions continue to speak for themselves, which is why they're on the wrong side of public sentiment.
Couldn't have framed it better myself. She is the official White House spokesman. That means she's the official spokesman for the United States government. And she's going on TV smearing us in the most vain, just vile ways. These are vile people. Look, I'd love to pretend that we can work with people like that.
Right.
But the only thing we can do, folks, is take action peacefully and patriotically. Support your local campaigns. Support folks who are running for office. Get out there. Invest in our future of our country. Get in the fight. Let's talk about what's happening right now. So, look, we got a supersized show. I'm going to say it again, I'm sure. I've got not one guest, but two guests. They're both incredible. Rohit Chopra, of course, is the former commissioner, the director of the Consumer Finance Protection Bureau. And, of course, my dear friend who I really have the most respect for, the junior senator from Delaware, Senator Lisa Blunt Rochester. This is a big show because it's a big time. And I hope you'll stay the whole time. I hope you'll share it. If you hit share real quick for me, you'll like. Tell your friends we're live. Tell your friends to watch the show. You know, we're live now here on Midas Touch, which means you guys see it live, but also it goes into the live category in the channel. So if you don't share it, let people know how great it is. We won't get to see it. So I really appreciate you guys being part of this. I'm very excited. I'm so excited for the show. So let's get on with the show. I'm Fred Wellman. This is On Democracy, right here on the Midas Touch Network every Friday night. Let's get busy. we're back. We're live. We're here. It's Friday night or Friday morning. Who knows? I'm drinking coffee. Man, I'm firing up today.
Well,
There's
Saturday,
so much good
but-
stuff going on. I told you already about the No Kings Day protest tomorrow. I'm so fired up. I'm going to be all over St. Louis, Missouri, St. Louis County, out to Franklin County. We're going to be doing that. But
I want to get back to that.
David Korn, welcome back to Mea Culpa. Great to see you, my friend. So much going on, so little time. Got a million questions for you, so I'm going to jump right into it. I want to start. Yeah, I want to start with the government shutdown. Now, look, we're in week 3 with federal workers beginning to miss their paychecks. Vital services are now frozen. In your view, who caves first? Would it be Schumer and my Democrats, or do you think it'll be Trump's MAGA bloc?
You know, right now I was just looking at some polling before we got on, and it seems that you know a majority disapproves of how Trump's handling this, how the Republicans are handling this,
right,
and how the Democrats are handling this.
Right.
There's, to the public at large, there's no one standout hero here. 39% said they think Trump's mainly responsible. 30% said the Democrats are mainly responsible. A third say they're both responsible. Right. So at this stage of the game, just a weekend or so, we don't see the public having a clear view that one side is responsible and should be held accountable. Thus, it seems to me, particularly for the Trump White House, there's less incentive for them to move quickly to do something here. This is the problem. The Democrats think they're negotiating with a hostage taker who actually wants to kill the hostage. He wants this terrorist who wants to blow up the building. Trump doesn't care if the government, doesn't do its job, if people can't get, if service people can't get paid, if you can't go to a national park, if you're going to have trouble getting food and safety inspectors. I mean, Russell Vogt, he has said, the head of the OMB, he's happy to use this occasion to slash jobs, or at least to diminish government even further than they have with the Doge cuts and the other layoffs that they've put in place over the last couple of months. So, the Democrats, they feel responsible. They want government to work. They want it to deliver services. They want to show the public that government is how we come together to do the things the nation needs to get done collectively. And so I'm sure they feel some responsibility to help people who are going to be hurt by the shutdown. Trump has no such feelings. And if he's not going to get a lot of political crap for the shutdown, it's like, no skin off his back. He goes out and he plays golf. He doesn't, keep Congress in session to work something out. He doesn't insist in continuing in negotiations with the Democrats. And so you have two scenarios here how this thing might end. And that is, you put it caving. Either the Democrats cave and give up pushing now for extending the insurance tax credits that will keep millions of people with insurance, or at least with affordable insurance payments. So they would have to give that up now, that demand, or you have the Republicans accepting a Democratic condition of that sort, or deciding they're going to pass a clean bill on their own, which they can do if they change the filibuster rules. So is Trump going to grant the Democrats, who he calls gnats and the party of Satan, anything? Do the Democrats think they can actually have a good faith negotiation with a wannabe autocrat who lies about everything and who calls them satanic? I mean, this is like the height of dysfunction. And I think in retrospect, the Democrats, I know they felt, loyalty to their base, which wanted to fight, may have backed themselves a little bit into a corner because they're not dealing with a good faith negotiating partner. And you know from business, Michael, you know this, right? You've negotiated contracts, you've worked with people on all sorts of contentious deals. If the other side, at the end of the day, doesn't want a deal and is willing even to be destructive to whatever the collective enterprise is, you're kind of screwed.
Yeah, well, Trump's line when it comes to real estate deals was always,
do you want to receive beautiful crystals every month without breaking the bank? I know what you're thinking. It must be too good to be true. What's the catch?
it's never the wrong thing to walk away from a deal. Meaning exactly what you're saying. He's willing to walk away from this deal simply to demonstrate that he could force Democrats to bend to his will. But the part that I'm most curious about, so you were reading polls. Basically, it's a third, and a third. That's the way I see it, plus or minus 3%. My question to you is, how could somebody come up with that analysis when the White House is controlled by Republicans, as is the Senate, as is the House of Representatives? This is a Republican-controlled government. This government shutdown is based from the Republican-controlled government.
Yep.
So how could there be technically 2/3 of our country who believe that it's either Democrats, and we know who those folks are, but then there's also a third of independents who, for whatever the reason might be, believe that both sides are responsible. And what do Democrats need to do to change that?
Because these independents have eaten some of the tainted cake that has been offered them. I have watched, I've listened, I've paid attention. And they fall into the same psychological woes as the MAGA. Excuse me. There is no both sides. I'm sorry, this is not a both sides issue. Are there Republicans that are on our side as far as being democratic? Fuck yes. And if you can't see that, then you are sitting there and ignoring an ally that we all very much need right now. Shame on you on that one. There are also independents that don't see it as a both sides thing. And to those people, I have to say, good job. To anyone who sees through the bullshit, good job. Sorry, I'm cleaning the cat box right now. And then I will have to go out for a smoke break, which I will not be able to take you guys with me for. The big bosses are here. So I gotta smoke at the rock. Yeah, my little girl's been telling me that I need to get her litter box taken care of. So I'm getting it done. Damn fleas. But yeah, there is psychology to it. Dr. Bandy Lee has a very good understanding of it for the part that is affecting us directly at the moment. My research can be found on Quora and drives back to the deeper root of the problem. I will eventually start getting that link set in descriptions and probably even my bio for Twitch. Because this psychology is what drives the way I think. And it has for a while. My framework just makes it to where everyone has the ability to use and understand it. It quite literally completes the last steps to make psychology a proper science. That is testable, repeatable, and learnable. And I personally use it pretty much every day, especially if I'm doing stuff online, say Twitter or Quora, which I do often. Can understand I'm some sort of fucking genius. Woohoo. It's not all rainbow and sunshines. Like most geniuses, I suffer from being poor as shit, not in the best health, or have the ability to get inventions off the ground. I've studied psychology and figured out where the gap was, figured out why the gap was. And now I'm trying to share that as well. I am one that is not in it for myself, but for everyone. I don't want fame or fortune. Though, this will come as side effects from my work. And I already will know it, which kind of sucks. But honestly, if you know how to fix what's wrong, shouldn't you do it? Don't you have some kind of responsibility? Oh. Woo! The ammonia is strong. Ugh. What? Yeah. I've been pretty busy for a while now, working on so many different fucking things. My psychology framework is now out and published, and I'm working on getting a couple of my inventions made. Most of which have gaming references in their names. Then again, kind of should be expected. I am a gamer, and streamer. Yeah. When you actually do realize how intelligent you are and actually flex your brain muscle. Damn it. Get on there. And it can be kind of interesting / scary where you can come up with. This is the first time I've actually had a rather positive set of ponders because it wasn't guided by depression. Actually, it was encouraged and met with a being of at least capabilities to keep up, which has been fucking nice. There it is. Yeah, come here, you. So, I've been here, there, and fucking everywhere. Working on getting that psychology thesis set out. Working on getting one of 3 proof projects done up, which I'm probably going to use Kickstarter to fund. Because I don't have the machines or the skills to do it myself. Not for lack of enjoyment for building, if that isn't obvious. Yeah, I couldn't find a village, so I built a village. I did find this nice floating plateau, though. Okay. Hide it. Alright, I'm going to start the video back up and I shall return.
Well, that tells you a lot, right? It tells you that a lot of those that third, that people in the middle, a lot of them are not engaged in the sense they're not reading the news or following the news. It's just not important to them. All they know is that there's a government shutdown. And it's always been my hunch in this stuff that a lot of Americans, they just don't like chaos. They just don't like a mess. They think that people in Washington should do their job, which means passing bills and running the government. And they don't get much beyond that in looking at who's doing what and why things are going amiss. And then you have, the problem that, Trump connects with his MAGA base and creates this, this strong bond, and they're not going to believe anything other than what he says. And then you have the Democrats who have a hard time really connecting with even their own people, let alone independents, how to get a message out. You have a very diverse, dispersed media environment, and so that third that you're talking about may not be engaged. They don't even hear what Hakeem Jeffries or Chuck Schumer has to say, even if they were making a strong, and a compelling argument. I mean, one of the polls I just looked at showed that, I think it was a CBS News poll, that only 28% of Democrats believe that the Democrats should shut down the government or not approve this deal unless there are provisions included that would extend the insurance healthcare tax credits. So that 28% of their own, only 28% of their own people see the logic or the reason in what they're doing here. That's a big problem. Now, the interesting thing also is if you ask people, should these healthcare credits, tax credits be extended, tremendous majorities among Democrats, independents, and even a majority amongst Republicans.
But of course it does, because it affects their pockets. Insurance, health coverage, and insurance doesn't play partisan
I know, but
politics.
here's the interesting thing: the Democrats are on the right side of these numbers in terms of the policy they're proposing, but they haven't been able to convince a majority of their own people, let alone independents, that that proposal is important and is worth, this fight with Trump. Or they haven't made that connection. And I think that's because they've just done a bad job since January, February.
You're seeing intrigue, the espionage, the alliances form, the power that just shifts around, and it's amazing to watch.
Simple actions can have massive effects.
You can cooperate with people, compete with them, make friendships, deceive them, betray them.
It's amazing to think that it's all just other players.
More players start coming. It just starts this complete cascade of actions, and you don't know what's going to happen.
It is a free-for-all. We'll get locked up and shot instantly. People start dying left, right, and centre. It's just something that you can't get anywhere else.
Stream Elements says, find me in other places: Discord, Twitter, YouTube, Steam, Xbox, and PlayStation. Old Mage Guy on TikTok as Mage.
Writing their own stories, and that is probably the simplest way I can describe it.
Things continue to change and evolve. It's awesome. I love it. Part of Eve.
To be polite about it, or generous about it, in setting up what's really happening in this country and going after Trump, not in individual things that Trump is doing, but showing that he's basically pushing forward the deconstruction of America. He's going after universities, the scientific community, the media, the law firms, your free speech rights, states' rights, cities' rights, all as part of his narcissistic power grab. And that this fight, and that includes, cutting off health insurance for millions of Americans. And if they made this part of the bigger war, the bigger battle, I think people might be more focused upon it. But right now, polling shows that they can't even convince their own people that shutting down the government or having this fight that leads to a shutdown, I'm not blaming them for the shutdown, is worth it. So it's a tremendous message problem on the Democratic side. And it's, they want to legislate, they want to act reasonably, and they're up against a guy who's, calls them satanic and then denigrates them and doesn't want to negotiate. And they haven't really figured out, what do we do with a person like that? How do you deal with a person like that? And that, I think, is the bigger problem here. And that needs solving before they can move ahead and win any legislative battles.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, look, let me be very clear. I've been very critical of three individuals on the Democratic side. First and foremost, Ken Martin, the new head of the DNC. Other than basically sending to me on a daily basis through my emails and text messages requests for money, I don't even know what the hell they're doing with, because I haven't seen a positive message come out of the DNC. And we have right on our side. There's 30 million Americans are going to get smashed on their, or 40 million on their health care.
Yeah.
That's one. Two, Schumer. Schumer needs to fucking go. As I hate to say it, does Hakeem Jeffries. Neither of them. They both have the right message. It's just they are the wrong messenger. When I listen to Chuck Schumer, all I keep thinking is this sort of cosplay, right, of this fake anger, this rage as he stands, and Hakeem Jeffries as well with their performative bullshit, and so on. We all see through it. He has the right talking points. They're just the wrong messenger. You need somebody who's going to fight Trump. You turn around and you make a great point. Trump denigrates Democrats at every step of the way. They're Nats, they're satanic, they're child pedophiles, they're sex traffickers, they're everything. Everything bad in the world exists in Trump's eyes to anyone who calls themselves a Democrat. And yet, somewhere along the line, we know the truth. Everybody should know the truth. But the messaging is so bad while they're talking slogans, bumper sticker slogans, or a slogan you could put on the top of a fucking hat. What are we doing? We're talking policy. People want simplicity, and they have lost that understanding of what the American people want. All three of them. And it's time. It's time you need to bring in other people.
It's all about narrative. I mean, human beings, there's a reason we watch a lot of movies and TV shows and read novels. People are drawn to stories. We organize our lives around stories about ourselves, stories about our place in the world.
This is
and we learn
scientific.
about the world through stories. You know, Trump has this instinctual ability to understand that, and he's manufactured stories about himself through celebrity, through The Apprentice and all that crap. And he understands that that's how you connect with people. A successful businessman knows what he's doing, can fix the economy, all that bullshit. People. How many infrastructure weeks did he propose? How many healthcare plans has he put out? None, really. So but he tells a story. The Democrats come out, and to your point, they go, "But wait a second. Have you read our policy papers? We have a 20-point plan to make housing more affordable for people." And the plan makes sense if you read it, and it's better than than what the Republicans are proposing. But people don't really absorb that anymore. They just don't get it. You have to be able to come out and be very symbolic in what you talk about, in a way that illuminates or supports or buttresses the overall story you're telling. Like, I've always thought that, the Democrats should come out and say, "America, do you like teeth? Do you want to keep your teeth?" Well, of course you do, but under us, we want to help you. We want to help people, and that means expanding Medicare to cover dental.
Yeah.
The Republicans don't want to do that. And so when you turn 40, 50, 60, and you start losing your teeth, or your parents are losing their teeth,
Fuck.
or your spouses, it's a damn expensive.
I'm going to be straight on this. For some of us, you don't even get to be 40. You start losing your teeth as soon as fucking 30. It depends on genetics and several other factors. Me, I don't have good genetics. That's good part of the reason why my teeth are so shot. And no, it's not pleasant.
Expensive to do anything about. It costs thousands and thousands of dollars, which a lot of you don't have. We want to deal with that.
Creators, take these 3 apps I built to run my business made with Base 44. They're ready for you.
Right.
Out. And the only reason this is not happening, you're looking at other countries, they cover this. Is because Republicans won't do this. And I think we need to have messaging like that.
Yeah, no,
very simple. They want to put corporations in control of your lives. They don't care about you. And Trump only cares about himself, power. And look what he can't even have a civil conversation about a negotiation. And I think they just need to, speaking of teeth, to kick him in the teeth, metaphorically speaking, of course. They don't advocate violence, again and again and again and again. And that's the overarching, superstructure that you then put your message in about shutdowns and policy.
By the way, that's a great message. That really is great. But it's funny because you said that he makes things up. Now he went before the Navy. He spoke about how he knew Osama bin Laden a year before the attack on the World Trade Center. Now, I was there during that time.
Yes, you were.
And I'll be very honest. I don't recall Trump ever discussing anybody the name of Osama bin Laden who was going to wreak havoc on American grounds. But you're not wrong when you say he has the most uncanny ability, maybe the greatest ever in the history of this planet, within which to make up stories and then to promote those stories and have more than half of America, and I really believe it, more than half of America acknowledge what he's saying and accept it as truth. I'll go one step further just to show you. So we're now coming to our 250th year of being the United States of America. 1776, now all the way to 2026, 250 years. And what's America going to do to commemorate this 250-year experiment called democracy? We're going to create a commemorative coin. Not a commemorative coin that shows the American bald eagle or the United States Constitution. No, fuck that. No. Minted with Trump's image on both sides of the commemorative coin. One is going to have Trump looking into eternity, very similar to the George Washington quarter, the Lincoln penny, whatever. This is Trump profile looking off into eternity. And the back of the coin, God forbid again, that it should be the bald eagle, it should be the Constitution, maybe the Statue of Liberty, maybe all three. I don't know. No. It's going to be Trump with his fist raised in the air, fight, fight, fight. Let me ask you a question. Was this commemorative coin to one man's ego say about where we are as a country?
Well, it says that we're being too accepting of his authoritarian impulses. You know, we see him putting his big visage of himself on the Department of Labor building on Pennsylvania Avenue. I mean, it's all vainglory. This is all about him. He doesn't care about policy details. He just wants power and attention. And it's, you know, if any other president tried to do this, I mean, we remember, you know, Glenn Beck in like the, you know, after Obama won, kept saying he wants to be emperor. You know, he has this gigantic ego. You know, he has to be in charge of everything. You know, it's like, and is he complaining about Donald Trump and his emperor fixation, his dictator fixation? I mean, I'm going to boast a little bit here. You just mentioned that, you know, Trump the other day said he predicted Osama bin Laden, you know, when he spoke to these naval guys. This is actually, I mean, I've covered a lot of Trump's
How
lies.
do you figure, bud?
I've always thought this was like the dumbest lie there is. And here's a piece I wrote December 2nd, 2015.
Oh, wow.
Okay. This is like, you know, when he was first in the race, saying, you know, he was citing a book that he wrote in 2000, saying, I predicted bin Laden in 2000. Well, you know what? I did something stupid. I went and got the actual book and looked at it. And it was not what he said. It was all about, you know, he mentioned bin Laden in passing, but it wasn't that he said that he was going to hit 9/11 or become this major enemy. And the book also wasn't written by Donald Trump. It was written by
the book, The America We Deserve?
Something like that. Yes.
Yeah,
it was.
I read it.
Yeah. It was called The America We Deserve, right?
Yeah.
And it was just that Trump, you know, in 2000, we hit bin Laden, then we hit Afghanistan, then we hit something else. And he said, we just need to make up our mind. We have too much military going in too many different directions. I'm not even sure that point made sense. But nevertheless, it was not identifying bin Laden as a terrorist threat that wasn't yet seen at that point in time. He just keeps repeating this shit. I mean, to me, I thought you were going to mention the Portland, you know, remark when he says, "Have you seen it? Have you seen it on TV? Portland is burning to the ground."
Hey, you're taking away my next series of questions that I want to ask you. We're talking about a commemorative coin. Hey, while I have the floor for a second here, aren't commemorative coins supposed to be generally about people who are deceased that have left some form of a legacy?
Yes.
Some
They are.
benefit to the country in whatever the area may be. I mean, think about like Ben Franklin, on the bill, or think about an Andrew Jackson, think about a George Washington or a Lincoln.
Well, look what he's doing also with his immigration card, the Trump card, putting his picture on that. I mean, this guy, for a supposed billionaire who got elected president, he is the most insecure people used to, looking at the tapes, the Watergate tapes, think that Nixon was an insecure person at the center. I mean, for Trump to just want to do this, put out a commemorative coin, put his picture up and gigantic posters all throughout Washington. It's really just always about him. He's a grifter. He's a con man. It's he wants adoration. He wants to play people for suckers, and it's it I mean we can play this game for hours, Michael. Called If Biden Had Done.
Oh.
Right? If Biden had put out a coin with himself on it, if Obama had done this, if Bill Clinton had done this, we know that the Republican Party, Fox News, would literally explode. Everybody
Explode! Oh my God! You would have one journalist after another ripping their hair out of their head. But it's not just the gigantic banner of him on the building. It's not just the commemorative coin. He wants his face now in Mount Rushmore. Let me go one step further. He has, as you said, the Trump Gold card, right, or soon to be the Platinum card if you want to buy it for $5 million. Allegedly, we've sold like $3 billion of those, but I'm curious where that money is. All right, let me be honest with you. There was a time I thought I could outsmart my waistline. Skip breakfast here, maybe eat half a bagel there, except, surprise, surprise, I'd wind up face deep in a pizza box by midnight. That, my friends, is not a plan. That is denial. Now, look, we've all set health goals. Lose weight, exercise more, eat better. But without a plan, they fade. And that's where Prolong comes in.
GFL 2 is a game that combines the strategic complexity of turn-based squad combat with rich character progression through its wide cast of units. Also known as...
Skip.
Prolong's 5-day fasting mimicking diet is the real thing. It's not injections. It's not misery. And he'll thank you. I'll go even further. He wants to now, there is a motion on the floor, if they ever come back to work, the House of Representatives, to change the name of the Pell Grant to the Trump Grant. And to those people who understand,
they're cutting back, right? They're cutting Pell Grants.
Yes, but they want to change the name to the Trump Grant. I mean, it goes on and on. It doesn't just stop. How about the changing of the name from the Kennedy Performing Arts Center to the Melania Trump Performing Arts Center? I mean, it is truly amazing to see something like this. And somewhere along the line, there's a whole group of people out there, people who I even know here from the Upper East Side of New York, guys who went Ivy League, doctors, lawyers, bankers, you name it, turning around saying, yeah, I don't see a problem with it. Really?
Yeah.
You don't see a problem with it? Because I do.
Yeah, well, I think I bet a majority do. But this is, the big issue here is, you can look at Trump's approval rating or disapproval rating. His approval ratings are very low. A lot of his policies going after the migrants the way he's doing it, that's underwater, right? Even on, his spending, the big, ugly, terrible bill is underwater. A lot of what he's done is not popular. He himself is not popular. But the question, and his attacks on universities and on law firms and his power grab, it's not.
And journalists and this one and that one.
And free media and free speech rights. So it's all unpopular. The question really is for us as a society is, what are you going to do about it? I mean, if people don't like it, but kind of still accept it or stay disengaged and don't pay attention enough to know how to push back, fight back, and that, and whether you like it or not, electorally, it means supporting Democrats, even if you are not a fan of the Democratic Party. If people aren't engaged enough to do something in response, attuned to their disapproval, then he's just going to keep getting away with this because we don't have a two-party system, right? He has turned the Republican Party into a cult, so there is no check on him other than a majority of Americans coming together and imposing a check. If they don't do that institutionally, and the courts also are bending a lot to him, we'll see on some other front, maybe not on every front, but they're bending in a lot of ways. He will push this as far as he can go. Look at the graft and the grift that's going on. They're getting more billions of dollars from the Middle East as Jared Kushner goes out there to negotiate as a representative of the government with the Middle East and the crypto. It looks to me like they just keep pushing the envelope, looking around and saying, "Oh, we got away with that $1 billion deal. Let's do another one." And so if there's no, if they don't get enough pushback, they are just, not just taking an inch.
Okay, so let's just say he's wildly unpopular. Let's acknowledge your supposition on that. Yes, wildly unpopular. Mass deportation is really ugly. Sending the military to do what they did, Blackhawks in Chicago, right? Scaling down ropes into communities, pulling 37 arrests with a gigantic operation like that, right? I mean, the whole thing is just ridiculous. But you know who's also wildly unpopular? Fucking Democratic Party.
Yeah.
We are wildly unpopular. So you have, all right, well, I don't like Donald Trump, but I don't like Democrats either. This is the danger that I keep trying to say to the party, to the Democrats, as I do it, whether it's on my Substack or my YouTube or here on Mea Culpa or on Political Beatdown, wherever I am speaking, I am constantly trying to warn people. If we don't build the right size community and keep pushing truth to power, you know what's going to end up happening? Like I turn around and say with this commemorative coin, when people literally carry your face in their pocket, if you don't think that that's going to blur the line between democracy and authoritarian personality cult, you're an idiot.
Yeah, no, I in fact, in my newsletter, which people can get at davidcorn.com. I mean, that's what I'm writing about. Yeah, thank you. That's what I'm writing about. I mean, you gotta push back in a big, wide way, the Democrats. I mean, right now, Trump's unpopular. But as you know, the Democrats are unpopular. So what do you do if you want to try to increase your popularity? You look at positions and ideas and stories, because it goes back to storytelling, that you think will register and resonate with a lot of people. And that's what you press. And give Trump credit. He knows how you do this. You do it every day, over and over and over again, because with our diverse media ecosystem where people are busy streaming, shopping online, doing email, Facebook, Instagram, social media, and all this other stuff, it is indeed hard to cut through. But if you have a clear message and a clear story, good guys and bad guys, and you repeat it over and over again in, basic terms, I won't say simple terms, but basic terms, only then do you have a chance of connecting with people.
Okay,
it's really hard. Being a good communicator in a mass media world in which people are all attuned, though, to their own different lanes of that mass media, it's a very challenging thing to do. And it's not, so I'm not saying this is easy and it's a silver bullet, but I don't see the Democrats as an institution collectively trying to figure out how to do that. Now, we see people like Gavin Newsom and J.B. Pritzker, and to me, it's interesting that it's governors out there who are executives who run things, right? They run states.
Bed is taken.
And Gavin Newsom runs a state that's bigger than every country out there except 4, who are figuring out how to challenge and confront Donald Trump, while the legislators back here in D.C., Chuck Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries, and all the people they represent. Remember, they only have these jobs because Democratic senators and Democratic members of the House support them in these positions. They get bogged down. They can't really figure out how to get a good message out. But a governor has more of a platform and is more confrontational. And he's not trying to negotiate with Trump. They're out there trying to win the story against Trump.
Mm-hmm.
So that, to me, that's interesting. And they need, and Newsom and Pritzker, and I can criticize them for all sorts of things, are at this point in time showing Democrats, to some degree, how to move forward here against Trump.
Yeah, like I've always said, there's only one way to fight a bully, right? and that's you got to be the first one to punch in the face, right? You allow a bully just to keep punching at you, they will punch at you until either you're dead or unconscious or dead. It's one of the two. So hit them first and hit them hard, and don't stop, right, until they capitulate. Well, and that's why Gavin Newsom and J.B. Pritzker are doing, they're doing the right thing. It's just they don't have the DNC behind them, smashing this message in the same sort of way that you have Fox News doing it for Trump, even though he's angry at them today, or Newsmax or OAN, or these members of the House and the Senate that are part of, this Trump cult. Which brings me to the point that you were bringing up, and that, of course, is the deployment of the National Guard to Portland. Well, yeah, Trump is not successful all the time with the courts. I don't care what anybody says. He happens to be winning. Is he winning the plurality of them? No, but the ones he's winning are extremely important, and worse than being important, they're dangerous to our democratic republic. So Trump goes in, he tries to deploy the National Guard to Portland, Oregon. For what purpose? Shut down alleged protest. According to him, Oregon's on fire. It's burning. The whole fucking place is burning down to the ground. It's a complete and total disaster. Federal judge turns around and says, yeah, I don't think so, pal. And he temporarily blocks him from doing it. Question I want to ask you. Need somebody to give my audience, my listeners, some real sound advice here. How big of a warning shot is this to his power grab?
Well, we'll get to that in a second. To me, the stunning thing here is Trump is out there on his, when he went to speak to Navy cadets, saying Portland is burning. Look at the images. Look at the images. Portland is burning. You look at the images. Portland is not burning. I mean, there are like a couple dozen protesters outside one ICE facility, and a couple times there have been scuffles with police and others out there, but nothing is burning. I mean, you go throughout Portland, and they have their musicians in the street, their street festivals. It looks pretty lovely this time of year. They're getting less rain than usual. I mean, imagine if we had a president who came out and said, yesterday, a UFO spaceship landed next to the Oval Office. An alien came out looking like Sylvester Stallone. He grabbed me, put me in the ship, took me to another ship. Oops. They submitted me to all these testing and probing. And when I came back, my schlong was 15 inches long.
This RPG game is crazy. In this game, you'll never know what's ahead of you.
If someone said that, the president said that, you'd say, it's 25th Amendment time. This guy is crazy. He's nuts. He's either the biggest liar we've ever had or completely delusional. Now, Trump saying Portland is on fire and burning to the ground is akin to that sort of story. And yet, he says it. The media reports it. The media might even say, well, there are no fires in Portland. He's not telling the truth. But the import, the absolute craziness of him saying something like that doesn't really get conveyed. And we have this sort of, well, that's just Trump being Trump. And we've kind of lost the ability to hold him accountable, or at least see him for this, this demagogic authoritarian who will say anything. It doesn't matter if it's true or not. So he's saying this, and that's the reason for deploying troops. A judge comes along and says, all the facts you submit to support your deployment of troops are not facts. It's just not true. And I'm going to say no. Now, we've seen appeals court and the Supreme Court, reverse decisions like this. And we're going to see how far this goes. I mean, this is all on the basis of a demonstrable, highly obvious lie. And we find that our institutions, whether it's the media or the courts, are just not always up to the task of reining in a crazy demagogue.
Okay, so let me stop you there for one quick second, because there really are two scenarios, and only two scenarios here. The first one is yours, that there's something mentally wrong with him, that it's delusional, and maybe, yeah, it's time for the 25th Amendment. But I have another supposition here. What if he's actually not delusional? He knows exactly what he's doing. And you say, okay, Michael, well, what the hell is he doing? You know the guy better than any human being alive, right? Right? Oh,
Yes.
I actually know him better than any human being should know another human being that's not themselves. What if I say to you that Trump is testing martial law on a smaller scale? He's
I'd say you're
sending
right.
his troops against American citizens, despite the fact it's illegal pursuant to posse comitatus, but he's doing so under the guise of law and order. And everybody, you included, David, want law and order in America. And so, well, it's batshit crazy. And yeah, there are no buildings burning, and this isn't a massive riot, and it's his definition of law and order. 10 people standing there with homemade banners in front of an ICE detention facility screaming, "Stop the deportation now." He's doing this. This is him testing martial law. It's only one of two things. So which one do you think it is?
Well, it could maybe be a little bit of both. I mean, he seems to like not be able to discern reality always, and so he's confusing pictures of Portland during BLM demonstrations 5 years ago with what is happening now, or people are telling him, or who knows what Stephen Miller is putting in front of him. But he's certainly not taking care to figure out what really is happening, and because he sees it as you put it, as an opportunity to basically exert his power, and it could be with a very, very specific plan in mind. I want to use troops now so I can use troops later, maybe around election time in 26 or 28, or maybe just to to take over more cities and just amass more power. It's certainly. I mean, he told.
Oh, you little bastard.
He is doing this for a reason, for a greater reason than Portland. He told the military commanders when he went to had that meeting with all the admirals and generals.
Pep rally.
That Pete Hegseth, the pep rally with no pep, because they just sat right, because they were not going to applaud these guys, and they shouldn't have. They don't like
Which, by the way, will come back to haunt them. But go ahead.
Well, yeah, probably. But at that pep rally without pep, he said we're going to use the American cities as training grounds. So he's already thinking that they want to use these cities and call out the guards so that the military can become better at doing things like this. Now he might say, well, that I just meant for overseas stuff, but I think it's very easy to look at that and say he's thinking about how to do this in a lot of cities in a bigger way for other reasons. So I think it is a real concern and a real worry. And so when he justifies sending troops by screaming out Portland is on fire and is burning, that's when I think the media and any responsible politician ought to come in and say, you're either lying on purpose, or you are completely delusional and can't perceive reality as it is. I mean, it's like the Reichstag fire. I hate always going back to Nazi Germany, but he's looking for reasons to demonstrate his ability to use the military to crack down on opponents, critics, anyone he doesn't like, whether it's the Ford Foundation or Antifa. And so it is, I think this is all highly, highly dangerous. And why, going back to our original point, Michael, why if the Democrats can't get a grasp on this and tell this narrative to counter his narrative, we're in a lot of trouble.
Oh, that we are. And like I've also been saying very vocally, if the appeals court green lights, because Trump lost, as we were talking about, the ability within which to deploy the National Guard there in Oregon, if the appeals court actually reverses it and they green light this plan, we can all kiss our right to protest in any city. In any city that Trump decides is too radical for his liking, we could kiss that goodbye. And I have been warning this country since the very first term when Bill Barr, which I have to imagine was done with somebody's acquiescence, when they violated my First Amendment constitutional right, demanded I sign a document that prohibited me from speaking to the press, writing a book, publishing a book, speaking about the book, doing television, or preparing for a documentary. They then remanded me back to prison. Now, of course, my habeas corpus petition freed me, but not before, more solitary confinement. My biggest fear, and I said it years ago and I'm saying it again today to all of my listeners, this is not a joke. Any place that this administration, whether it's Trump who's doing it, or Stephen Miller, or Russell Vought, or Tom Homan, or Kristi Noem, or any of this rat pack, any of them believe that whatever it is that you're saying is too radical for their liking, they will shut your ass down and they will throw you in prison. Because they want to imprison everybody.
That I think that is the goal they're working towards, to the end of dissent, right? They're trying initially to do it with intimidation. They're intimidating the law firms, they're intimidating universities, some of which have bent, and we're waiting to see what Harvard is going to do. We see Trump going after big media operations, CBS News, ABC News, and the Wall Street Journal, the New York Times, and others, all about suing and getting money or just intimidating them. They're gonna go down a list, whether it's a formal list or not a formal list, and go after voices on social media, smaller media outlets, nonprofit media. It's we've only we're not even through the first year here, right? So they have others in their sights. Trump is trying to totally delegitimize the Democratic Party and vilify it as the enemy within, a phrase that he used recently, that he's used in the past to describe Democrats and progressives, as well as the media. They're the enemy within, the enemy of the people. You only say those things so that you can, delegitimize and undermine them and set up the foundation for legal actions against them. The criminal prosecution of James Comey, and they're trying to do this with other Trump critics who served in past administrations. And even if they, the indictment of Comey is just pure trash. And if I've been reading indictments for decades as a journalist. I've never seen anything. It's like an 8th grader wrote this, and I don't think the case is going to hold up.
There's nothing like a health scare in the family to slap you across the face with reality. A buddy of mine passed unexpectedly just a few weeks ago. Getsold.com, GETSOUL.com.
That was such a
with
morbid
promo
shift.
code
I love it.
Cohen, COHEN, for 30% off. And trust me, this is the only buzz where the only thing you'll regret is not trying it sooner.
But one point of all this is to intimidate and create a chilling factor for everybody else. So if you're in the FBI now and you have the opportunity to investigate anybody or anything that might be connected to Trump, a crypto scam, let's Google the guy. Oh, he went to Mar-a-Lago. or a corrupt politician. Oh, let's Google the guy. Oh, he's a big fan of Donald Trump. Or this business guy, he's a donor to Donald Trump. If you're in the FBI and you get a lead on something like that, you'd be crazy. Absolutely crazy.
You're
Or
right. Either you fall in line with Trump or you risk being the next target.
Yeah, if you work at the SEC, if you're an investigator for the EPA, you could take on any of these things. Listen, all these people, they have jobs, they have families, they have kids they want to send to college, they want to care about. You have 10 years to go to retirement. All this is going to come in. You're going to say, no, they've already been intimidated. We already have, get out of jail free cards for anyone with a Trump connection to do almost anything, right? And so you have people in the media, you have people at cultural institutions who's saying, I'm not sure I want to do that because, we're right, but I don't want the White House breathing down my neck here and causing problems with my
Stream
board or
Element
whatever.
says,
So this
find
has
me
already
in other
happened in a lot
places
of places.
Discord,
Look at the
Twitter,
big
YouTube,
tech guys.
Steam,
These,
Xbox, and
going to the White
PlayStation
House
Old
a
Mage
couple weeks
guy on
ago
TikTok
and
as
all
Mage.
fawning over Trump. And I gotta say, to single one out, Bill Gates. He doesn't run a company at this point. He runs a great foundation that has saved hundreds of thousands of lives around the world, in Africa, fighting disease, and Trump just decimated USAID and foreign assistance overseas, and he's there saying, "Thank you, Mr. President, for having us. Great meeting." And I'm thinking, God, if you can't be a billionaire and tell the president to F off, what's the use of that money?
This is your brain when you're struggling to focus. And this is your brain when you're in the zone. But getting in the zone and staying there, that feels more like luck than something you can control. So that's why we made Brain FM. It's like a do not...
Yeah, well, let me say this, though, because I've been very, very vocal regarding the Comey indictment. While I do agree with you that the indictment, the writing of that indictment is amateurish at best, I don't see it the same way you do. As somebody who went through the system, who had government kick me in the balls with steel-tipped boots, not once but twice, I'm telling you, this Comey indictment is not going away. Now, Lindsay Halligan's not going to be the prosecutor on it. She'll have a more seasoned prosecutor handling the case, no different than Tish James had somebody else do it, or Alvin Bragg had a prosecutor do it. I believe this case goes forward, and I believe the DOJ has thousands and thousands and thousands of documents demonstrating, Comey's intent. And I'm going to go one step even further. I think Comey ultimately gets found guilty because here's the thing that everybody knows. There's a book, I read it when I was in Otisville. 5 Felonies a Day. I think the author was Harvey Westglade. In it, it basically says that you commit about 5 felonies every single day. Everybody does. You don't even realize that you're doing it. So yeah, maybe they're not going to get him on exactly what the indictment calls for. So they'll have to file a superseding indictment. But they will get him on something because the government wants to get him. Because Trump or Pam Bondi have issued the dicta that this guy has to go down because it's one of Trump's longtime obsessions, and we need to make this happen for the boss. That's what I believe is ultimately going to happen. But the concern that I have on this is it doesn't make a difference whether or not they can or they can't prove it. They will ultimately find something. What I'm more concerned about is as they continue to go after and threaten people like prosecutors and judges, Tish James will probably be one of the next ones, along with John Bolton and a handful of other people I can probably name, with pretty good accuracy. I said Comey was going to be the first, and so he was. There are others that are there, judges and so on. He's basically daring the system to stop him. My question to you is there a way?
Yeah, I think that's right. I think, filing a bullshit indictment is a challenge to the system, right? Because you're saying I can get away with this. Your prediction may come true. It's not relevant to the conversation we're having here because just the targeting of Comey with the Justice Department does a lot in terms of intimidating people and showing their intent to go after him, maybe with other charges, but also going after other people. And so this is where we see whether the institutional guardrails that are supposed to prevent all this stuff works. And it's, we've seen in your case, it's imperfect. Bill Barr sent you back, but your habeas petition was successful, ultimately, right? They abused their power and their authority to put you in jail to suppress your free speech rights when you wanted to write a book. But eventually, they couldn't keep you in there, right? So they pushed it as far as they could, and the system corrected in that instance. Terrible we had to go through that, but there was a degree of correction here. Now we're going to see whether in the Comey case, but everything else they're doing in the cases against the law firms, the universities, the case against in Portland. There's so much here. The tariff case, which I think is incredibly important. The president does not have the power to impose tariffs the way that Trump did, and now that's been challenged in court. And are the courts, overall, going to basically say no to a lot of this? We've seen in certain instances in the Supreme Court with that, Roberts' bullshit decision about criminal immunity, giving him the president a tremendous amount of leeway and allowing him to be literally above the law, which is.
But my point, David, is what happens? Like, yes, I was successful in my habeas petition. What most people don't realize is of the tens of thousands of habeas petitions that are filed each year, less than 5% are granted.
Right.
Forgetting about the emotional damage, the mental damage that comes along with bringing you up to 51 days of solitary confinement, right? No movement at all. 3 days, they didn't even fucking feed me. I'm not even going into the scars that get left to you. I was fortunate. I had an incredible lawyer by the name of Danya Perry. She's one of the best, as far as I'm concerned, in the world. But she's also expensive. What happens if you don't have the money?
Well, you know what happens.
And that's the point. And Trump knows that too. And
Yes.
that's why they're doing the things that they're doing. They are slowly eroding people's constitutional rights and protections and daring you to stand up against them. And if you do, like Comey, fuck you, pay for it.
And the bottom line is going to be ultimately whether enough Americans give a damn or don't. I mean, because ultimately the courts are, do what they do. They go this way, they go that way. Sometimes they're in conflict, and even when they do, they usually move slowly, right? And so you had your 51 days. The court did not move fast enough, and you, even with your wonderful lawyer and the resources that you had available, so ultimately the courts are not the ideal protector. They could be a protector. Ultimately, you got to throw them out. You got to throw them out, and the only place we can do that is with elections. And if if the Democrats, if enough people are pissed off about this, and they vote for Democrats because they're the only option to this, and the Democrats take power in Congress, there are ways they can arrest this or at least throw up some roadblocks, and then you fight towards the 28 election. I mean, but if enough people don't care, if enough people worry more about the game on Sunday or what's happening on Bachelor Love Island or whatever it is, then Trump has the leeway to pervert the American system, to do exactly what you're saying, push and push as far as he can go when there's no resistance to him, and we will suffer. We will turn into as we are now, we are turning into a different country than we used to be. And that happens. We've seen that throughout history. We see that overseas. We see that in Hungary. We've seen democracies rise and democracies fall. And that, nothing is guaranteed. Our American Republic is not guaranteed. It only will, remain in place if enough people give a shit. And if not, we are all going to have a lot of trouble and have to find our ways through an authoritarian regime. So right now, I still think it's up for grabs. And, Trump is doing everything he can to bend the system to his narcissistic, psychopathic will, but that it's not yet inevitable.
Yeah. Well, David Corn, thank you so much. Appreciate your insight, your wisdom. I guess we'll see what's going to happen, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, it's the ending has not been written.
Yep. Well, thank you again for joining me on Mea Culpa. David Corn, appreciate you, my friend.
See you soon.
You got it.
I really enjoy the character progression in this game. It's very easy and simple to craft items, and you're slowly making progress towards your next upgrade. Another massive pro in this game is the automation. So, as you can imagine, this game, you can automate.
The crowd sizes, the speeches, this is what Donald Trump feared the most. The No Kings protest, even bigger than expected. We're waiting for a final tally, but it is tens of millions of people. The biggest day of mass mobilization in the history of the United States. And these speeches that took place in Washington, D.C. and across the country in front of massive crowds. It's what Donald Trump feared the most. Excoriating, peaceful protests. I want to show you what was going down. Senator Bernie Sanders gave a particularly riveting speech, and here's the moment where he said, everybody remember this date, October 18th, 2025, the day that America had the biggest mass mobilization, peaceful protest in our history. Here, play this clip.
October 18th, 2025, there are more people out on the streets in more communities all over our country than we have ever seen in American history.
And just so we bring the receipts, because you know that's what we do at Midas Touch, and I'm going to show you more of these incredible speeches. Let me show you Boston. Play the clip.
Look at this. Millions of people across the country marching as we speak against the policies of President Trump. This is Boston. Look at that. We'll continue to follow these rallies throughout the day here on MSNBC. Wow. All right, coming up.
All right, let me show you Chicago. You'll hear their mayor, Brandon Johnson, firing up the crowd in the background. Here's Chicago. Let's play it.
I know what it's like to come home when you are 5 years old and your dad is not there. And I am still standing.
Well, are you all ready to defend this democracy? Are you ready to fight fascism? Are you prepared to destroy authoritarianism once and for all? Well, let the world hear you. No kings!
Okay, let's talk about New York City. Play this clip. And let me show you what the scene looked like in Washington, D.C. Just for scale and scope, let's play the clip right here. All right, back to the speeches. Senator Bernie Sanders right here says, look, Hey, Republican colleagues, I know you're taking yet another vacation. I've got a message for you. Here, play this clip.
So today, right now, I say to my Republican colleagues, come back from your month-long vacation. Start negotiating and do not allow the American healthcare system to be destroyed. End this shutdown.
Then we heard from Senator Murphy, who says, can you handle the truth? Let's play this clip.
Now, recently, when I gave this warning that we are in the middle of that totalitarian takeover, one of my colleagues said, well, you know, be careful. You don't want to scare people, but you guys can handle the truth, right? You guys deserve the truth, right? The truth is that Donald Trump is the most corrupt president in the history of the United States of America. The truth is that he is enacting a detailed step-by-step plan to try to destroy all of the things that protect our democracy, free speech, fair elections, an independent press, the right to peacefully protest. But the truth is also this: he has not won yet. The people still rule in this country. And today, all across America, in numbers that may eclipse any day of protests in our nation's history, Americans are saying loudly and proudly that we are a free people. We are not a people that can be ruled. Our government is not for sale. No keys! No keys! No keys! No keys! Now,
Mehdi Hasan gave a great speech. Perhaps my favorite speech was Mehdi Hasan's speech, to be honest, though they were all very, very good. And Senator Sanders and Murphy's speech was really good. He said, look, I'm not going to sit back while this country is taken over by some dude in Home Alone, some failed business person, some sexual abuser, some felon. Here, play this clip.
I'm here because I love this country. I love America. I love the First Amendment. I love our democracy. I love our diversity. Yes, our diversity. And I am not willing to sit back and watch our glorious American multiracial, multicultural, democratic experiment, our constitutional republic, destroyed by the guy from Home Alone 2. Not gonna do it.
And here's what Mehdi Hasan also had to say about Donald Trump claiming that he'd made peace in the Middle East when that's not the case.
He just went to see the Egyptian president Sisi, who is a military dictator, runs one of the most repressive regimes on earth. And he went there and he said, I want to praise your fantastic leadership and your low crime rates. This is who he loves. This is the autocratic leader he aspires to be. And of course, he was in Egypt hailing his Gaza peace plan, which is a ceasefire, yes, but not a peace plan. Donald Trump, the man who uses Palestinian as a pejorative, as a slur, has no plan for Palestinian freedom, no plan for Palestinian statehood, no plan for justice for the Palestinians who have been massacred and starved and genocided and ethnically cleansed for the past 2 years, including the past 9 months of his presidency. Meanwhile, Israel for the past week has violated the ceasefire again and again, killing Palestinians with impunity. Yesterday they killed 7 Palestinian children during a ceasefire.
Here's how a digital storm workstation can accelerate your machine learning projects. We only use professional-grade GPUs from NVIDIA for stability and performance in demanding tools like PyTorch and TensorFlow. All our workstations are built by experts and thoroughly stress-tested for optimal performance. A digital storm workstation is a tool for professionals.
Have you tried this?
Mm-mm.
You don't like sriracha?
Not really, no.
This got to be homemade.
There is no peace in the Middle East because, as Dr. King said, peace is not
Most
just the absence of violence, it is the presence of justice.
Mm-hmm.
This one don't.
Yeah.
So these are dark times. Genocide abroad, fascism at home. Which is why it's so crucial that we gather, we organize, we rally like this. We mobilize, we pluralize, we bring people into the tent. We register voters, we defend voters, we become voters if we're not already.
And here Mehdi-Hassan says, let me tell you, though, the great irony of this all. Trump has married immigrants. He's the son of an immigrant. And he says, I'll
Kind of
let
looks
him
like
do
it.
the joke. But he goes, you know, when it comes to the women who married him who are immigrants, you see, they do the jobs that Americans don't want. Here, play this clip.
The great irony is, of course, that Donald Trump is the son of an immigrant, the grandson of an immigrant, and married to an immigrant. In fact, 2 of his 3 wives were immigrants, proving yet again that immigrants will do the jobs that even Americans are not willing to do.
And then Mehdi-Hassan has a message to every Republican and quote-unquote conservative watching. Here, play this clip.
And you know, they say we don't reach out to the other side. We don't reach out to conservatives or Republicans, that we're in an echo chamber. Well, let me say to every Republican and conservative watching, aren't you the ones who said no more big government, no tyranny in America? So if you believe that, what are you doing defending masked federal agents in unmarked cars, bundling people off of the streets, including American citizens, and disappearing them? How are you okay with that? And if you're not okay with it, then come over to our side. The side of the Democrats. The small d Democrats, not the big D Democrats, not the Democratic Party. Those of us who are from all parties and none. But those of us who care about saving America so that we can get to our 250th birthday and still be free when we reach 250 years. Come over to our side. The side of no crowns, no thrones, no kings. The side of freedom, of liberty, of the Constitution. The First Amendment, the Fourth Amendment, the 14th Amendment, the 22nd Amendment, which says 2 terms means 2 terms. And if you're not worried about Donald Trump trying to stay on for a 3rd term, you should be. He's literally selling merch. So I worry about free and fair elections in 2028. But then I say, why should I worry? I see all of you here today. What is there to worry about? We here today are not spectators. We are citizens. We are not bystanders, we are proud and patriotic Americans. And we Americans, we the people, will not allow our country to be taken over by demagogues and dictators. We will not stand for it.
One of the interesting things that I was looking at too was to try to see the coverage of this. How's right-wing media reporting on it? How's left-wing media reporting on it? How's the center reporting on it? Even though those labels may not be all that accurate, today. Far right-wing extremism and sometimes even the center's kind of Trump propaganda. But let's take a look right here. The anti-Trump No Kings rallies begin in thousands of U.S. cities. You see right here that most of the coverage coming from the left and the center. Only 20% of coverage of No Kings protest is coming from right-wing sources. But when you look at what right-wing sources are talking about, it's all of like Donald Trump's like talking points, like pro-terrorist, pro-Hamas, and not what's actually happening. These joyous, peaceful protest celebrations that you're seeing right there. I just want to say this though, it's because I always get asked the question, Ben, how do you make these videos? What news sources do you use? Well, I stay up to date on the news using something called Ground News. It's a subscriber-funded app and news site, and every day they pull in thousands of articles from around the world and organize them by story, and then show you what's the right reporting, what's the left reporting, what's the center reporting. It's a game changer for me. I think as active, responsible citizens, we got to get the truth. And it also has an interesting feature where it tells you, is it independent media reporting it? Is it a huge conglomerate reporting it? I find that independent sources are actually far more credible in my review. I use the Ground News Vantage plan if you wanted to use the same plan that I do. And we're going to give you 45% off that Vantage plan if you want the research tools that I use. So you can join us. Go to ground.news/MTN. Get 40% off the Ground News Vantage plan that I use every morning to make these videos. They're subscriber funded. By subscribing, you're not only getting a tool we all need today, You're also supporting our work here on this YouTube channel. So go to ground.news/MTN. I pinned the link to purchase your subscription below. And it has that blind spot feature that I talked about where I showed you the article and saw, okay, left wing was reporting this, center is reporting this, no right wing's really talking about these joyful, peaceful protests. So it's a great tool that I use. Again, it's Ground News. Go to ground.news/MTN and get that discount right now, that 40% off that Vantage plan. All right, back to our clips. Here's what Bill Nye had to say at the speech. Let's play it.
I remember well the Vietnam War. The mall was shoulder to shoulder, much as it is today. Traffic stopped citywide. The protest movement expanded. There were protests around the country, and the war was ended. We are protesting in the same fashion today.
Bro, you're done already?
Yeah, bro.
How?
I hired Motion to hire AI employees.
AI employees?
Yeah, dude, I have a project manager, executive assistant, and a marketing specialist.
And they work for you?
They do all the work that I don't want to do, so I can focus on the business and take care of things that are actually important.
That's actually insane.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. With Motion, you can go from being a one-man team to having a full fleet of employees. It's easy to wait till you're burning out to want to hire employees, but your focus should be getting employees to avoid the burnout. As someone who prioritizes posting and marketing on social media, hiring a marketing specialist was a game changer. Marketing ideas, taken care of. Ad analytics, done. And strategic post scheduling, completed. Which leaves time for me to focus on the actual creating and doing whatever task I feel like doing. So stop relying on yourself to wear all the hats in your business. Focus on being the CEO and use Motion to hire employees to scale your business.
We have got to the point where literally anybody can build a fully working app without knowing how to code. This is base.
Only today, the stakes are higher. Rather than abandoning a war against an elusive, perhaps sometimes imaginary foe, we are confronting the possible end of our republic. We are here to tell our lawmakers that what's going on in our government is wrong. They must stop the abuses of this petulant president and his circle of sycophants. No thrones, no crowns, no kings.
Here's our friend Randy Weingarten, who leads the American Federation of Teachers. Powerful words here. Play this clip.
There are so many people who want to fight for our democracy and say no kings. And what I've just been told, that in New York City, there are more people in Times Square than there are on New Year's Eve.
And of course, our friend Leah Greenberg, who's the co-executive director, along with Ezra Levin, who happens to be her husband, of Indivisible, our friends at Indivisible, who we've been live streaming all day with. Shout out Indivisible, shout out 5051, shout out to Move On, shout out to all the organizations who have been involved in putting on this, and everybody, the chapters, the unions, you're all the true heroes today. Play this clip.
And the greatest danger we face is not Trump. It is how we, as a society, respond to this bullying, to this chilling effect. If we preemptively obey, if we shrink back, if we make ourselves small, if we do what they want in advance. Now we saw them try this play this week. Mike Johnson, Stephen Miller, their cronies on Fox News. They have spent the last week on the attack against No Kings, smearing all of us as anti-American. They tried to scare us out of gathering here today. And I've got a question for you. Are we afraid? No. Did they scare us off? No. Are we going to back down now? No. That's right, because what we are doing here today is as American as apple pie. We are standing up for our rights. We are standing up for our neighbors. We are here because we understand. We are here because we understand that when a tyrant
Donate the ones on the door.
free speech, you call his bluff and and you stand
I
up.
wondered what smelled funny.
Here's more from Bernie Sanders talking about the
There's
danger
one
when
in
we
the
have
freezer.
a president who grossly violates the
Okay, good.
Constitution. Play this clip.
And throughout our country and rips up
That was the point
union
of
contracts
saying
that
it,
workers
was that what you
have
would.
fought for and won. It is in danger when we have a president who grossly violates the
And found out it
Constitution
wasn't good.
by accepting gifts from foreign leaders, including a $400 million plane from the royal family of Qatar, and then allows that family to build an Air Force facility in Idaho.
Senator Sanders talks about the notices his constituents are getting.
Let me cut to the chase and tell you exactly what this shutdown is all about. As a result of Trump's big, beautiful, disgraceful bill, which made massive cuts to Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act, 15 million low-income and working-class Americans are going to lose the health care they desperately need to stay alive.
Awesome.
And my friends, studies suggest that when you throw those 15 million people off of the health care they presently have, 50,000 of them will die unnecessarily every single year. 50,000 Americans will die unnecessarily every single year. But that's not all. As a result of that same terrible piece of legislation,
Don't pet the girl when she's in her
over 20
cloud.
million Americans are going to see on average a doubling of their health insurance premiums through the Affordable Care Act. In my state of Vermont just the other day, people received notices from insurance companies that their health care premiums in some cases would triple or quadruple.
Jesus.
And that is going on all over the country. At a time when we already pay, by far, the highest prices in the world for healthcare, millions of Americans are going to see outrageous increases in their healthcare premiums, which they cannot afford. And why is that happening? Why are the Republicans making a broken healthcare system, a dysfunctional healthcare system, even worse? Why are they bringing our healthcare system to the verge of collapse? We all know the answer. We all know the answer. It was to give $1 trillion in tax breaks to Mr. Musk, Mr. Bezos, Mr. Zuckerberg, Mr. Ellison, and the rest of the 1%.
Medea-san here is talking about how even the king in the UK doesn't have as much gold as Trump's putting in the White House. Play this clip.
I immigrated
Horrible.
here from the United Kingdom. You want to talk about no kings? The UK still has a king. King Charles III. But even he has less gold in his palace than Donald Trump has in the Oval Office right now. Even King Charles has more respect for democratic norms and traditions than the whiny authoritarian man-child trying to send troops into as many blue cities as he can. This is a...
Senator Sanders says, how are you going to pay for these ideas? Let me be very Let me make this very simple how you're going to pay for it. Here, play this clip.
Let me raise a question that I have been asked over and over again. You know, Bernie, great ideas, but how are you going to pay for them? Great question. Thanks for asking. And here is the answer. At a time when the wealthiest people in America have never, ever had it so good. At a time when billionaires are paying an effective tax rate lower than a truck driver or a nurse. Yes, the top 1% and large profitable corporations will pay their fair share in taxes.
Mehdi Hassan talks about how these MAGAs are just whining all the time and how you can't even make it through a single day without them whining about a late night comedian. Here, play this clip.
All week, I've heard Speaker Mike Johnson and Republican members of Congress say that this rally, the No Kings rally, is a hate rally. A hate rally. The people who can't get through a single day without hating on late-night comedians and overweight soldiers and Muslim politicians and Mexican immigrants and Palestinian refugees and black women and transgender kids and peaceful protesters and Mr. freaking Potato Head, they are lecturing us on hate? Really? I'm not here out of hate. I'm here out of love. I'm here because I love this country. I love America. I love the First Amendment. I love our democracy. I love our diversity. Yes, our diversity.
Yeah, that burrito has almost a pedigree smell to it.
And I am not willing to sit back and watch our glorious American multiracial, multicultural, democratic experiment, our constitutional republic, destroyed by the guy from Home Alone 2. Not gonna do it.
Yeah.
Because I did not inherit America.
As soon as
I did not inherit
the
America.
boss guy is gone,
I chose America.
I can get that bag of litter the fuck out of here.
I immigrated here. And we immigrants, we love this
I know.
country often more than the people who are
I knew
born
where
here.
he was. I was like, eh.
We chose to move here, live here, swear an oath to the Constitution here. An oath.
Yeah, as he was coming up, I was in
the
the,
guy down the street violates every
or
morning
coming
and
up the
every
hall.
night.
And then I think Senator Murphy puts this into perfect perspective that we're not on the verge of an authoritarian takeover. We're in the middle of one, but we have the power to stop it. And we showed that today. Here, play this clip.
And I'm here today to share with you some unsurprising news. We are not on the verge of an authoritarian takeover. We are in the middle of an authoritarian takeover. But Trump has not won. Our democracy is in peril, but it can be saved. But no one's riding to our rescue, and I just want to be clear with you about that today. No one's riding to our rescue. There aren't establishment-responsible Republicans that are riding to our rescue. The mainstream media isn't riding to our rescue. There's no oligarchs riding to our rescue. It is up to us to save us.
You're another
There you have
Fletcher.
it, folks. Let me know what you think. Hit subscribe. Let's get to 6 million subscribers. Thanks for watching.
New Midas merch. Head to store.midastouch.com today and get
Unjobbed.
yourself the best pro-democracy gear and show your support. That's store.midastouch.com.
Carrots. That is old. Portland. Chris said, come on. You can do it. Come on, YouTube. You can do it. It would be nice if it would play, but it is not.
Another
Political commentator. Ryan Tyler Cohen is one of the most watched progressive hosts online, known for his YouTube channel and podcast, No Lie.
This is Democracy Watch. Mark, we have major news at the U.S. Supreme Court. We've watched as Donald Trump has taken these troop deployment cases to different jurisdictions across the country, L.A., Portland, Chicago. The Chicago case was appealed up to the Seventh Circuit Court of Appeals, which agreed with the lower court against Trump's troop deployment. Now the Trump administration has looked to the U.S. Supreme Court.
Stream Elements says, find me in other places: Discord, Twitter, YouTube, Steam, Xbox, and PlayStation. Old Mage Guy on TikTok as Mage.
Interesting that that's got audio static like that.
Donald Trump is getting a rude awakening from all places in Florida. Yes, what's become a ruby red state in Florida, they are livid and pissed at Donald Trump. They're looking at double-digit increases on insurance, home insurance, car insurance, double-digit increases in utility bills, and all their politicians want to talk about is, oh, woke this, woke that, this bathroom, that bathroom. Let me show you what's going down in Florida, Central Florida, Southern Florida. Let's take a look right here. As a result of this government shutdown, we're seeing food pantries surging in need as people in Florida are going starving. Starving in the United States as a result of this Trump regime. Here, play this clip.
I'm your Osceola County community correspondent, Laverne McGee in Kissimmee, at a food pantry where they have everything from beans and cereal and also soup. And they say the demand is so great right now, especially now that we're seeing government workers who are not sure whether or not they're going to get paid.
I don't have no milk in my house and cereal. I'm like, it's touching me. It's touching me right now. I'm so sorry.
Service technician Laudelino Morales has been out of work for weeks. As he looks for a job, the food bank at the Church and Community Assistance Program is a lifeline.
It's really tough right now in these days, especially, like I said, the holidays around the corner. You know, you don't know if you're going to have Thanksgiving or not.
As the food bank works to keep Morales and his family fed, it's preparing for even more hungry mouths to feed. Government workers will miss their first paycheck this week.
I'm talking about police officers. I'm talking about government people, teachers.
Olga Gonzalez is the former mayor of Kissimmee. She founded this nonprofit back in 1999.
This shutdown I don't think it was called for because they know people are hurting because of this shutdown.
Across the state, there are nearly 95,000 federal workers who've been furloughed or are working without pay. As bills pile up, Olga hopes the food bank can help bridge the gap.
And it's not a handout, it's a hand up. So I let people know, don't feel bad because you're coming to get a box of food. You need to survive.
You're the
And we're here
weaponsmith.
to help you survive.
It really hurts. It really
Looting and
hits down.
sharpness.
But we gotta thank you, Jesus, and keep forward.
Your Osceola County Community Correspondent Laverne McGee, News 6.
And, people who are going to grocery stores, people who are out there buying things, if they can afford them even, are saying, as a result of Donald Trump's tariffs, prices have increased dramatically. Watch this report right here. Let's play it.
I'm Stephanie Rodriguez reporting in Seminole County. There are signs that the most recent tariffs put into place on imported goods could lead to a rise in costs at the grocery store on some of your favorite items like canned goods, fruits, and coffee.
Okay, and I can tell you the prices have gone up.
Gail Kent tells me she's noticed a steep increase at checkout.
I just got Parmesan cheese. It was $12.99 and now it's $16.99.
And she's not the only one seeing the rise, as the high cost of groceries is straining many people's wallets. A recent poll shows 53% of Americans say grocery costs were a, quote, major stress.
Well, I think it's really sad for people who really can't afford it.
And it could continue to impact consumers, as economists warn the latest round of tariffs might drive up prices even further. Some imports coming from Brazil will now face a 50% tariff, which means we'll likely see some coffee, sugarcane, and meat go up in price.
Obviously, it's noticeable on the price difference, but it's kind of hard to say where everything's increasing. But, I mean, as far as even the champagne, it's up $1 or $2, so it just doesn't stop.
For Zach Stewart, an increase at the register has him reconsidering what he eats day to day.
For me, cooking-wise, may not always be the best option anymore if the prices keep going up. I may have to consider eating out more often, just because I live by myself.
Aluminum goods from Canada are subject to a 35% tariff, which could mean higher costs for certain drinks and canned goods.
They don't understand that tariffs are paid by the consumer, okay? The companies pay it, but then they pass on the costs.
The Census Bureau reports that American businesses are also importing less amid the higher tariffs. That's another thing making it more expensive to buy those foreign-produced goods. Reporting in Seminole County, Stephanie Rodriguez, News 6.
And by the way, even Donald Trump's own MAGA sycophant board member of the Federal Reserve, the person Trump just handpicked, this guy, Stephen Moran, he just gave an interview and he said, yeah, it's pretty bad. Pretty bad. This is the Trump MAGA guy. Listen to what he has to say. Here, play this clip.
Yes, the labor market continued to weaken in the first half of this year. I think that part of that was due to uncertainty over policy. We might have had the biggest tax hike in history, and so maybe there were firms holding off on investing until the tax bill was done. And we also had the biggest rearrangement to global trading policy in half a century. And so while those deals were being negotiated and people were waiting to see where tariff rates would shake out, it wouldn't be surprising to me if they held off on making some decisions. So I do think that uncertainty is a potentially helps explain some of the weakness we saw in the first half of the year. And then really until last week, I'd been operating under the assumption that a lot of that uncertainty had dissipated. The tax bill had become law, and trade deals had been made for most of our large trading partners. And then, last week, China decided that the deals that had been made earlier in the year in Geneva, London, and Madrid no longer bound them. And so I had been operating under the assumption that the uncertainty had dissipated, and that therefore I felt more sanguine about some aspects of the growth outlook. And now potentially this is back. Because the Chinese are reneging on deals that were earlier made. And so I think it's incumbent upon us as policymakers to think about the introduction of a new tail risk. And the tail, the left tail has become a little fatter, as we might say. And we have to recognize that, there potentially is some difference now versus where we thought things were a week ago. And therefore adjust policymaking.
Downside risks to growth.
There's now more downside risks than there was a week ago, and I think it's incumbent upon us as policymakers to recognize that should get reflected in policy.
So is Donald Trump and the MAGA Republicans in for a rude awakening in Florida with double-digit spikes on utility bills, with double-digit spikes in home insurance, with double-digit spikes in car insurance, with grocery prices through the roof, Florida's pissed. Florida's pissed at what's going on. I know here at the Midas Touch Network, you know us for focusing on governor's races and Senate races and congressional races, but I think it's also our duty here to focus on state house races and local legislative races, because as we've seen, MAGA Republicans have been able to kind of exploit the lack of attention being paid to those races, seize control, and try to rig midterms, rig electoral maps, and generally put forward sometimes even more dangerous MAGA agendas that even exist at the federal level, if that's even possible. So I want to bring in Dan McDowell. Dan McDowell is running for the House seat, House District 33. That's going to come up right around the time of the midterm elections. House District 33 is in Brevard County. Dan used to be the chair of the Brevard County Democratic Executive Committee. You've been long involved in local
I think I
politics.
need
And the
to
person who currently holds
go
that
collect
House
wool.
District 33 seat is a lady by the name of Monique Miller, a Moms for Liberty person, a far right-wing MAGA person pushing extreme ideology and not focusing on these kitchen sink issues that are affecting the people of Florida. So, Dan, it's an honor to have you here. And just by way of reference, so people know, Brevard, that's Kennedy Space Center County. That's Space County right there where Kennedy Space Center is. So great to have you here. I want to talk about your race, but I want to hear from you about what you see people in Florida talking about. I know your opponent, I like to say that MAGAs are the pee-pee and poo-poo police. They love talking about bathrooms. They love talking about culture wars. But I feel like right now, with where the economy is at, people they think they want to talk about the economy and kitchen table issues.
Excellent. Well, listen, thank you, Ben, for having me on. I appreciate it very
Another
much.
chicken, yay.
It's I couldn't have said it any better than what you've described it. We are dealing with, as the chair of the Brevard Dems, I went out and surveyed the land several times, and every time it came up as the economy, the economy, the economy. And so there's a lot of attention as to what's going on. And we look at the State House and say, well, okay, they just renegotiated and they're telling us they did a great job. Yes, we appreciate it. They lowered our costs by 6.5%. But guess what? We already have 22% higher. So we don't net out very much. You know, it's kind of like one of those things that it's only going to hurt a little. Well, that's what we're addressing here is it's not good enough. It's a good start, but let's build on this. You know, bad bills is what we're noted for here in Florida. And they've written, you know, a whole slew of them. As you had mentioned, you know, the whole, they go after the LGBTQ, after book banning, after, you know, teachers, they're anti-woke, anti-labor. They just wrote bills last year to put kids to, allowing kids to work these crazy, ridiculous hours at 16 years old. They just don't have their priorities right. And we hope to be disruptive. We want to flip this seat.
So think of it as like a TV ad with a catalog component where I can choose on the Roku app and immediately.
You know, during the last election, we heard price of eggs, price of eggs, price of eggs. All I know here in California, jar of mayo. I mean, beef. I mean, you go look around here, and you know, I mean, I'm sure lots of people have this experience. You'll go to the supermarket register, you start looking as they beep beep beep. And the beep beep beep, you know what it starts sounding like? The hospital. Beep beep beep, you know, and I'm like, you know, and I'm sure people have like, no, I don't want that. I don't want that. I don't want that. But, you know, you look at it. So I imagine it's from what I'm hearing, it's even worse in Florida.
Well, and you know, the thing is that the thing that we're dealing with here is that we not only have I surveyed, but I belong to the Prosperity Initiative, which is a group of individuals through the Florida Chamber of Commerce that has monitored the paycheck to paycheck, basically, seeing how people live. And we went from 30% just 5 years ago to now 49% of our county lives paycheck to paycheck. That's powerful. And there's, that you can't deny that something's going on here. We see more kids in poverty this year than we did in 2 years ago. And guess what? We don't have much organic growth here in Brevard. We've got a lot of seniors coming in, but not too much organic growth.
You think you can win this race? I mean, what we've seen, and we've covered it in Nebraska, we've covered it in Pennsylvania, we've covered it in Iowa. In these state seats, 20-point swings in ruby red areas going towards Democrats. This was kind of an 11-point plus 11 for Monique, and now it looks more like a plus 4. But we've seen this story before in these elections, and then on election day, the voters are like, can we stop just freaking talking about woke and bathrooms? And I actually want a candidate who's speaking about the roads and grocery prices and the issue and healthcare and issues that matter to me. So, it's why I want to highlight this race, because I think there's a shot. Obviously, you're putting your hand in the race, or hat in the race, or whatever the expression is, because you think there's a shot. So what do you think? What's your path to victory here?
No, absolutely. I believe in this very strongly, that we can flip this seat. I want to be able to focus on making sure that I have a track record, even as a council, and you have a track record, and I have 4 years of straight reducing the property taxes here in my city. So I am fiscally responsible, and I think we need to bring jobs into this area that have not good paying jobs. We've got a lot of engineers coming in for NASA, and that kind of skews our numbers. But we need to real jobs that pay a decent living. That's probably the number one issue that I'm going to be working on, is working with the Economic Development Commission and bringing those jobs here locally.
Dan, where can people find out more about the campaign if they want to learn about you? Anywhere you suggest that they go to research more about you?
Sure. Website's Dan McDowell, spell it out, for FL.com. So Dan McDowell, FORFL.com.
Dan McDowell running for that House 33 district seat. Great to have you, Dan, and great to highlight the work of what's happening at the legislative level, because we see more than ever right now. It's important, and I urge all of our listeners and followers to focus also on local races, state races, town races, boards, school boards, and all of that, and to get involved, right? I mean, just speak to, before we go, get involved, right? I mean, you worked in healthcare before, and you just said, look, I got to get involved. I got to do something.
Yeah, it's time to give back. We cannot be silent. This is not the time to be silent. We need to be big and bold. And I'll tell you, being louder doesn't make you a leader either. So let's be effective in what we do. Let's do it peacefully, but let's make sure that we're heard. Our message needs to be heard.
Everybody hit subscribe. Let's get to 6 million subscribers. Dan McDowell, everybody. Thanks, Dan.
All right. Thank you, Ben.
Want to stay plugged in? Become a subscriber to our Substack at MidasPlus.com. You'll get daily recaps from Ron Filipkowski, ad-free episodes of our podcast, and more exclusive content only available at MidasPlus.com.
Creators, take these 3 apps I built to run my business made with Base 44. They're ready for you as free-to-use templates in the link below. Let's talk productivity. As a one-man show, I have to handle everything myself, so missing a task isn't an option. I built a scheduling calendar to manage my content, and I added reminders for all the little tasks that keep things moving. Second, my community. I built a content hub where I share free assets, gather leads, and even host paid memberships. Then I added a booking system so people can schedule one-on-one calls with me. Easy. And third, creative ideation, a hub that lets the AI develop my core ideas. One section for brainstorming concepts, another for splitting content across different platforms. And I can always add more, like a title generator for videos, so I don't waste time stuck on headlines anymore. You know your workflow better than anyone, so take these 3 free-to-use templates I built with Base 44 and make them your own.
I like chickens that I 3 days ago.
Well, he's back, and he's not holding back. Former special counsel Jack Smith made his first public appearance since Donald Trump has taken office and has destroyed the Department of Justice. Frankly, it's really the first public appearance we've seen of special counsel Jack Smith really ever in this type of forum. So he spoke before the UCL Faculty of Laws, which is the law school at the University College of London, and it's in connection with the UCL Global Center for Democratic Constitutionalism. He was interviewed by former prosecutor, you know him, Andrew Weissman, who did a good job with this interview, and special counsel Jack Smith was not holding back. Now, the full interview lasted over an hour. I went through it for you. It's actually nearly 2 hours, and I took the major highlights for you that I think will provide you with a comprehensive overview of all of the key portions of this lecture, if you will, of this Q&A session between special counsel or former special counsel Jack Smith being questioned by Andrew Weissman. It's referred to as the State of the United States, a conversation with Jack Smith. Jack Smith talks about his cases against Donald Trump. He talks about the Supreme Court ruling that ultimately gave Donald Trump absolute immunity. Special counsel Jack Smith, or former special counsel Jack Smith, addresses what he sees with this kind of farcical prosecution of James Comey and his observation. He talks about what it means to be a good prosecutor, what the role of the DOJ actually means, what it means to be a non-political public servant. This was powerful. I'm going to admit it also brought a tear to my eye just seeing what kind of normalcy, what competent prosecutorial ethics looks like. This is why I went to law school at Georgetown Law, because I love the law, you know, and I care deeply about law and order. And when you see it here for yourself, I think that you will see why former special counsel Jack Smith was the right guy, right person for the job, and also how abysmal the Supreme Court decision granting Donald Trump absolute immunity was, and how far the DOJ has lost its connection to what it's supposed to be, how Trump has destroyed it. So let's go through these critical clips. So here, I think, is the most important of the most important portion of the interview. It's about an hour and 8 minutes or so into the interview to about an hour and 19 minutes in, where Andrew Weissman asks special counsel Jack Smith about his view of what Donald Trump has done to the DOJ, and they pivot to talk about some of the current cases that Donald Trump is doing, and also Trump's vindictive firing of DOJ career prosecutors. Here, play this clip.
Given what we have seen in the Department of Justice under the second Trump administration, and given your history as a state prosecutor, federal prosecutor, working under Republican and Democratic administrations, and your work at the ICC, sort of what's your sort of diagnosis of what is happening to the department? And similar to the question I had about what happens when the next president comes in and this sort of tit for tat concern, are we also at the Department of Justice leading to a spiral where, let's assume we have a Democratic administration at some point, and what do they do then? Do they try and clean house? I mean, does it become a tit for tat where we essentially no longer have a civil service in the federal government, which is supposed to sort of eradicate this issue of why we only hire Democrats, we only hire Republicans? So how do you sort of see where we are and the prospect of what's going to happen?
You're right about the compound questions, by the way. That's definitely
yeah.
Let me break that down and take it in, I think, reverse order. Yes, I think the attacks on public servants, particularly nonpartisan public servants, I think it has a cost for our country that is incalculable, and I think that it's hard to communicate to folks how much that is going to cost us. If you think getting rid of the people who know most about national security is going to make our country safer, you do not know anything about national security. And that's happening throughout the department. It makes me concerned. And, this idea that if you didn't vote for the current person in office, you can't be trusted to be a government employee. In the United States, we tried that. It's called a patronage system, where you got the job because of who you supported, not because you knew how to do the job, the competence part. And we know that it's rife with corruption and it's rife with incompetence. And so that makes me very concerned going forward. But in terms of, what I see now, and it goes back to the analysis that I gave you before, if you are driven to achieve certain outcomes, no matter what, that's a real problem. That's not something I saw in the Department of Justice, and I think it bears mentioning. I worked in the department for years, Republican, Democrat, Republican. I was the acting U.S. attorney in the first Trump administration in Tennessee. Nothing like what we see now has ever gone on. This case in New York City, where the case against the mayor was dismissed in the hopes that he would support the president's political agenda. I mean, just so you know, nothing like it has ever happened that I've ever heard of. Recently, we had this issue of I guess it was people in the Defense Department using Signal to communicate with each other about war plans. Clearly classified information. I can tell you, Andrew will tell you, there is no administration, Republican or Democrat, that does not open an investigation in that situation. Nothing. Where the lives of servicemen are put at risk, zero. Never happens. So again, when we get to a place where the outcome is what matters and not the process, and the last one I'll just throw out is this latest prosecution of the former director of the FBI. There's a process to secure an indictment. There's a process of predication, having some evidence before you do that. And again, I only know what I see myself in the media, but the career prosecutors, the apolitical prosecutors who analyzed this said there wasn't a case. And so they brought somebody in who had never been a criminal prosecutor on days' notice to secure an indictment a day before the statute of limitations ended. That just reeks of lack of process.
I'll add to that the Trump-selected U.S. attorney resigned over this. So not just the career people, but also an actual presidential selection resigned. And if you listen to the president, was fired, but in either way was pressured out.
I just want to be clear, too. I don't see, and I think a lot of Americans do not see this as a political issue. Process shouldn't be a political issue, right? Like if there's rules in the department about how to bring a case, follow those rules. You can't say, I want this outcome, let me throw the rules out. That's why, frankly, you see all these conflicts between the career apolitical prosecutors I worked with, because they're being asked to do things that they think are wrong, and because they're not political people, they're not going to do them. And I think that explains why you've seen the resignations, you've seen people leave the department. It's not because they're enemies of one administration or the next. They've worked through decades for different administrations. It's just they've been doing things apolitically forever. And when they're told, no, you got to get this outcome no matter what, that is so contrary to how we were all raised as prosecutors. I think that's been the center of all the conflict.
So I'm going to end with a couple sort of questions about sort of more personal ones. So sort of obviously in the United States, there's been a lot of vilification, but particularly of you and your team. And if you don't want to talk about yourself, just sort of what have the consequences been in terms of just the personal lives of either yourself or your team in terms of how they have to live, whether they can find jobs? What is it like to have to live through that kind of harassment for what seemingly is just doing your job.
Yeah, I mean, what's interesting for me is, I lived my life in a way where I was not seeking to be someone whose name people knew, right? I was a prosecutor, a public servant, and having done this job, now I'm this guy where people interact with me in a way that they didn't before. But I'm really just like one of many sort of public servants who want to do their job, want to do the right thing, want to be public servants. And so, yes, if you don't know, everybody who worked on my team was fired, not just the lawyers, but the administrative staff as well. I think these are people who have spent their careers sacrificing for the communities they want to protect for our country. I'm really upset that people like that not only are being vilified, but that it's hard to get their stories out of who they are. Because I think the way we communicate with each other right now, it's very hard to tell a narrative. Because if you saw the narratives of some of these people, I mean, just briefly, there's an agent who worked on our case, who served our country overseas, multiple combat tours, decades as an FBI agent, fired days after his wife died of cancer.
Here's how a digital storm workstation can accelerate your machine learning projects. We only use professional-grade GPUs from NVIDIA for stability and performance in demanding tools like PyTorch and TensorFlow. All our workstations are built by experts and thoroughly stress-tested for optimal performance. A digital storm workstation is a tool for professionals.
People hear these stories, no one's going to think that's okay. So, yeah, I think that's a real
The
problem.
reporting on that is the senior career FBI people tried to get Kash Patel, the FBI director, to put off the decision given his personal circumstances, and failed. And this most senior person at the FBI making that plea was then fired.
Yeah, I mean, these are people, lawyers aside, these are people who put their lives on the line. And for them to be fired for stuff like this, I just don't see how anyone can hear those stories and not be moved by it.
And then have people sort of landed on their feet, or has it been a struggle? Obviously, I think people know there's been all sorts of executive orders targeting law firms. There's been actions targeting people, targeting companies, and a chilling effect as a result of that. And to what extent has that sort of affected people on your team in terms of their lives going forward?
Yeah, well, the good thing for the folks on my team is they're excellent lawyers, and they are people who are really good at their profession. There is a chilling effect out there, and there's a lot of bad in it. The good, I will say, is we are living in a moment where you get to find out who people are. You get to find out what institutions stand for, or companies, or law firms. And so I think it's been revealing for all of us about the different ways things have gone there. I think the folks on my team in the long run will be fine because they're good people, and I believe that they're going to have good outcomes. But the stuff their families have had to go through as a result of this, again, if you knew the stories of these people, nobody would think that's okay.
Any final thoughts that you have for our audience about sort of the rule of law, thinking about what we're experiencing in the United States, and how you sort of think about it, having seen sort of the rule of law globally?
Yeah. So, I think of public service as a privilege, and my life has been it's been so great to live the life I had as a public servant. Not only the things I've got to do, the things I've got to be a part of, but the people I've got to work with. And when I talk to young people a lot today, I see people concerned about a career in public service, or having second thoughts about a career in public service because of the moment we're in. And my message would be, you should double down on that. You may have to find a different way to serve the public than you planned, but it's such a privilege. It's such a good way to spend your days and live your life. And I think having something hard to struggle at is one of the best things you could possibly have in your life. And so I think we're in a moment now where people have to think about what matters to them. And if they believe in things like the rule of law, they believe in democracy, if they're blocked in helping the way that they thought they could help, they need to take that commitment and find another way to be part of the solution.
All right, I'm just going to say it. I'm obsessed with laundry sauce. I never looked forward to laundry day until I started using their pods. The Mojave peach scent is unreal. It starts with this bright mandarin and cinnamon, and then you get that juicy peach with a little sandalwood and vanilla at the end. It literally smells like you're stepping into a 5-star hotel every time you open the dryer. And it's not just the smell. These pods actually work. High performance clean with a high-end fragrance that lasts all day. Plus, they take all the guesswork out of it. You just toss in one pod and go. If you want something a little more citrus and crisp, go with the Italian bergamot. Something a little more tropical and chill, Indonesian patchouli is incredible. They also have a scent quiz on their site so you can find your new signature. For a limited time only, our listeners get 20% off your entire order when you use code MIDAS20 at laundrysauce.com. That's 20% off your order at laundrysauce.com with promo code MIDAS20, MEIDAS20. After you purchase, they'll ask where you heard about them. Please support our show and tell them we sent you. It's time to make Laundry Day the best day of the week.
Now, Special Counsel Jack Smith then addresses the Supreme Court's ruling that gave Donald Trump absolute immunity for official acts. Watch how Comey describes it. Very methodically, very calm. Here, play this clip.
So the first thing to talk about is just the decision generally. We argued for a different outcome, so obviously I was disappointed in the outcome. But I think a really important thing to understand here is, while I didn't agree, and I'll talk in a minute about the reasoning, I didn't agree with it, we followed it. There was never a question that we were going to follow the law as the Supreme Court said the law now was. And I think that's really important to understand, because I think once we get in a position where we start talking about maybe not following court opinions we don't like, we are lost in terms of the rule of law. And so the reasoning, I very much agreed with the reasoning in the dissent in that opinion more than the majority, but that was the law. In terms of that particular point, I would say two things. First, if you looked, and we have this if you're interested in it, it's in the final report that I wrote with my team, that how you can think about these issues is on a spectrum. If you look at how the district court, the appellate court, and then the Supreme Court thought about these things, and then the dissent and the majority in the Supreme Court, there were rule of law considerations, the things we're talking about tonight, and then there were also considerations of giving the executive enough latitude to act, and I think the word was boldly and fearlessly, so that the executive would be able to lead the nation. The district court and the appellate court and the dissent strongly weighted the rule of law considerations. The majority opinion strongly weighted the other considerations, and to your point, brought up this scenario of, well, if you do this, then there's going to be this response. My view on that is a couple things. One, I think if you do that, it's tantamount to saying you can never prosecute powerful high officials, because they'll always there could always be a concern that they'll stay in power and then come after people. The problem is not prosecuting high officials who did something wrong when you do it according to the processes of law in your country. It's the retaliation. That's the problem, and that's the thing that we should be preventing. And also, in the history of our country, what they're talking about, when we've done that, it hasn't happened in the past. And so I disagree with that. But again, that's the reasoning behind the opinion, the ultimate opinion. The law is what it now is in terms of official acts being immune. And that's something that we have to follow.
Then you have Special Counsel Jack Smith talk about a little bit more about James Comey and about just this idea of show trials and historically what we've seen in dictatorships with show trials. Here, play this clip.
We were having this conversation on the day of the arraignment of the former FBI director, James Comey, in the Eastern District of Virginia with, many procedural irregularities. You also mentioned that in addition to process, you mentioned transparency as something else that you think about in differentiating sort of a righteous prosecution and transparency. Could you talk about sort of what you mean by that?
Sure. And again, like take the Navalny trial. We know, or trials. We know that whenever he was going to offer a defense, they decided to not have those in public, not have the public access to it. Same thing, and I should be clear. A lot of times in a prosecution, if there's sensitive information or the protection of witnesses, you can't make everything public if you're going to also, say, protect witnesses or protect sensitive information. But the goal should be to make as much of it public as possible and make your reasons for doing things as public as possible. I think when people don't understand what the courts are doing and don't understand what prosecutors are doing, that's when distrust happens. I mean, another way I think of it is, if we want trust in our government institutions, it comes down to three things. And this is, I'll put it in the lens of a prosecutor, which is what I know. One, you have to be competent at what you do. You have to know how to do it. You have to have experience at it and talent at it. And you have to be someone who actually knows the rules of your profession. The second is you have to have integrity. You have to be a truth teller and someone who can be trusted to do things for the right reasons. But the third, and the third one's often the hardest, is you need to be able to communicate 1 and 2 to the public. You need to be able to let the public know that you're a truth teller and you actually know how to do this. When you don't have a transparent process, it's impossible to
Stream
do
Element
it's
says,
impossible
find me
to,
in other places
whether you're
Discord,
competent or
Twitter,
not, it's
YouTube,
impossible to show
Steam,
that. And if
Xbox,
you are
and
competent,
PlayStation
you
Old
shouldn't be
Mage
afraid
Guy
of a
on
transparent
TikTok as
process.
Mage.
Special Counsel Jack Smith then addresses what he views it means to be a good prosecutor, what he learned. Here, play this clip.
I was taught as a young prosecutor, no fear, no favor. I was taught as a young prosecutor, you do the right things, you do it the right way, and for the right reasons. And, when I was a young assistant district attorney in Manhattan, I thought that's what you were taught at the Manhattan DA's office. When I got to the Eastern District of New York, I was like, wow, that's the same philosophy here. We do it the same way. When I got to the ICC and what I tried to imbue on the people in my office when I was running the last office overseas was those same sort of principles. And what I found is that public servants who want to be good public servants, wherever they are, that those are really guiding principles. If you do those three things, do the right thing, do it the right way, and do it for the right reasons, if you're hitting those marks, you're going to be okay as a prosecutor.
He then talks about how he was trained, how prosecutors should not be political, how he's worked in Democratic administrations, Republican administrations. He's never asked people, what's your political view? What's your political view? And he then, basically without saying it, draws that contrast to what we're seeing today under the Trump regime. Play this clip.
Maybe to be more pointed, given the environment that we're in the United States, how, if at all, does their political views or even their party affiliation factor in or not factor into your decision about who you would bring on?
Yeah. So most of the people who ended up working on this investigation from the beginning to the end when I was special counsel were people who were already actually working on the investigations when I took over. They were working on the separate cases. I did bring in a few people to assist. Those people I brought in were all longtime former federal prosecutors who had worked in both Republican and Democratic administrations over and over again. And one of the topics I really like to talk with folks about, because I don't think it's talked about enough, is the just incredible high level of integrity and competence and willingness to sacrifice of the people who do this work. And I'm talking about the people I worked with in the special counsel's office, but the Department of Justice in the U.S., the FBI, are filled with people like this. And these are people who are not self-promoters. They do not like to tell their own story. They cannot start a sentence with I, they start that with we. These are team players who don't want anything but to do good in the world. They're not interested in politics. And I get very concerned when I see how easy it is to demonize these people for political ends, when these are the very sort of people I think we should be celebrating. The people on my special counsel team were like that. The idea that politics played a role in who worked on that case or who got chosen is ludicrous. And Andrew, you know, and this is another thing that I think if you're not inside the U.S. Department of Justice, the idea that politics would play a role in big cases like this, it's absolutely ludicrous, and it's totally contrary to my experience as a prosecutor. From the time I was a junior prosecutor, when I started out, if I had told my boss at the DA's office, "Hey, I've got this case, and I was going to bring it, but I just found out that the guy is a friend of the DA, so maybe we can find a way not to bring it." Or if I said, "Hey, I wasn't going to bring this case because it's not a legitimate case on the facts and law, but I saw that he was an enemy of the DA and maybe we shouldn't bring it," my boss, my first boss, he would have tossed me out a window, right? Tossed me out a window. When I was the chief of the public integrity section, we were doing the highest profile corruption cases around the country. I had no idea of the politics of people who worked for me because it was entirely irrelevant to our work. And that was the same when I was in Brooklyn, New York. It was the same when I was in Tennessee. And it's one of those things that I think sometimes you hear what's in the news. If you talk to anybody in the department who's been there for decades, that's just not even close to what that work is like. And I don't think that there's enough people out there saying that, because the people who do that, they don't want to be out front talking about those things, putting themselves sort of in the limelight. They just want to do good work. And so the people on my team.
Loaded.com. Get the biggest game releases of the year at the best prices. Enjoy incredible savings with up to 35% off new releases. Loaded. Pay less. Game more.
Were similar to what I saw throughout the department during my career. Apolitical people who wanted to do the right thing and do public service.
More from Special Counsel Jack Smith addressing why he brought the case involving Trump's theft of classified documents that were found at Mar-a-Lago. Why'd you bring that case in Florida when it eventually got assigned to Judge Eileen Cannon? Play this clip.
Two things here. One is kind of I just wanted to address the thing you said about some people criticize things. I think one thing, and it kind of will explain a lot of my thinking about these things, the idea of people criticizing things, particularly in the media. If you are a good prosecutor, that is noise, and you need to tune it out. I think people in the media can do a very good public service in explaining what's going on in court and explaining legal concepts that are complex. But when we get to the point of people opining, you should have done this, you should have done that, good prosecutors learn to tune that out. I know whenever I've done a big case that no matter what I do, some people are going to think I'm a villain, and some people are going to think I'm a hero. Some people are going to think I'm great, and some people are going to think I stink. You tune that out. You just have to tune that out. And so, whatever was going on in the media about that, I don't have any idea about that because it's not something I follow. In terms of the actual case, it was very important to me that we do all our work by the book, and that means the same way you do it in a DOJ case if it wasn't a case of this much public interest. And under that way of thinking, the place to venue this case was in Florida. There were arguments you could venue parts of it other places, certainly, and there are times that the DOJ venue has pieces of cases in different places, but the usual way is to have it in one place. And in this particular case, the documents were in Florida. The major acts of obstruction, the 2 series of obstruction that we charged in the case, happened in Florida. And I would also the last point I would just add is we didn't have the immunity decision that came later. But if we had, by charging it in Florida, all the conduct that we charged was after the presidency. So the idea that any of this will be official acts would be a lot less than it otherwise would have been if we had charged things that had happened in Washington, D.C. beforehand.
There's another powerful moment at about an hour and 5 into this Q&A session. Play this clip.
You do not want to be saying things before a trial that are going to make it hard for the defendant to get a fair trial, right? You don't want to be sort of polluting the jury pool in your favor, saying things that because the usual case is a case where the government has a lot of power and has a megaphone, and the defendant most often doesn't. And so those rules, that way of doing things, has been a department tradition. And in fact, a lot of the local rules of the courts that we practice and say limit what you can say as a prosecutor. And so in my role as special counsel, I handled things very much as I did throughout my career. It's like you often say, do your talking in the courtroom, not on the courthouse steps. And so that's how I did things. I think that it is worth a conversation going forward about how we move things and how we handle things and how we think about these things. Now, I'm not arguing in favor of a sort of wholesale, one side blasts something out on social media and then the other side does, and we do that sort of thing. But I do think we need to think about it differently because we're in a different age now and we communicate with each other differently. The Archibald Cox thing, if you haven't all seen it, it's worth, when you go home tonight, you got nothing to do for half an hour, pulling it up on the YouTube. It's artful, it's heartfelt, its integrity is just oozing out of him. It's also really hard to do. Partially because to do that without making an argument you're not interfering with the defendant's trial rights is really hard. There's unique situations you can do it, but this goes back to my previous point of like, if you want to have confidence in our institutions of government, you want there to be a bond of trust between citizens and the government they put in place. You have to have competence, integrity, and you have to communicate it. That third one's hard. And I will say that kind of like dinosaurs like myself who've done it the old way, I think we need to have a conversation to think about how to be better at it, but I don't want to have that conversation where we start interfering with people's right to have a fair trial. So I think it's a good endeavor, it's a thing we should talk about, but I also think it's harder than we think.
And I want to start with this as well, where Andrew Weissman goes over Special Counsel Jack Smith's background, because I think it's important for you to hear what it means to be an experienced person, the types of prosecutors who used to work at the DOJ, in contrast to these hacks that Donald Trump puts in now, like Lindsay Halligan, who have never been federal prosecutors in their life at all, who are now bringing these just terrible cases, be clowning. A once proud institution known as the DOJ. Jack Smith's background right here. Play this clip.
Jack was a graduate of Harvard Law School. He was a career prosecutor. And the unusual part, I think, of your background is that Jack was a prosecutor at the state level in the United States, at the federal level in the United States, and also internationally. I really can't think of anyone who has that confluence of experience. In addition, something that's sort of dear to my heart is you were also a prosecutor at sort of Main Justice, which is in Washington, so that's centrally, but also in the field in various parts of the United States, not just in New York, but also in Tennessee, as we'll talk about. As I mentioned, Jack started his career as an assistant district attorney, that's the state level, in New York for the revered and legendary Robert Morgenthau. He then joined the U.S. Attorney's Office in the Eastern District of New York. That is where I also started my prosecutorial career, and as both of us know, it's all downhill after that. In the Eastern District of New York is, I think, everybody who is a federal prosecutor will say the best job you've ever had. But you went on to many great things after that. You went to Main Justice, as I mentioned, where you were the head of the public integrity section that either handles or oversees all of the public corruption cases in the United States. You leaded that, and it should go without saying, but unfortunately, I need to say it. And it was the people who were prosecuted were based on the facts and the law, and it didn't matter if they were Republicans, Democrats, Independents, or no party at all, if they had committed a crime worthy of prosecution. As I mentioned, Jack did not only work in the United States. You then had 2 separate stints at the ICC, which we're going to talk about, at the Office of the Prosecutor for the International Criminal Court in The Hague. You were the chief of coordinations for the Investigations Division. We'll talk more about sort of what you did there. And between those 2 stints, you went back to the United States, where you were the first assistant, that's the number 2, and then the number 1 in the U.S. Attorney's Office, that's a federal office in Tennessee. You went back to the ICC and stayed there for about 4 years, and then you got a phone call, which is sort of basically why we are here today, and that is on November 18th, 2022. The then United States Attorney General of the United States, that's Merrick Garland, appointed you to be the special counsel for the Department of Justice, looking into 2 things. That is the investigation that was ongoing with respect to Donald Trump and classified documents, and also the handling of the sort of lead up to and events surrounding January 6th and the effort to prevent a peaceful transfer of power. So with that as an introduction, welcome very much to UCL and to GCDC. It is really just a privilege to have somebody with your background.
Now, at UCL Law's YouTube, it's about an hour, 20 minutes plus of the actual interview if you want to watch the full interview. But I really went through it to capture what I think were the key moments right there, to give you the highlights, as we always try to do, in a very comprehensive way here on the Midas Touch Network. Thanks for watching. Hit subscribe. Let's get to 6 million subscribers.
New Midas merch. Head to store.midastouch.com today and get yourself the best pro-democracy gear and show your support. That's store.midastouch.com.
Let's go back to the Mars Climate Orbiter, where it never got into orbit because the scientists were using metric and you engineers were still on imperial units. What's up with that?
What's up with that is we've carried mixed units in the United States for way too long.
You blaming the country. All right, blame it. You're the engineering people. You know you're talking to scientists.
Did that scenario cause them to make the change? Or are they still being dumbasses?
I think, Chuck, there's still pockets of dumbassery going on.
This is Star Talk. Neil deGrasse Tyson, you're a personal astrophysicist. I got Chuck Nice with me. Chuck, baby, how you doing?
Hey, Neil, what's happening?
All right. We got a good show today. Oh, my God.
What's on tap?
The future of the space industry.
Oh, and you say that's a good show?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
You think there's a good future for the space industry?
You want to get off this Earth? You better think it's good.
Okay. Well, you know, I do want to get off this Earth. I'm just afraid of who might be driving.
Oh, there you go. There you go. Did I tell you? People say, you want to go into space? You want to go in this guy's rocket and Bezos's rocket? I said, yeah, but I want him to fly his mother first.
Nice.
Bring her back. And
nice.
then I'm cool.
Right, then I'm cool.
Then maybe I'll step on the ship. So I love this field.
Okay.
But I have no specific engineering expertise.
All right.
So we combed the land.
Yes.
To find somebody who's been in and out, and in that whole field.
Oh, right on.
And we got a man right here.
Yes.
He right here, sitting right here. Sir.
Neil.
Welcome to Star Talk. Jeff, did I pronounce your last name correctly? Thornburg.
That's correct.
There you go. Jeff Thornburg.
There was a very popular, nighttime soap opera called The Thornburgs.
Thornbirds.
Oh.
Yes.
Well,
Slightly off.
As you can tell, I was a huge fan of this show.
You would be surprised, Chuck, how many kids in school equated Thornbirds with Thornburg. So you're in great company. You're in great company.
You should be embarrassed that you corrected someone on a soap opera name. What else do you do? Is that what you're doing during the daytime when you should be building rockets?
Yeah, well, everybody has a side hustle. So, I mean,
very good.
So you are currently CEO of Portal Space Systems.
Yes, sir.
I love that. Aerospace engineer.
Nice.
We need more of those.
Yeah.
And you have a background with the Air Force. That might have been the Space Force if it had been now. NASA, Aerojet.
Yes.
Love Aerojet. SpaceX, and more. So you've been around.
I've been around.
But it sounds like you can't hold down a job.
Yeah, well.
What's the difference between everyone wanting you and everyone firing you?
He's like, don't shame my success with this drinking problem.
What's the difference?
Look at the success I have achieved, all while holding down a drinking problem.
My best answer to that, Neil, is I grew up like I think you and others did, and aspired for this science fiction world that we all would like to see. And I would go work at these places and be like, not moving fast enough, not moving fast enough, not moving fast enough.
Very cool.
And so,
and then you decided to take it in your own hands.
Yes, sir.
Nice.
That's audacious.
I love that.
No, that's bodacious.
I have a very loving wife who has been very patient with my 30-year career.
That's definitely, you need one of those in that situation.
Yeah, I
so
need one of those.
Tell me, what is Portal Space Systems and why that's different from what you've seen before?
Portal is building the most rapidly maneuverable spacecraft that's ever been built. And that's important because we're doing it with a lot of payload flexibility. So what that means is we can accomplish a lot of missions for defense and commercial customers. We can do it with speed. The problem with movement on space is you can't get anywhere very fast right now, especially with satellites and defense systems. So I got frustrated and I said, this is a solvable engineering problem. Why aren't we doing more about it? Okay, if no one's going to do anything about it, I'm going to go do something about it.
And engineers just love problems.
They do. They do. And they love developing new types of spacecraft.
So when you say get somewhere faster, you want to get to 9 months is not fast enough for you to get to Mars.
No, I want to do, no, absolutely not.
Okay.
Look at that.
So I think my vision, my long-term vision is nuclear thermal propulsion, I think, is a key thing in my lifetime.
As would be, that's anyone. Sure. You dreamt that last night.
Are you kidding me? That's how I came in this world. My first words after they slapped me on my ass was, we get into nuclear thermal propulsion.
Thank you, Chuck. Exactly. That's what I've been saying for years now.
Wait, so you're talking about how nimble can you be?
This is the most dangerous planet. And you've come to hunt an apex predator. You might not be alone in this hunt.
Predator Badlands in theaters November 7th.
In the 3D space environment.
Yeah, so our current spacecraft platform can move from mid-Earth orbit to low Earth orbit in less than 3 hours. It can move from mid-Earth orbit to GEO in less than a day. It can go from low Earth orbit to geostationary orbit in a day. So those types of time.
That's not fast enough for you?
That is fast enough for me.
Good.
It's just not possible with frequency now, unless you're using a rocket to do it.
It's not a routine thing.
It's not a routine thing.
Right, okay. So you're like, I'm going to turn commercial space into trucking.
Could you have more romantic terms than that?
No, but because that's very understandable.
He's going to be the Amazon of delivery system of space?
Because
the FedEx. Yeah.
FedEx?
At one point, once we had containers coming in and container shipping, like the trucking industry boomed because somebody had to figure out a way to get these containers where they had to go, and quickly. And so, you're doing that, which is
our customers don't care about how cool the tech is.
Right.
They just want speed.
speed.
They want it now. If there's something going on in the world they need to be looking after, they want to do it now. If they've got a spacecraft in trouble, they want to see it now. They don't want to agonize over well, if I move it, maybe I'll never get to move this spacecraft again because
Got
it
it.
doesn't have enough.
You know, I didn't even know that was a problem until you just said it right now. And let me not even think of it as a problem. Let me think of it as an unrealized need that you are fulfilling. Very nice.
That's right.
So we'll get back to that, but tell me, because you've had your whole life is in this, and we're probably about the same age, so I'm feeling your enthusiasm and your disappointments with what we've seen out
My
there.
long lost brother in space. Yes, I'm feeling that now.
So, what are some things that you have worked on that you could tell us about?
One of the most exciting projects I got was when I was a young engineer with the Air Force Research Lab, and I got to develop a brand new type of rocket engine called a full flow stage combustion engine. That's a fancy name for saying the highest performing rocket engine ever made.
And just to be clear, Air Force Research Lab, that's not just another lab on the street corner. That's an FFRDC, if I remember correctly, or not?
It's a government lab.
Okay.
There are contractors like aerospace that support in an FFRDC way.
What does that mean, please? FFRDC.
Federal funded.
Stay with us, Chuck.
Yeah. Trying to keep up here, you know, but you guys are like rocketing off.
Federally funded research and development operation, where it's a way for the government to get a piece of a pie that's being baked that corporations wouldn't otherwise do because it's a little risky. It's a little kind of off the thing, but
no business case, no profit margin.
I'm doing that now with NVIDIA.
Okay.
Right. So I got to work on that rocket engine program, and it formed a kernel of several kernels of technology that seeded the propulsion industry for years to come. So I got to work on that program between 1999 and 2004, and then that seeded engine programs like J2X that were part of the Ares rocket program. It seeded things like what Stoke is doing with their full flow engine. It seeded what I did with Raptor later on at SpaceX, because I developed and architected the Raptor engine system for Starship. So
when SpaceX rose up out of the din of rocket corporations, were you cherry-picked? Did they cherry-pick you from your previous location?
I don't know that I ever got the full story, but this is a true story. Is that Elon called me at home in Huntsville and said, I got a project I think you might be interested in.
So that counts as being cherry-picked,
I think so.
Yeah, when the guy who owns the thing calls you personally, he's stealing you.
So shortly after I left NASA in Huntsville, I went to SpaceX.
It's Huntsville, Alabama.
Huntsville, Alabama.
And of course, we just learned that the headquarters for the Space Force is moving from Colorado Springs to Huntsville, Alabama. It was a little weird because the president said, and from now on will be named Rocket City, but it's always called Rocket City.
Yeah,
It's always been Rocket City.
It's always
Well,
been
you know,
Rocket
he
City.
does that. Let me ask you both this then before I know, because you brought up these FFRDC.
Yeah.
Is that still necessary now that there's so much commercial activity in space travel? And or, like, is it still necessary for the government to seed money into things so that we can then go forward in discovery?
I love your question because what I've been watching happening in the quote new space industry is venture capital and businesses chase things that add value or add to the stock price or add to profit. The government and the FFRDCs focus on necessary technology that there's no business case for.
So in this case, at the time they're funding it.
Okay.
Who knows what'll happen after?
So I feel that FFRDC should definitely be seeding new technologies like the ones we're developing at Portal for this rapid movement, because no one else is going to do it. So NASA and the Air Force have done a great job over the years of developing technology that then they later put next to the Ark of the Covenant in the warehouse at the end of Raiders of the Lost Ark. And I've been fortunate enough on a few different occasions to go back into the warehouse and pull some of these things that the government has developed.
It's so beautiful.
Yes.
That's excellent.
So, yes, I think the need is definitely there. And when
your face didn't melt when
my
you
face didn't melt,
reopened the Ark.
But when I was in the Air Force specifically, one of the biggest issues is that nobody has that foresight to know all of the ways the technology will be applied.
Right.
And that's why
Nobody has that.
Right. That's why it's so important to keep the government involved in pushing that boundary. And I think that's where the government should be spending their money. Unfortunately, those government budgets are shrinking because I think some people think, well, private industry is just going to do it, so why do we have to fund it anymore? But what they don't understand is VCs and private industry are chasing value creation and stock price and profit, and that may not be in the same wheelhouse as the technologies we need to actually get humans to Mars, to get humans to the moon, and to explore the solar system.
Yeah.
And that's where China enters the picture.
Then there was China.
And then there was China.
So tell me about Aerojet. What'd you do there?
I worked as an engineering manager and director on liquid rocket engine technology development, did a lot of turbo pump development for liquid rocket engines while I was there.
I mean, we've had liquid fuel forever. I mean, since Goddard, right? So what new thing was necessary?
Getting weight out of the system.
Every ounce matters.
Every ounce matters. And combining components, bringing in technologies like additive manufacturing to reduce part count.
Wow.
And figure out how to qualify systems to do that.
If you reduce part count,
yes,
that reduces the error, the points of failure that could take place.
Reliability goes up as part count goes down.
Because I remember when the shuttle first came out. Okay. Yeah. And there was this headline that sounded like it was bragging, and I said, "That's not a brag." He said, "The space shuttle, it's the most complex rocket ever to be launched." And it's like, you don't want that.
Yeah, right.
Am I right? I mean, you're the engineer.
Yes.
It's like, don't tell me that.
Well, in fact, they couldn't reuse it the way they wanted to because of that fact. You know, shuttles were going to launch 25 times.
Yeah, every couple of weeks.
Every couple of weeks. And then they're like, oh, these engines aren't as easy to refurbish as we thought. We've actually have to rebuild them after every flight. Oh, we got wiring issues that we hadn't accounted for. Oh, we've got tiles.
Tiles, right, that'll fall off.
Right.
So when the shuttle was retired, we didn't have a way to get to space.
Yes.
And so I guess we used with Russia. I mean, they were our friends back then. Who knows what they are today? But they had the Soyuz capsule. Does the Soyuz capsule have like 10 parts to it or something? It's kind of a blunt instrument that works every single time. Tell me about the Soyuz.
Well, the Russian...
And you testified about that. So catch me up on that.
I mean, the Russian development of rocket technology is interesting because you have to go all the way back to the end of World War II. We cherry-picked rocket scientists. The U.S. grabbed their lot, including von Braun.
Werner von Braun, yeah.
Russians grabbed their lot. And what happened was the Russian lot of German rocket scientists really ended up focusing on reliability and part count and manufacturability. Von Braun and his team, and what later became the bulk of NASA, focused on performance and perfection. And so there was two completely different thought processes between Russian rocketry and American rocketry at that point that can trace themselves all the way back to the end of the Cold War.
And that persisted. And so to this day, the Soyuz, isn't it the most reliable?
It is. And it has heritage dating all the way back to the 50s because they've never changed it. And there's
so it's still got a compass. Or in the Flintstones, you look at the legs are running underneath.
And I mean, and their technology, there was so much elegance in their manufacturing that we ended up buying a lot of their engines at the end of the Cold War because we didn't want the Russian rocket scientists going to Iran and North Korea and other places.
That was part of our relationship with the space station to bring them on, give them something to do. In the day, everything that NASA launched said NASA on it, even if it was built by Boeing or Lockheed Martin or whoever else. But private enterprise is now putting things on the shelf that NASA then selects off the shelf, and that all has the name of the companies on it.
Yes.
So this is a shift. Could you take us through that shift?
Sure.
From the old days into what's actually happening now.
Yeah. So about the time, the early 2000s is when Blue Origin and SpaceX were incorporated. And then over the next 10 years, they started to develop capabilities to launch things that were interesting to NASA. When I was at SpaceX and we were developing Falcon 9, they didn't believe that we could do those things at those price points. So they kind of patted us on the head and said, that's cute, let us know when it works. And then it did work. And then that's when the real interest came forward because now for $60 million a launch, you could do a lot of cool things that you couldn't do with the Space Shuttle program. And then the race was on.
Space Shuttle was $1 billion a launch or something?
Something
it
like
turned
that.
out Huge.
Holy
yeah.
moly.
Yeah, part of it was because there weren't as many launches in a year to amortize the cost of the marching army to keep all that going. And with more launches, then the less per launch the effective cost is. But if you bring the cost down to that, that's another ball game.
It's a whole other ball game. And that's what got us excited about the shuttle retiring, because the race was on to get Dragon on a Falcon 9 as fast as possible and get astronauts to the station and get American astronauts again to orbit. And we put all the NASA logos and everything, and they were a great partner and all that. But you know, it was weird because people would come up to us and say, "Does NASA exist anymore?" Because SpaceX seems to be launching everything.
So let's get the animal straight. So the Dragon is the capsule.
Correct.
The Falcon 9 or the Falcon Heavy. The Falcon is the rocket, the launch system.
First and second stage.
Stages of the system. Good. Just get the animal. If you were,
yes.
Were you up with the animals there?
Yeah. We didn't we go to SpaceX and I think you said it's the number of.
Well, it looked like it. Is it true? The Falcon 9 has 9 engines on the bottom.
That's correct.
Okay, because we visited the headquarters and
nice.
Yeah, it was one. Star Talk goes to SpaceX.
Yes.
I think it's online.
Yes.
And we were just chilling and looking at the rocket, and yes, the one that it's the first stage that comes back.
Correct.
Right, and you see it with the tripod.
Yep.
A big one mounted outside.
And we had to put that engine in the center to help facilitate the landing burn.
Right. Let me ask you that. Let me ask you. If you're going to bring the stage back, that means you are using weight for fuel to guide the thing back for a soft landing. But I want that weight for my payload. So where do you, as an engineer, where do those two lines cross?
So the elegance in the engineering is that Falcon 9, basically, we actually pushed that vehicle to its absolute limit before anybody ever saw it do its thing. And we did that because we didn't want any excess fuel on that vehicle when it landed back. So then what we did, the company did, the business people did, is they said, look, we're going to sell you an expendable stage or a reusable stage. And if you do the reusable, you'll save some money.
Oh, so then the buyer makes that decision.
That's right. Then the market,
brilliant.
The market chooses.
Brilliant.
What did the market choose? They chose the reusable version because it made the most financial sense.
Wow.
But so there's two things. There's a business model.
I'm glad to hear that. That puts a lot in context for me.
Right. As an engineer, I have to make that system as efficient as possible, meaning there should be no unused fuel when it lands, and then let the buyer and the market choose that configuration because it makes the most financial sense, and then everybody wins.
Occasionally, you need the payload, which, if memory serves, they needed that extra weight for the Europa Clipper mission. I think the first stage did not return smoothly.
I think that
got dropped into the ocean.
Right.
They needed that.
You got to have all the Delta V available to go to Europa.
Okay.
So,
yeah, Europa is the Jupiter's moon.
Right.
Yeah, the Europa Clipper will loop around.
Yes.
Make radar measurements beneath
and
the
they'll
ice.
sell that. But I think the business case people should understand is if you buy an expendable version, now that hardware can never be used again. And there's value associated with that hardware. So you're going to pay to basically use it all in one shot. And so that's another way to drive market value. That's a good business case as well.
So at the risk of asking the obvious, all these places you've worked, presumably there's a lot of wisdom you have gleaned from that you bring to your current job. Is that a fair statement?
I've seen a lot. Yes, I think that's a fair statement. That's definitely true. But I think
you've seen the mountaintop.
I think more importantly though is I got to work with these graybeards at NASA and the Air Force. I got to work with some great people in industry.
Did you say gray beards?
Gray beards, yes.
Do they have beards in the Air Force? I thought they make you shave.
Yeah, well, the civil servants have beards.
Okay. That's a pretty lax military if they've been working around with beards.
So I tried to be a very good student of those older folks that had seen a lot more things than I had in my career. So
give us a minute. We don't always have engineers on the show. It's mostly scientists. And for what it's worth, anytime people say to me, you guys are doing great things in space, I say, look, we know what we want to do, but we don't know how to build the stuff. There are engineers who you never come interview who enabled the James Webb Space Telescope, who enabled the Hubble telescope. And so I just want to, on record, give a shout out to nameless engineers who
Are
make the
responsible
scientists
for the success of everything.
of everything, and make the scientists look good. But you only see the scientists get interviewed because they're talking about the results of the experiment.
Right.
And whereas the engineer is not in that loop. So
I think that's awesome that you're doing that. And two, that's the best part of my job. Is like I know engineers that got degrees that never really became engineers because they never got to actually experience an idea that you actually have to go build. It needs to work. And then I work with people every day, some of which that don't understand that engineering is sometimes an art form because you don't know all the things. You have to design around the uncertainty. Like if you came to me with a new spacecraft system, I'd say, yeah, that's theoretically possible. Now let's go see what we can actually build and how accurate I could build it.
like a warp drive.
Right.
Like a warp drive. We could totally work on that, Neil.
Yeah, what are you doing here? Get back to work on that.
That's
so
you guys are like the workman that comes in your home, the contractor, and he's like, yeah, we're not going to know anything until we open up these walls.
I do have...
Yeah, gotta tell you, could be a lot of problems back there. I mean, this could be a $200 job or it could be a $20,000 job. We don't know.
That sounds just like my engineers when I'm pricing a program out. So you're hitting it right on the head.
So I just want to highlight for our audience, which is primarily a science-leaning audience rather than engineering-leaning, tell me the value of failure. Let's just start there.
I'll answer that with a quick story, which is a lot of legacy government and NASA programs have this failure is not an option moniker to it. And what that means is to have infinitely low risk requires infinitely high cost. And so that's not how a lot of commercial startups and businesses have formed in the last decade or so, because instead there's a different approach in engineering where we want to actually break it because we want to see where the design fails.
Stream Element says, find me in other places Discord, Twitter, YouTube, Steam, Xbox, and PlayStation Old Mage Guy on TikTok as Mage.
They've had to try to get everything right on the first go, and that's a pretty tall order. That's why these aerospace programs have taken so much longer than anybody ever wanted from a schedule-wise or from a cost standpoint. So I think
Elon in the early days was very visible with his rocket failures.
Yes.
And he made a very important point at every turn. We're going to learn something from this. Although it sounded a little too euphemistic at times, where the rocket blows up and it's no, that was not a failure. That was an experiment rich in data.
and it's true to a certain extent, but not all failures are planned. Most of them aren't. And but the value is if your company or organizational culture accepts failure.
This is the most dangerous planet, and you've come to hunt an apex predator. You might not be alone in this hunt.
Predator Badlands in theaters November 7th.
Then you will actually get to the end product much faster.
There it is right there. That's it.
But also it's kind of a public perception problem for NASA because there's never been a movie made about SpaceX or Elon Musk, but the whole idea behind the whole Apollo missions and everything that NASA does is triumph. We did it. And then the one time something goes wrong, it's global headlines of how badly they failed and what an incredible tragedy it is.
Right.
If NASA blew up 100 rockets, there'd be no more tax dollars going to NASA. Whereas Elon Musk can blow up as many rockets as he wants.
Yeah, but as Neil knows as well, look at the history of the Mercury Gemini Apollo program. We blew up a ton of stuff. Those young men and women were in their 20s. They looked like SpaceX looked a few years ago.
Wow.
And so NASA used to operate exactly in that mold But somewhere along the way, politics took over and it got different for them. So I think NASA should focus on the programs that aren't viable as a business, that are pushing technology forward, because I think that's what they do really well at. I don't think they do well in big rocket programs. I mean, just
this is my reply. I'm asked it often, as you can imagine. We said it earlier. With private enterprise coming in, why do we need NASA? Because there are things that private enterprise would never engage on the frontier, where there's either risk that they would not take or return on investment that does
That
not
they will
exist.
not make.
Right, exactly.
And I don't think nation states should rely on CEOs to be their only hope in achieving certain national goals. I just think that's a bad idea.
Yeah, I wonder where the yeah. I kind of agree.
Could be wrong.
I agree with you
but I mean,
there.
that's just one person's
exactly.
opinion.
Yeah, you know, when a leader of a nation breaks up with the CEO, like it can get ugly. You know what I mean? Like who gets the cat? Like
So you want people to be more comfortable with failure because that's how you proceed. Not failure from blunder, but failure from something you had not seen coming. It's a different kind of failure, right?
I think people think engineers just know, and therefore when we fail, oh, we're stupid or we're a bad engineer. And they don't understand the art of engineering is designing a system around unknowns, and that we don't always know the first time it's going to be successful. So I think
which would include the unknown unknowns.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's the unlock for people to know failure is a good thing, because you've now given engineers a gift, because now they have all of the information. So that's why failure is so important to engineering, because now you've pushed the design all the way up to the line. You don't have to guess about it anymore. So now you've gone from that initial phase of engineering around the margins you don't know, which normally means it's heavier or carries more fuel or less efficient in some way because you're just trying to get it to work. And when you fail it, now you can totally isolate that to what it needs to be. And that's why things like the Falcon 9 first stage land the way they do. Because we failed so many of those, as the gag reel has shown over the years.
Yeah, back when you were at SpaceX. Yeah.
I'm gonna start looking at my life differently. I'm just an engineer.
All the failures.
Yeah. Who knew?
Let me take you somewhere, because this comes up, and I want to hear it. I've spoken of it as a scientist, but I want to hear an engineer speak of this. Let's say there's some disaster, NASA disaster, okay? Always, somebody digs up an engineer's memo that said you shouldn't launch because this might fail. And then others say, why didn't you pay attention to that? And nobody looks to all the successful launches to dig up the very same letters that say you shouldn't launch because that's going to fail, and it doesn't fail. So how do you square how NASA or any company should respond to the claims that you didn't heed advice, when presumably, I'm thinking, there are memos like that every single launch?
So there's a failure in leadership there that I personally believe in, that I operate differently in my organizations over the years and my company now. You're always going to have somebody say, I'm worried about this before you launch or before you field the spacecraft on orbit. And so what I do is we have what's called active risk management, which is a NASA term. But we look at all those risks before we fly. At every organization, there needs to be a person that signs off on final risk posture for whatever mission you're flying. And that person, it's okay for them to take risk, but they need to document why they're taking that risk and why it's acceptable. So when I build flight hardware, we do a final risk review before it flies. We look at all of the key risks, and if people feel really strongly that they're worried about something, then I say, I'm taking that risk away from you. You don't have to stress about that anymore. I'm going to say it's okay, and I'm going to justify it because of this.
Okay, so now something goes bad. Now the press comes and they see that memo. And they say, why didn't you heed the advice of that memo?
And I had already addressed that in the documentation that said, I thought this was an acceptable risk because of X, Y, and Z, and I know I have to stand by that whether it fails or not.
Okay, so now they put you in front of the bereaved relatives.
Now you're standing on a jet, and the door has blown off mid-flight. How do you get around it?
Well, but that's
that could never happen.
I think there's incompetence and there's acceptable risk documentation. I guess that's what I was getting
That's
at.
what you're saying.
That's an important distinction.
That's it.
I make it a point to have acceptable risk documentation, so if the worst happens, I can at least explain myself on why I thought that was okay.
Gotcha.
And then I'm also fine saying I was wrong.
It's like a pharmaceutical disclaimer. You know, side effects may include, and they're highly unlikely, but they list even the most unlikely of side effects. But they say, you know, hey, listen, the chances of this happening are so slim that this is deemed safe. But there's a very, very slim chance that this could happen.
In space, there's never a guarantee. That's the thing.
No such thing as safe in space.
There's no such thing.
It's just the risk that you accept.
I think companies get in trouble when management takes that authority away from engineering. It says, we don't care what you guys think, we're doing this anyway.
That's when you got a problem.
That's when you got a problem. And so when you're talking about, you know, door hatches blowing off or submarines failing when they shouldn't have been designed the way they were or whatever, that's a failure in leadership.
Gotcha.
And so I think you're still going to have failures, and I'm just saying let's avoid the failure in leadership piece of that.
Not enough attention is given to where the leadership matters versus the engineering declarations of what the risk factors are.
That's right.
Yeah.
Because people just want to get to the end.
Okay, so how about, just since we're here, the Hubble telescope, the mirror has a perfect shape, the secondary mirror has a perfect shape, but they don't play in a sandbox together, and they were not tested together. So is that leadership?
That's a failure in system engineering, in my opinion, because you didn't have an adequate test program.
How big was system engineering as a thing at the time? We're talking about the late 80s.
NASA. This is system engineering haven.
That's what it is. You're right.
So,
but I don't think system engineering was taught in schools as a branch of engineering until later than it should have.
Well,
am I right there?
I mean, I've seen evidence in the shuttle program that they had very robust system engineering back in that time frame.
Okay,
so,
in the 80s.
You know, maybe NASA
90s,
didn't equivalently apply it all over the different centers and programs, but there is no better price for systems engineering execution than NASA.
So that's a blunder.
That's a failure of imagination to be like, should we test these systems before they fly? Maybe.
Wow.
All right, one more. Let's go back to the Mars Climate Orbiter, where it never got into orbit because the scientists were using metric, and you engineers were still on imperial units of force.
I remember you telling me that
What's
story.
up with that?
That's
such a classic story and true. What's up with that is we've carried mixed units in the United States for way too long.
Be blaming the country. All right, blame it. You're the engineering people. You know you're talking to scientists. You know.
Well,
you want the scientists to be using pounds and ounces?
I'm not going to make
We're not.
I'm not going to make excuses.
That's
for
right.
the
You better
engineers,
not.
But I will tell you why it's happened, in my opinion.
Okay.
A lot of the engineering tools for spacecraft and launch vehicles were all written in imperial units. And so they've been very slow, the community at large, to change those tools to a metric standard.
Okay.
And so engineers get lazy because they want to stay in the units they're comfortable with.
Well, did that scenario cause them to make the change, or are they still doing the same?
Are they still being dumbass?
I think they're
That's
still...
your word. You say it.
Are they still being dumbasses?
I think, Chuck, there's still pockets of dumbassery going on.
Oh, that's a Chuckism right there.
There we go. It's fantastic.
The dumbassitude of the system just doesn't. So we've seen in recent months a move to cut costs at NASA. Cut costs in many ways, including the science budget, I think got the biggest cut. And there's some attrition, people leaving and not being replaced, early retirement. And so it seems like we're losing some legacy wisdom with that shift. Could you reflect on what you think might be the future consequences of this?
Absolutely. What comes to my mind, there's two things that I actually worry about now, which is we're watching our scientists walk over to other countries because there's no funding for them here.
I have two colleagues, not in astrophysics, but in other physical sciences. They said they got a phone call from France.
Yeah.
They say,
Hello. What are you doing right now? I hear you are being hired. Perhaps you would like to come to France.
So,
and make a baguette rocket.
Baguette rocket.
Yeah, because it helps.
Be tasty.
That would be funny. A rocket in the shape of a baguette. Dude.
But like, so you've got the scientists vacating, and then you've got NASA engineers and folks that will not be doing the fundamental research. We've been robbing R&D from the United States for my career has spanned 30 years at this point. I can't talk to all the things that happened before me, but I can talk to all the things that happened in 30 years in my experience. And it was bad when I started my career. It's even worse now 30 years later. I think current events are going to have ramifications for America as a leader in science and technology for decades to come.
Absolutely.
Because of what's happening now.
We're plundering our own intellectual treasure is what we're doing.
Because you don't know which experiments are going to work.
Right.
You have to fund a lot of different science and technology areas, hoping that 1 out of 10 or 15 are going to be winners.
Why don't they know this?
I don't know. I guess that's why I'm here. Let's get the word out.
You should be on a podcast.
I should think about that.
Let's work on that. Gosh. Speaking as an academic, if I come up with a great idea and I publish it, and then all my colleagues see it, they can judge it, see if there's a flaw, or use it as a stepstone to reach a next goal. That's the openness that is fundamental to the progress of science. You're in a competitive industry.
Mm-hmm.
If you make some discovery, would you be resistant to patent it because then other people would see it? How does intellectual property work in your business?
There is a strong desire to hide things that are unique because it becomes intellectual property of IP of the business that can actually add to its value.
So tell me things you're hiding now.
So, sure, I'm happy.
No.
Remember that warp engine you talked about?
So one of the things as a CEO of a space startup that I think about a lot is integrity. And so to your kind of what you're scratching out a little bit is if there was something so great that could benefit humanity, I learned a lot from Paul Allen when I worked for him because one of the things I took
Microsoft Paul
Allen. And one of the things I took away from Paul was technology for the benefit of humanity. So that's one of our kind of cultural touchstones at Portal Space Systems. So if we had something so great and so beneficial to humanity, I wouldn't want to hide that. But that's just my take on integrity.
Now, what does your wife feel about this?
Well, we should talk to her about that. It's probably going to come down to the value and the dollar. I think she'd rather have a husband with integrity than without. It's what I think she'd
There
probably
you go.
say.
That's a great answer. Yeah.
But we don't have enough integrity in the business right now, is a personal observation. Because the push to make money, the push to grow a business and satisfy investors sometimes compromises people's value systems in ways that aren't great.
So how could that, because it seems to me like what you're doing is either comes down to this works or it doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm sure there are people who feel like, well, what do I need integrity for? Because it either works or it doesn't. So what difference does it make? Where exactly does a lack of integrity hurt the business and then subsequently
I think lying about the progress of your product.
That's where I keep the money coming.
That's where I see it the most.
I see.
Vaporware.
Businesses are trying to drive for that next fundraise,
Gotcha.
that next investor,
Okay.
and they lie their asses off to get to the next step.
Okay.
And that's where I see it the most.
Vaporware. That's what that is.
I don't know what vaporware
Well,
is.
there's software.
Oh, vaporware.
There's hardware.
Oh.
There's wetware.
Wetware, yeah.
Which is the brain.
Right.
And then there's
That's us.
vaporware.
And vaporware.
It's just vapor.
Yeah,
There's nothing behind the
That is
idea.
my Uncle Jimmy at a cookout. Vaporware. Yes, I didn't have a name for it until now.
So take me back to the billionaire boys space race. I mean, they're billionaires and they had the cash. How does that work compared with someone who has a brilliant idea and just gets VC money to come in and help them?
Yeah, well, with Elon, he had that money from PayPal to start Tesla and SpaceX. So he had $100 million head start that most people don't have.
Yeah, VCs will come up with $100 million. You can get that.
I mean, you have to work at it. It doesn't happen that fast.
Okay.
Normally you still end up going through a process where you're going to raise a pre-seed round of a few million, and then a seed of maybe 10 or 20 million, and then
Plus, you owe the VC at the end, where if Elon is spending his own money, he just owes himself.
You're diluting your business every time you raise money.
Yes.
And Elon didn't have to do that because it was his own
It's
money.
his own money.
To begin with.
So let me ask you, because I'm just fascinated by this whole thing right now. How does a VC know anything about thermonuclear propulsion? I mean, seriously, like, I need $30 million.
This is where he's got to be a salesman.
Yeah. So, I mean, you know.
So when we started the company 4 years ago, we decided to pursue solar thermal propulsion because it was a stepping stone to get to nuclear propulsion later. But nobody knew what that was or how it could translate into getting you faster movement on orbit. So you're right. The CEO has to be a salesman first, and then you have to start proving that you can build this hardware. And then you start building hardware, you start doing testing, you start showing people.
Plus, you're going to assemble a board of some kind who's looking over your shoulder.
I've started to do that now, with where we are.
Oh, he hadn't do that.
He didn't need to.
He didn't
But now you made him actually say it publicly.
I have a board, but it's a small board. But
his mom is on the board. You're doing so well, son.
That's a good idea. That's a good idea, Neil. I hadn't thought about that.
That's funny.
No, you need some skeptical physicists on your board to know what's possible and what isn't.
That's true. I can always use good skeptics on the board.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the investors typically don't know anything about the technology, to your question. And they hire people.
That's not unique to space, right?
No.
Almost all the high-tech frontier companies, VCs just like the idea.
So one of the things we did at Portal was we started working with the Space Force and the Air Force on small business innovative research contracts so that we could show people that knew things about space, that knew the technology, that investors could then get confidence on that we were on the right track of things. So there's just a lot of steps you got to take to try to convince people something's real. And I wanted to do that with data as much as salesmanship, because I didn't want to be vaporware.
Okay.
So could you give us an overview on the history of propulsion and how the ideas have landed, what's working, what has underperformed relative to predictions, what has overperformed? What we do know is that we don't really have flying cars. We have these flying drones, okay? They want to call them flying taxis, but they're helicopter drones, right? So in the old days, there was just simple Goddard liquid propulsion that you can throttle, I guess. It's chemical energy.
Yes.
We're still using chemical energy.
We are.
So what's up with that?
Well, to get out of Earth's gravity well, you want a lot of thrust, and liquid rocket engines are still the best way to get off the ground and into orbit. Where technology is now started to evolve is once you're in orbit, now what do you do? I would argue that liquid rocket engines aren't the best way to get you around once you're on orbit. Now, we're still using that to take upper stages, third stages, second stages to take you to higher orbits and stuff, but that's not the most efficient way to go. And so they started to see this with...
So there are these regimes.
Yes.
There's acceleration regime, delta V regimes, that don't call for the same solutions.
Correct. There's more solutions available than what we've typically used before.
Okay.
So the electric propulsion came on the scene a while back.
And tell me how that works.
So typically you're talking about a Hall thruster type system. So you're creating ions that you're accelerating out the back of an electric motor or engine.
Why isn't that an ion engine?
It's an ion engine.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay. Right. I thought it was something different, but it's not.
Electric propulsion ion engines are in the same family.
Uh-huh.
They're very efficient, but they don't have a lot of thrust.
Right.
So because you're not creating the acceleration, because you don't have a lot of thrust, you don't get anywhere very fast. So satellites said, okay, that's cool. If it takes us weeks or months to get to an orbit where we're selling electrons for broadband internet or TV or whatever, that's fine. But then our adversaries started developing spacecraft that could move a lot faster with higher thrust. And then they started doing things on orbit that threatened some of our critical infrastructure. And now we have no way to kind of maneuver around that.
So there's strategic value
Yes.
to this.
Maneuverability is a key ingredient of warfare on land, sea,
and
air,
space now.
and now space.
You think? So chemical rockets, we are removing energy that was built into the molecules that are in the fuel tank. That energy gets released. You have you expel mass out one end. The rocket recoils by going the opposite direction. Newton's laws.
Yep. Accelerate those particles in the thrust chamber as
With
fast
very
as
high,
possible.
high mass, high speed coming out the back. Once you are in place, you now kick out ions, which have very low mass, but high efficiency. And so it'll move you if you're patient.
Yes.
And so these are two different needs.
Yes.
Clearly. Okay.
And now there's a new need, which is we don't have that patience any longer.
Right.
Got it.
Now, what are I'll say our adversaries? What are they using for maneuverability?
Well, if
on orbit?
if you look at what China's done, as they've grown the amount of mass they can throw with their Long March launch vehicles, they're just making bigger and bigger spacecraft with bigger and bigger tanks and bigger and bigger thrusters.
So they're brute forcing it.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
That's correct.
That's what they're doing. Oh.
And we like to be more elegant.
Yeah.
Remember my story about the Russian rocket
Right,
versus
exactly.
American? We always want to think about everything.
Right.
As my wife often tells me, I'm in my head too much. That's very much an American.
But you know what?
engine.
I kind of feel like precision and elegance wins out in the long term if you can get past the short term.
In commercially, yes.
Yeah.
Because you need that elegance to hit a price point that's going to make you both commercially viable and viable for the defense industry as well.
Yeah, and unlike America, they spend as much money as they want on anything that they want.
Well, and China's completely aligned in their military-industrial complex.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, there's only one
There's one
chain of command,
chain of command.
one person that makes those
Right.
decisions.
Exactly. And that's what I want here. That kind of efficiency.
He channels Trump. He can't help.
Donald J.
He
is
can't,
my
he
new-
can't help it. He can't help it.
I'm sorry.
So, is there anything you could testify in Congress today that's reminiscent of what you testified in back in 2015?
That would let them
about
know
our needs
and to let
the
them know
transition of our needs.
what
Yeah.
kind of dumbasses they are. Because they are dumbasses.
So
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
The interesting
We
thing,
can cut that out. Please don't cut that.
the interesting thing about all of that is that when I testified before Congress in 2015, it was about why are we sending all this money to Russia and buying their engines when we've got engineers we need to train in the United States and we have commercial companies that can do the job? And that was my argument. And I said, hey, Falcon 9, Falcon Heavy, Starship Raptor are coming. It's going to be a thing. Fortunately, I was right on all of that. What I would say today to different committees before Congress is our adversaries are coming for us, and we are cutting R&D spending, we're cutting engineering, we're cutting science, we're cutting all of the things we need to be competitive.
We're also spooking immigrants who
Yes.
could have expertise, as they've always had. I mean, when I was in graduate school, half of my fellow graduate students were foreign nationals. Half of them.
And
now they're all spooked because they don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, and China's made no bones about they want to be the preeminent superpower in the world. So I don't know why we kind of have our heads in the sand about this.
No, it's a head up our
point.
ass. Say it right.
Okay, sure, head up our ass.
That's
And
a
so
darker place
So
than in the
if,
sand.
if I was testifying before Congress to your question, I would be hitting those points really hard because we need to be accelerating capabilities that are going to preserve. I want to preserve low Earth orbit, mid Earth orbit, LEO, cislunar around the moon for commercial opportunities in the future. And so my thesis is if I don't do my part to protect and defend it with the Department of Defense, there's not going to be a spot to make money commercially in the future. And that's how it's been. So we started sailing wooden ships. The pirates were there. It's going to be no different on orbit. So what are we going to do about it?
Yeah, and so let me describe what I think is going on in space, and you either say I've got it right or modify it as necessary. When people hear Space Force, they say, oh, there's going to be weapons and bombs in space, and it's not really what's happening there. What's happening there is our assets that enable what we think of as modern life and civilization are fundamentally pivoted on what we have orbiting this Earth. with the satellites, the GPS, especially our other communication satellites. And so if you have a military, it's not, oh, defend this border, take this hill. No, it's defend our assets. And our assets are bare-assed in space. And an adversary who wanted to take us out, blind us, they would go to our communication satellites and take us out.
Just like Independence Day.
It was Independence Day. You remembered that.
That's right.
The aliens came and took out all of our satellites.
Leave the World Behind on Netflix.
Oh, that's another one.
That's a great one.
Leave the World Behind.
Yes.
It was a tech warfare. It's not.
Do not watch that movie with Neil, by the way.
Oh, I think that'd be fun.
No.
No?
Leave the World Behind. That was actually, I think the Obamas were executive producers on that project. A terrifying movie, actually. Leave the World Behind.
Well, to your question to me.
Yeah, so would you agree with how I've characterized it?
I loved how you characterized it, because that's the same message that I try to send when I'm talking to, why should the average citizen care about this? They should care because when they go to the gas pump, it's not going to work because GPS does the timing for the gas pump. When they go to get cash from the ATM, it's not going to work because GPS does the timing for the ATM. We've selectively tied our financial systems to GPS, and we did that. We made a choice. We said, oh, this is cool. Let's do this. This is handy. China did not do that. They have other ways they do timing for their banking and financial assets.
My money's in my mattress, so there's not a problem for me.
And not just China, but other countries, right? So we made fundamental decisions with our space technology that have made us vulnerable, to your point, which is why people should care so much about this problem.
We have battleships and Marines that could do 100 push-ups and launch silos, and any country that's smart is not going to attack us on those grounds.
Right.
It's going to find, you're just going to find a weakness. That's how any war unfolds.
Well, and guess what? All those assets up there right now, can they move when they're threatened? Can they defend themselves in any meaningful way? I would argue probably not.
And I also heard, and I haven't confirmed this, but I heard, and you would know, that some adversaries will have satellites that'll nestle up next to our satellites and just basically harass them, either with an electromagnetic field or something. And so we then have to move our satellite away from them to maintain operability, but that uses fuel that we otherwise need to station keep. And so that will reduce the lifespan of some of our satellites because of this. And no, did it fire a weapon at us? No. Did it destroy us? No. It's just
cyberbullied us.
This seems like a very reasonable hypothesis to me.
Yeah, I heard that, and
that was very diplomatic.
It's another way to mess. So Space Force is not.
Jeff
let's
did
put
not
bombs
answer
in
that
space.
question.
Let's
That was
protect our
real.
assets.
Did you see what he just did there?
What he said?
He was just like, that seems like a very reasonable hypothesis, which is like, oh man, that's exactly what is happening.
I was trying to channel my inner Neil.
No, that was good. That was good. That's why I had to point it out. That was excellent.
So in your current capacity as CEO of, give me the full name again.
Portal Space Systems.
Portal Space Systems.
You'll have to ask me how about the name of the company at some point.
I'll ask it now. How'd you get Portal Space Systems?
I used to watch Rick and Morty with my daughter.
Excellent.
There it is.
And so half of the story is the portal gun from Rick and Morty, because that's what I used to watch with my daughter.
You know, Rick and Morty is just Back to the Future relationship all over again. It's Doc and Marty.
Yes, that's right.
Rick and Morty, Doc and Marty. And he's got the same kind of, hey, Morty, come on.
That's right, Marty.
We got to go.
That's the same. Yeah.
That's very cool.
So tell me what's the coolest thing you're working on in your company right now?
So Supernova has been like
Supernova.
The flagship.
You took one of my words.
Yes.
My people.
Well,
that's our word, just so you know.
I wanted to be close to your people.
Yeah.
But we kind of have a star theme with our products at the
Love
company.
It. You know I'm going to love that.
I knew you'd love that because I love Cosmos. So
Good.
With Supernova, it's about that rapid movement. And it's Supernova because we're using concentrated solar energy. And we've innovated around a heat exchanger. So we don't have to combust any liquid propellants with our system. So like a nuclear...
But this is towards what end?
This is so I can carry twice as much fuel, and I have a thermal engine cycle where I'm not using combustion. So I can have fewer parts, more efficiency, higher thrust, and twice as much fuel because I'm not carrying an oxidizer, so I don't have to burn anything.
And I really wanted to do nuclear thermal, but I can't buy a nuclear reactor at Lowe's, and there's not enough of them to buy
We
right
need
now. So
10 to 24 gigawatts. Gigawatts.
Gigawatts. Yeah.
You can't get one of those at Lowe's?
I want
At Home Depot?
I joke about this all the time because the thermal engine is a lot like Mr. Fusion from the second Back to the Future movie,
Mm-hmm.
because we use ammonia as our propellant now, but we could use
Mr. Fusion was in the first.
Okay, yeah, at the end.
At the end.
At the end, yes.
Which get you to the second
Gets to
movie.
the second. You're right.
Yes,
I
get your
stand
move.
cor- I-
You
I
don't
stand corrected.
just don't with me here.
I like this. I like this battle of the trivia. So the thermal engine's a lot like Mr. Fusion because we can use ammonia, which is our baseline fuel. It's very storable on orbit, and we have a multi-year life of our spacecraft. But if I want to start moving out to Mars and I want to use methane, in the future I want to use hydrogen, I want to use other things, I can use other fuels in a thermal engine system.
Oh.
So this
has versatility.
Is versatility because I'm very much a live off the land kind of guy when it comes to space. If we're taking everything with us, we failed as engineers.
So cool.
You know,
That's
could you
very
tell
cool.
NASA that that's what they should call it instead of in situ resource utilization?
Living off the land.
Let's from now on, NASA, are you watching?
LOTL, okay?
Living off the land.
There you go, NASA.
That is way more marketable than in situ resource utilization.
Yeah.
ISRU. That's a big branch of NASA.
Heads up, NASA.
Yeah.
We're coming for
There's a
you.
cool company down in Florida. I'll give them a shout out. They're called AdMen, and they are an additive manufacturing company. And
AdMen,
that's what they that's what they work with on all the space people that they work with.
Right, because if I'm going to Mars, I won't think of all the things I need to live, but I want a print machine that can print any tool I need once I'm there.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
But anyway, so with Supernova, it's about propulsion, but it's about payload flexibility. So what that means is software definable power, which means you have a payload, you have a camera, you have a robot arm, you have whatever you want to do whatever mission. It's like a Lego brick onto the front of the payload deck. Perform your mission. I'm selling, I'll get you there as fast as you need to be, and I'll give you a platform that's very versatile over multiple years.
Not to stupidly simplify it, but are you saying you have a warehouse and I have a need, and I say I want to put this object on Mars and do some things, and you say, yeah, get two rockets from aisle A and 2 boosters from aisle B, and then we assemble what it is that will serve my needs?
Well, from a spacecraft standpoint, yes.
Okay.
So I am going to build you the spacecraft, and whatever you need on that spacecraft to perform a mission, whether that's a camera or a telescope or whatever, I can supply power and data to that.
That is engineering heaven right there.
That's wild.
Because that's one of the biggest problems with satellites right now is everything's bespoke. So you want to have a telecom satellite. Oh, I'm going to build the whole thing, including the telecom payload.
And that's
all
way
it does.
more expensive.
Yeah.
The one-off. It's a one-off.
And if your customers don't show up and want it, then your business fails.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I can't predict everything the customer needs, so I didn't want to try. I just wanted to give them a spacecraft that could meet all their needs.
Wow.
Okay, so when are we having warp drives?
And when
Right now,
and how do we get in on the ground floor of your company?
Let's talk afterwards. Talk on the side. We can make that happen.
What's on our doorstep? What remains only in the dream states of engineers?
I think 2 things. If I was king of American engineering for a day, for space, I'd accelerate AI and machine learning and get more robots and AI out there doing the heavy lifting for us.
It's called Skynet. You know, you realize
I get
this.
that, but I think you could. I think
would accelerate AI and make more robots.
I'd make more robots.
You need a different starting phrase.
But let me tell you
Okay.
why I said that. We spend so much time and money trying to keep humans alive that it slows our pace of exploration
Everything.
on orbit.
Slows everything.
So let's get AI and ML out there on spacecraft, exploring the solar system, and teaching us what we don't know yet.
ML, machine learning.
Yes, machine learning. So that then we can engineer the systems that keep people alive and get it right the first time. And we can get more exploration done faster because we're not spending all this money to keep people alive right now. Let's go learn what we need to learn to keep people alive.
You better not name the robots because then people will feel for them. And if you don't bring them back, that means you killed a robot.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I haven't made up my mind on that.
I'm just saying, there's a whole ethical frontier there about feelings for things that have that.
There's actually an ethical society that has come up around the treatment of robots.
I guess I would tell those people it's easier for me to keep your robot alive than a human alive in space.
That's
You got my vote with that one.
There you go. There you go.
And then on the propulsion side, I think what we're learning in quantum physics, this is where I'm going to carefully delve into your universe for a hot second. I am not the expert in quantum physics, but I do read a lot because I'm super interested in what we're learning there. But I think there's elements of the quantum world that are going to unlock propulsion technologies that might look similar to a warp drive, but I think we need to unlock some more understanding of the quantum universe to do that. I think that's going to be the linchpin in giving us sci-fi geeks the warp drive we want.
So a quantum FFRDC would be a cool thing.
That would be an awesome thing.
Right. It's just everything quantum.
And you could probably get that funded because there's a lot of defense applications for quantum as well.
Right. Okay, so give me an actual date where we're going to have a warp drive so I can put that on my calendar. We know when the warp drive gets invented. It's 2063.
Correct.
In Star Trek.
Right.
So those are your marching orders.
Okay.
Okay.
I think we can do that.
You got 40 years.
We're moving fast in quantum.
It's via the quantum.
Via the quantum.
Okay.
I think that's our best path right now.
All right, because if you know, at least even in Back to the Future Part 2, they predicted that the Cubs would win the World Series.
And they did.
And they did. Yes.
Yeah.
But
even a broken clock is.
It's true. What did I say? A blind sow finds an acorn every once in a while.
There you go.
But I think that with warp drive, it's not about this propulsive thing that we're all mentally geared to. It's how do we leverage quantum to manipulate the fabric of space-time?
So quantize gravity and things of that nature.
You have to you're going to have to figure out how to fold
You need
space-time.
a new understanding of the fabric of the space-time continuum.
Nice.
Manipulate that. It's not even about propulsion.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Right.
That's Thornberg's theory anyway, for whatever that's worth.
Okay. So Jeff, we got to land this plane. But Chuck, do you have any last questions for the man?
Yeah, I'm just interested, like, what would be the ultimate achievement in commercial space travel, or the holy grail? What is it that everybody wants?
I'm going to tell you what I want, and then we'll go to him.
Go ahead.
I want to go suborbital to between any 2 points on Earth, so that I'm 45
Stream
minutes.
Elements
I'm
says,
no more than
find me
45
in other
minutes away
places,
from
Discord,
lunch
Twitter,
in Tokyo,
YouTube,
and then
Steam,
fly back.
Xbox, and
Wow.
PlayStation Old
So
Mage
we're
Guy
going
on
rockets,
TikTok as
not
Mage.
planes.
Yeah.
Because orbit is 90 minutes.
Right.
So if you're
So
suborbital,
suborbital,
in
you're
half of that, you just go the other way. You whatever. You can go anywhere in the world. And I think about that every time I go to Washington. I go to Washington like for a lunch meeting and then come back and I'm home for dinner. And if you told that to our founding fathers, get the horse ready,
Right.
Martha.
That would be an impossibility. To them.
They can't
they'd
even
be
think
like
that way.
Could we
So
do-
pick that up. What awaits us?
For me, my holy grail is that humans can go to any orbit between here and the moon or the moon. That isn't a significant emotional event. It's
That's
just
wild.
a standard.
Go
way
to the
of
moon.
life.
I'll see it on
Yeah,
Tuesday.
Exactly. That's wild.
That's what you want.
That's what I want.
So
In my lifetime.
cislunar space becomes our backyard, not even worthy of comment.
Correct.
Look at that. That's very cool. It's like saying, I'm going to Poughkeepsie. I'm going to the moon. It's all the same.
It's all the same.
All the same.
That's a worthy goal. I like that. So let me perhaps offer a cosmic perspective on this. I'm a scientist. I think sciencey things about the world. And at no time am I asking, how would one accomplish this? How would one build it? How would one pay for it? How much ingenuity does it require? Do I have to invent something that has never before existed just to solve the problem I have posed? I don't really have to think about that. And we have this community of engineers that walk among us who live for that. They live for it. You know what else they live for? Constraints on what it is they need to do. That was the most impressive feature of how engineers function. The last thing an engineer wants to hear is, here, go build this. There's no time frame. There's no money limit. and there's no constraints. They're going to be staring at their navel to not knowing what to do. But if I say, I got 3 months, I got $2 million, these are the specs, and this is the requirements, go. Their ingenuity derives from figuring stuff out within those constraints. That's how we make discoveries, not scientific discoveries, discoveries about how stuff works around us that so many of us, myself included, take for granted. So, there is no future of civilization without happy engineers. Engineers that are given problems to solve. And maybe it's up to the rest of us to give them the kinds of problems we need solved. Energy, housing, climate. Scientists can't solve those problems. We can characterize them, but we need engineers to step in the ring. And this is an appeal, I suppose, to a few. Not everyone can be an engineer. We don't want that. Engineers don't even want that. But engineers as a demographic of society that'll lead us into the future, there is no civilization without them. And for me, that is a cosmic perspective. Chuck, thanks for being here.
Always a pleasure.
And Jeff Thornburg, thanks for being on Star Talk.
My pleasure.
Coming all this way for us.
Absolutely.
This has been another installment of Star Talk. Neil deGrasse Tyson, your personal astrophysicist, bidding you to keep looking up.
Granger knows that if you're a lineman in charge of keeping the lights on, you go to great lengths, and sometimes heights, to ensure the power is always flowing. Which is why you can count on Granger for professional-grade products and next-day delivery, so you have everything you need to get the job done. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Grabby aliens are a version of the kind of aliens that would, if they show up, take advantage of their environment and improve themselves as a result of it. Should we hide ourselves and be quiet and not let other aliens who are grabby find us and take our natural
Let me tell you
resources
something.
from
If a
us?
grabby alien showed up here, I'm kicking his ass.
As long as they have one. Right.
This is Star Talk Special Edition. Neil deGrasse Tyson here, your personal astrophysicist. And it being Special Edition means we got Gary O'Reilly. Gary, in the house.
Hey, yes, in the house.
In the house.
Yes.
Former soccer pro. Love your wiki page with
Thank
your
you
sexy
kindly.
legs.
You're looking too much. Stop it.
Excellent. Chuck, nice. Always, man.
Hey, what's happening, guys?
Yeah. All right. So we brought in our geek in chief
Yes.
for
Our-
this.
Our returning hero.
A return. Charles Liu. Charles, welcome back.
Thank you so much.
You've got your own podcast.
Yes.
The Luniverse.
The Luniverse. About to
That's
start.
clever. That's
Yeah.
clever.
I
Is that a
can't-
play on Luna as in moon, too? I mean,
I can't take credit for it. I
Oh,
have
you
no
didn't-
idea.
you didn't
No,
pick up the
no,
name?
no. I'm sitting at the table for dinner, right? And we're like, well, what do we call this podcast? And our youngest kid says, The Luniverse, of course. And I was like, what?
Well,
there you
yeah.
go.
And that's it.
Don't overthink it.
Okay, so compared to your kid,
Wait, and then Chuck went like this. It's a dumb idea. And then he named it the Luniverse.
I said no such thing. I just sort of said, wow.
So I happen to know your wife is really smart. So it sounds like
Yes.
your kids are even smarter than both of you at this point.
I am so pleased that my wife and my children are all way smarter than I am.
Yeah.
And it is a great privilege to be able
You know what
to
Michael
say
Dell said?
What?
The day you wake up and you're the smartest person in the room,
Right.
change
Change
rooms.
rooms. Exactly. very, very better.
Gary, before you introduce the show, Chuck, what are you wearing?
Today, I am mostly
I
wearing...
feel like I'm on the worst red carpet ever right now. What are you wearing?
And your hand was in your groin a half a second ago. Could you pull your smartphone out of your groin?
That's not my smartphone, Neil. Okay, here we go.
No, what's
So we were playing a little softball earlier today, and I don't believe in showering. I do that once a week, and that's it, baby.
And only if necessary.
And that's only if necessary. And so, you guys changed, and so I'm like,
You did not change.
I'm not changing.
We look clean.
Yeah, you look clean, and
You still got your leg braces on?
those aren't braces. Those are what do you call them? Augmentations that were placed in me by DARPA. Yes, it's
You are now a superior augmented human being.
That's right.
Amazing.
Don't ask me to jump up and get nothing off the roof because I can do it.
That explains why you were tearing around the bases so fast. It was amazing.
And DARPA, Defense Advanced Projects Research
Agency?
The Defense Advanced
Authority?
So this is a branch of the military.
Yes, it
That
is.
people might not know, where there's a subset of budget that goes to very high risk projects that probably won't work, but if they do work, they'll be amazing.
Yeah.
And so
And nothing is higher risk than Chuck Nice.
So they expect a high percentage of the proposals to actually
to fail.
not work. To fail.
And they don't care because the idea is the one that works is going to make us badass.
DARPA.
Yeah.
Gary, what you put together for today?
All righty, so these are questions from our Patreon listeners, and as you know, they have a curiosity that is almost endless.
Boundless, yes.
So let's kick it off.
So this is Cosmic Queries.
For sure,
Yes,
it's a Cosmic
all right, let's
Queries.
do
Yeah,
it.
it's a grab bag, and we had 42 pages of questions.
Ooh.
Whoa.
Well,
So-
we better shut up and get
All
to
right,
it.
but they're not all on there, but thank you so much for your curiosities. Right, let's start with Danielle's. Hello, Neil, Dr. Lou, Gary, and, of course, Lord Nice. Could quantum particles possibly be connected in a higher dimensional space and only appear to be separate particles in 3 dimensions?
I love that.
Would a connection like that affect quantum entanglement? Over to you, gentlemen.
Oh, I thought you were going to take that.
Oh, yeah. I'll see how well you do.
Well, I'm going to defer to Charles, but I'm going to introduce this. Okay?
Tee Charles up.
Because we see particles popping in and out of existence and tunneling through space and time, and we're trying to make sense of it. But I don't see why a higher dimension wouldn't help that out. For example, suppose we all lived in just a plane, a flat with 2D people. Okay?
You know some of my friends, I see.
They have no depth.
Yeah,
They have
no depth at all.
So we're here, and then like a dot shows up, and we all gather around the dot, and then the dot sort of becomes a circle, and it slowly grows, and we get our top scientists to analyze this. Where did this come from? What is it? What's happening? And then it shrinks back to a dot and then disappears. We would invent a whole quantum physics to try to understand this, when all it is somebody passing a sphere through the 2-dimensional plane in which we live. Because the first contact is the point, and then there's this circle. As you go through, it maximizes at the diameter, comes back out. But here we are touching, we're thinking there's something magical, and from 3 dimensions, it's completely simple. So Charles, this question sounds like, let's up the game. Can we explain all this mystical, magical quantum spookiness by just it's ordinary people in 4 dimensions playing marbles?
Not only can we do it, some people have already tried. It's called string theory.
At Fred Meyer Pharmacy, we make it easy to get flu, COVID, and RSV vaccines. They're available at no cost to you with most insurance plans. No appointment needed. And we're open weekdays, weeknights, and weekends. So come and visit us when it's most convenient for you. Fred Meyer, a world of care is in store. Vaccines subject to availability. No cost to you with most insurance plans. Check with your plan for eligibility. Restrictions and exclusions may apply. See site for details.
The idea is that every particle we see in 3 or 4 dimensions here might actually have many more dimensions attached to them. And interactions on those other dimensions, like the sphere with our particle, but imagine 2 spheres interacting, not on our 2-dimensional world, and bingo, you have additional weird things happening. So you, Danielle, are right on the cusp of exactly what physicists have been trying to figure out for decades. Is there perhaps another explanation where we can say the reason this thing is acting so weird is because there's connection elsewhere? Now the problem is,
how do you test for it?
Right, we can't have any good experiments,
we
and
can't
so
access those
right,
dimensions.
and there are so many. Yeah.
And you're like, and we never will thinking that way, Chuck.
Don't be such a downer.
There are so many different ways to think about it that you can have essentially an infinite number of solutions to a finite number of questions that we see or phenomena that we observe here in the world. So we don't want that. So the more a theory is simple and the less it requires additional pieces attached to it to explain observed phenomena, the more likely it is to be something that we can test and confirm. So that's what's going on here.
And history says the more likely it is to be right.
Generally speaking, that's right. I mean, the famous term Occam's razor, right? Just the philosophical.
I'll tell you exactly what he said. He said, multiplicity ought not be posited without necessity.
Right.
That's the actual quote from Occam.
Right.
And then we convert that to just his Occam's razor. Just
the simpler idea is more likely to be true than the more complicated idea. That's only a philosophical idea.
Yeah, exactly.
That's not exactly confirmed in
Nature
every
doesn't have
instance.
to obey you in
So
that
in
regard.
this instance, that's right. It could well be that that helps to explain quantum entanglement. But entanglement is yet another phenomenon which is a little bit odd, and we're still working on that. I know right now it's a hot topic, and a lot of people
We got top
talking
people
about
working
it.
on it.
Yeah, but there's still many, many questions about it. So we could relate it to entanglement, but it's not yet there enough for us to be able to answer that question, yes or no.
Or it could be like when Einstein did general relativity, where he was solving some other problem, and bada bing, the mysteries of Mercury's orbit were solved overnight. Mercury's orbit was not behaving the way Newton would have it go. And all of a sudden, Einstein's general theory of relativity just explained it without even trying. And so it became a side benefit.
That's right.
And one thing about your negativity, okay?
Okay.
Uh-oh.
I feel a read coming on.
So I was on the Infinite Monkey Cage with Brian Cox in London.
Okay, and
That's
how many
your
monkeys?
stomping ground.
How many monkeys are in an infinite monkey cage?
Let me guess.
So that's the name of his show, his podcast. It was a radio show. And so we were talking about wormholes.
Okay.
And I said, well, with a wormhole, you could do this and travel through. And he jumps in and says, well, wormhole is not stable. It'll collapse immediately. So we need to think about it. Someone from the audience, a Brit, said, that's what distinguishes Americans from us Brits. They're always so positive about what can be solved. And we're always saying what can't happen.
That's funny.
And that shut him up.
That's culturally accurate. On not always, but on a number of occasions, you will find an American positivity against a British.
Yeah,
Right.
so
Really?
so we go there.
I mean, it has its drawbacks, you know, when it's just like, I'm the biggest, the best. Many people don't realize I'm the most positive.
Keep going.
All right, Chuck, you want to hit the second
let's
Oh,
question?
do this one.
Chuck's got him too.
This is Ryan Harris, who says, Dr. Tyson, Lord Nice, Geek and Professor Lou, and Gary, Ryan Harris from Burnaby, British Columbia, Canada. Given the laws of science, if they hold true, when it comes to quantum entanglement, stable and subtle, would there not be some sort of energy/force being exerted/used by entangled particles? And can it be qualified as of present? I am trying to understand how two particles across vast distances are influenced by each other instantaneously, and if there are some sort of exotic, scary, or otherwise force that has been associated with this phenomenon.
So what I would say, how can a thing happen at all without there being an active draw of energy or some other thing that we can measure changing for them to be permanently connected, or while they're connected, Something's got to, some clock is ticking, something should be measurable from that.
This is one of the big differences between quantum physics and classical physics. We're conditioned, we're trained to think that there had to be something exchanged back and forth, energy, a particle, whatever, between two things. But
That's a classical
bias.
Perception.
Quantum entanglement, again, as we said earlier, is still not completely well understood. In fact, we don't even know if it's a special thing or if it happens all the time and we just never notice it.
We understand that it happens,
Yes.
and we can measure that it happens.
Right.
So what you're saying is we don't understand why.
Yes.
But you know what? Before we go
That's a very important distinction.
before we go any further, before the why and all that, somebody ought to tell somebody who might just be joining us, what is quantum entanglement? Because this person...
Just because you don't know, don't assume everyone else in our audience doesn't know.
Oh.
Okay, well, somebody should tell me then.
It's a perfectly legitimate question because even if you ask, say, 50 quantum physicists, you might get 51 different answers as to what quantum entanglement really is.
Okay, that
because
I
it's
did
so
not know.
complicated. Right. It's kind of like if you ask 100 biologists what life is, you'll get 101 answers. Same sort of situation. But the fundamentals, biologists know what life is when they see it. Right? The same is sort of true for quantum physics and quantum entanglement. But boiled down to its most basic point, you can basically think of two entangled particles as being one particle that somehow gets separated. But even if it's separated in space and in time, they are still the same particle. You're just stretching it. So imagine if you have a little ball and you break it in half and then you're kind of moving it. It's kind of like this quantum taffy or caramel almost that continues to connect them even though there could be a huge amount of space or time between those two parts. They are still the same particle.
And that's a quantum thing that you're describing.
That's right.
Not a classical thing.
That's right.
Because classically, there's nothing between them.
Yes.
But I'm speaking like with a classical brain to say
and
that.
we all do that. It's very, very hard for us, even those of us who have done a lot of work in quantum physics.
And just to be clear,
to think
these
that
two
way.
particles, I like the way you're saying it's the same particle, but they have slightly different properties that complement each other.
Gotcha.
To make the whole particle, right? So they have
Very well
each
said.
side took out some features of that same particle.
So is this like the twins, where if you slap one on the butt, the other one goes, ow?
Sounds
Kinda.
like you've done that.
I think I don't want to say that's true, but I think
Well,
that's true.
that requires an additional assumption about classical
Whether
physics of
particles have
twin
butts.
butts, interacting with quantum butts.
Okay.
And then you have some real issues
So
that
do we get to the point where we say the universe is one single particle and that's just all of a sudden done its thing? And it's
Great question.
Yeah.
We are definitely not all one particle, but the universe could be one single entity that contains a multitude of very, very small, more complex parts. This is something that happens a lot. We think of, for example, atoms as being some sort of indivisible piece of matter. But then we've learned
Well, the Greeks
since,
thought that, yeah.
right, we've learned since
Atom
that
means
atoms...
indivisible. That word in Greek means indivisible.
Nice.
We've learned since that atoms
Did
are
you know
made
you
up of...
didn't know
the Greeks any good at anything?
that? The Greeks sucked. Those idiots.
They did pretty well in the World Cup back around 60 years ago, right?
No, they won the European Championship
That's
a few decades ago.
Yeah.
But I
And the
am being,
democracy thing is
I'm being
overrated, you know.
facetious. Right, should we jump into the next question?
Yeah.
Let's go
All
for
right,
it.
Ezekiel Reeves. Hello, Neil, Chuck, Gary, and Lord Lou. My name is Ezekiel from Wawa, Ontario. I love this
But it's
already.
not Lord Lou. It's Geek in Chief Lou.
Okay.
I accept
No.
any title
No,
anyone
I
wishes to give me.
adjudicate titles here.
Okay, Doctor. So, quantum physics is rooted in observation and particles deciding which state they are in depending on probability. Can this explain how we evolved the conscious mind and free will?
Wow.
We
Don't
went
you have
there.
4 hours?
I did not see that coming.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no. That's great. The key question, in my mind, based on your question, Ezekiel, is the word deciding, right? The decision of something to go this way or that suggests that there was something behind the ultimate outcome, right? When you and I decide to have a ham sandwich, or we decide to...
Now I want one. Now you've said it.
Yeah, right. Or we decide that we're going to dive left for a penalty kick instead of dive right. That has a whole bunch of stuff behind it, and the causality of it is dependent on everything from the goalie's life experience to the muscular twitches of that very moment and everything in between. So when individual particles are switching or landing in certain states, Niels Bohr would have called it the wave function collapsing, right?
Niels Bohr, physicist from 100 years ago.
Yeah, when you have that kind of an interpretation, then you can ascribe, perhaps, intention, right? But we just cannot say. Even now, we still don't really understand what free will is. The definition of it varies from person to person. The
You know how
philosophical
you know we don't know what it
ideas.
is? Because people are still writing 500-page books on it.
Sure.
That's the evidence that we don't know anything about it.
Right.
Interesting.
Yeah.
But keep going there. So
Okay.
we've got quantum probabilities.
Right.
So that a particle, quote, decides is it going to decay or is it not.
Yep.
And we know that probability precisely. That's what's
Yes.
fascinating.
That's right.
Here's something that's completely probabilistic that we know with precision. It's a weird combination of facts there. All right. So you're not prepared to analogize. I love the thing, the goalie leaning right or left to the particle decaying in one moment or another. You're not prepared to have your free will be a similar kind of expression.
That's right, because that's the problem, right? If you decide that free will is something where, say, we humans decide to do a thing, right? There's a whole host of events that happened before that moment that helped us to make that decision.
And there's also a number of events that lead up to the moment before the event that also influences that.
Isn't that what he just said?
No, he was talking about immediately before the event. Like,
it's okay.
Yeah. But
okay.
So I'm saying that you can take that all the way down. You can keep slicing
Keep
those
it going.
layers all the way down.
Turtles all the way down.
That's right.
Turtles all the way down.
Okay, so
and there's
and there are those psychology experiments.
That's right.
Where they put probes in the brain. I'm going to mess up the details here, but the results are what I'm landing on, where they can trigger you to stand up. And
Whether you want to or not.
Then you're standing up. They say, "Why did you stand up?" And then they make up some reason for why they stood up. When the neurosignatures, the neurosignals, already were prompting him to stand up, and he made up a reason after the fact.
And they were so the signals were generated externally, but you internalize it and say, "Oh, I stood up for this reason."
So you think you had free will to do it, when in fact it was predetermined. That's spooky.
It is.
You talked about probability and the certainty of probability. What is it? Heisenberg's
uncertainty
principle. So where does that fit in? Because you don't really.
I'm not certain about that.
Well, I didn't expect anything else.
Heisenberg's uncertainty principle. That's a great question, Gary. It actually has a little bit.
Werner Heisenberg, German physicist, once again from 100 years ago.
Right.
Yeah.
It has a slightly different connotation because what we're saying is that we cannot measure things precisely with infinite precision. That uncertainty describes how much you don't know, no matter what. So Heisenberg's uncertainty principle is actually describing a minimum amount of uncertainty in any measurement.
Any measurement.
Not necessarily
Not a case of
uncertainty
we
about
don't know.
about
Maybe
what's
we do
going to
know.
happen or
Yeah.
what's going to happen or not going to happen.
And part of that is because I can know that you're sitting here, and the measurement of that is completely sufficient for anything I might do to you or with you. But when particles are involved, which is the whole world of the quantum, if you try to measure it, the act of measuring it changes what it is you're trying to measure. Right? So the interaction with the particle confounds your ability to measure what that particle is doing with precision. And I think that's foundational. That's what's foundational. That was so hard to accept by classical physicists.
Well, that's hard to accept by anybody.
Any step of science going forward, whether it be classical quantum, has been hard to accept. It takes time, and we should allow ourselves that time. Don't feel like upset.
Was it?
Mad.
Yes, it was. Was Max Planck? Was it?
All
Who
right.
said, "No great I'm paraphrasing. No great discovery in physics gets accepted by the guard of the day. They just get old and die, and the next generation
takes their place.
takes it on as though it has always been."
Well, the cosmological constant might be an exception to that.
I know, but he predates the cosmological constant in that quote. But anyway,
All right.
go. What you got?
I'll go with the next one. George Valakis, like for the Greeks.
Hey.
From New Jersey. Can someone please tell me what a qubit is made of?
Aha!
Is it an electron stuck inside some type of magnetic box? Is it an atom with multiple electrons frozen in multiple quantum states? How is one made?
What a
Love
wonderful,
qubits.
wonderful question.
Thank you, George.
But let me just,
George,
let me
great
just
question.
preface this by saying our geek in chief in the past year published an entire book on quantum physics. What's the title of it?
The Handy Quantum Physics Answer Book.
There you go.
Right?
There you go.
So we're not going to answer your question. Just go buy the book.
And we can go have a beer right now. Okay?
Give that back.
Buy the man's book, and then we can all just have a beer. Okay. The Handy Quantum Physics Answer Book.
Yeah.
Man.
It's not designed to be a textbook or anything like that. It's
But that's
just
still-
if you have Q&A, if you don't know stuff.
to put with a title like that. just
Well,
telling you.
again, I cannot claim actually having made any of those discoveries. I was just trying to put together a little guide for people who had questions and answers, and they are
A little guide for your
explaining.
quantum questions.
Yeah,
as,
and they're
as one would have.
It'll help someone come along and hold your hand. Just
Okay.
walk you along.
It's great, amazing stuff that our colleagues have done over the centuries.
Yes.
And this year being, of course, the 100th
Yeah.
anniversary as designated by the United Nations of International Quantum Physics.
Did they declare that?
Yeah,
Very
the
nice.
International Year of
Right
Quantum
in the middle of
Physics.
the decade. Yes. The whole decade goes to quantum
Yeah,
physics.
it's really quite amazing.
Yeah.
So a qubit actually doesn't need to have a physical form. It's a piece of information. Let me make an analogy to regular bits, okay? Bits are just pieces of information. So, for example, if you've got a 64-bit chip in your computer,
No.
all right, all
I
that
just
is
started
that
to
it
wake up.
can carry or hold 64 pieces of information that are either 0 or 1. If you have a bit, it's just a piece of information, and you can store it either electronically in a chip, with a plus 5 volts or minus 5 volts or something like that, or you could, say, store a bit of information in a QR code, which is just a square that's white or a square that's black. Or you can do a
his orders right here, and whatever you can get for sure. Crap. Hold on. Well, if it starts for here too, might as well just make an order and have it delivered. Just saying, 'cause it's gonna be late enough in the afternoon that I'm gonna be sitting there for half hour. No music. Yeah. I'll do another fucking Red Bull. Want another Red Bull? That was fucking amazing. flavors of chicken wings that you would eat? There's a couple of them that would sound good, but not the garlic. Yeah, kind of. Good blue cheese. Yeah. Cheese. Oh, I know I am. I could eat this. Yeah. Look, now we're talking about me getting murdered. Yeah, because I'm probably going to eat that right now. I'm hungry. Stop shaking. New toy put out by Mattel. Introducing the Cascadia Crusher. Kind of, maybe. This is something I want to fucking try. We're in the site. Have a shot. Sunshine is supposed to be like chocolate milk. What? No way. I like it. Let's try. No, we do have Bush Light. Yes. Captain Morgan's. Yes. Alright, I don't know if this is gonna work. Shocked. I love chocolate. I like chocolate milk too, but there's a lot to give her shots. Alright, let's see. That tastes like chocolate milk. Yeah. No way. That tastes like chocolate milk. Weird. That's the one thing we didn't try when Shawnee and Junebug were trying the different flavors to mix this with this to get this. I can't remember if it was pineapple and fireball or orange juice and fireball. Maybe it tastes like a Tootsie Roll. Yeah. I remember that. Bush Light Countdown. It's just before 1 a.m. and an officer with the Oklahoma City PD just spotted a driver drifting across the WO. The officer.
so much fun. Indian drivers now because of that shit. So all the accidents and shit they've been getting into and, you know, doing stupid shit.
Stream Elements says, find me in other places Discord, Twitter, YouTube, Steam, Xbox, and PlayStation Old Mage Guy on TikTok as Mage.
And when is that? It's back to Friday and Saturday. Okay? Here. Right? Spirit Mountain. At Spirit Mountain. Oh my god, I want to go. Friday? Friday. There's seafood buffet. Friday and Saturday. Oh, it looks so delicious. Kind of sucks that Karina didn't fucking fill out like she said she would. Primary thing that I'm interested in? Not the shrimp. Not the shrimp? The shrimp's good, but not the syrup primarily. Are you wanting pizza or what do you want? We had almost a half a pizza so here and just go back. I know. I did? Eat. Yeah. Yeah. Neither one of you touched that pizza. I ate a couple of chunks at night and then I just like I said, I thought it was gone. No. That just okay. Anyways, they have chicken. They have. It's okay, Rowan. You don't need to add any more money. You already gave me. Because I got 17 more if you need it. Like chili. And then I also like the song. Yeah, it's a good song. Interesting remix. Thing was primarily to make sure that he can show it. Okay. Yeah. Oh, wait. So what am I getting to do? Yeah. I can still do that. the noodles. I don't know anything about.
Okay, so I will run into the coupon for now. Okay, that's it. We have 5 cheese mac and cheese, spicy buffalo, Italian sausage, chicken Alfredo, or build your own.
I'd be going with build your own pasta.
Red Bull. Okay, so Alfredo sauce, robust, red sauce.
Alfredo.
Beef, premium chicken, ham, bacon, pepperoni, Philly cheese, or Philly steak, or Italian sausage.
Pepperoni.
Cheese, yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Or they have provolone cheese, red Parmesan cheese, cheddar cheese blend.
Yeah.
Garlic, sweet pepper, peppers, mushrooms. Oh, I've exceeded the topic. I don't like to put much in there.
No, zero. Orders. Go around $10. You feel like why don't they just make a fucking nationwide daily for a month, kind of like these fucking St. Jude and ATSPCA fucking commercials. There is no such thing as a fucking sovereign citizen.
No, there's not.
No.
Anyways, I'm trying to get this order done. What kind of crust do you want? Crunchy thin crust, handmade?
The crunchy thin crust.
Yeah. It's become my favorite too. Sauce, garlic parmesan,
Yes,
Alfredo, what?
No, first the garlic parmesan.
So you have beef, creamy chicken, ham, bacon, pepperoni, Philly steak,
Pepperoni, beef, green cake, bacon. Oh, and sausage. Alright, Italian sausage.
Okay, that's gonna take most of your coffee.
I only have 2 others.
Just letting you know.
That's why I was letting you know.
And then,
That comes with cheese, yeah. Oh, look.
What are you adding?
To it.
Mushrooms and black olives, right?
Yep. And then that was golden.
What is this?
Want to say this on the coupon? The coupon? Just show the coupon in card. mean, say
And
if
then
you
take off the.
then they give you cheese options for extra separate cheese. So.
Oh, it must be. It must come with that cream cheese.
Oh, okay.
Because when they said Philly cheesesteak, so that's what I had that.
Awesome.
Okay. Daddy's.
Chef is throwing coffee in the ring.
Go ask him.
It was more of a whoa.
A
little bit more forceful than you were expecting. So you can tell all this goes.
No.
Oh.
You'll have to put them.
Oh, I will.
He said he wanted drinks, but all they have is Coke products. I don't know what.
Yeah, I'll have to.
Alfredo, Red Bull.
Going down there.
A what?
That if I'm going down there, I might as well have a med spray.
Oh.
You're fine, Doublet.
Oh, I can't get him.
Just gotta tack one foot up. I just got hit by a junk web. Mom wasn't even behind it.
Do they not have enough anyone anymore?
I don't know.
It doesn't seem like it. We have the cheddar bacon loaded pot. Philly cheesesteak loaded pots. Salted sweet cheese loaded pots. There's no option for adding.
Is there a note for the space? Like a note spot?
Tell them they have the cheesy bread with the bacon and how. That's what it is.
The what? Cheesy bread?
Yeah. That's the only other ones they have is the chicken. They do have this style or the wing. They have buttered chicken.
He says, yes, it's not jalapeno bacon cheesy bread.
12-piece bites, buttered chicken, crispy bacon, and tomatoes. 12-piece bites, buttered classic hot buffalo. So that's one of the bites of jalapeno pineapple. Barbecue bacon. That's for the that. For the wings, we have hot buffalo wings, honey barbecue wings, plain wings, sweet mango wings. Ooh. Or just the boneless chicken bites or the garlic butter.
The emergency blue cheese. No, the arcade place. Oh. Maybe somebody tried to be our insurance.